The world is destroyed. Comrades with whom he fought side by side, risking his life, the 10 great knights who were defending the continent had used up all their mana and vitality. The polluted earth is overflowing with nothing but death. What happened can be described as a tragedy that was brought about by the actions of one rogue actor, king of demonic beasts, Gluttony. The king declares that he recognizes the strength of this brave warrior. However, the king says that this warrior is very low to reach down and take his life. The warrior bravely goes on the attack. He is ready to fight this huge animal. The warrior activates a strike, a blast of lightning, but he is unable to destroy this king now. The beast screams for the warrior to surrender. The warrior strikes fiercely with his challenging combat weapon. The brave warrior shouts that he never gives up and will fight to the last drop of blood. A brave warrior uses his weapon to deliver a blow called a meteor explosion. It's hard on the opponent. Warrior shouts that his opponent is making a lot of noise. The demonic beasts are defeated. The brave warrior notices that it is finally quiet. A man recognizes that he too can die. The world is unfair. The warrior applies a glowing healing element to his body, hoping it will help. The man recognizes that this mana is not enough. The warrior believes his life has gone wrong from the beginning. Only famous knights and aristocrats are trained in mana training methods. The warrior recalls that he only had the trial and error method at his disposal. In this way, he earned his experience. The warrior thought that when he rose to the heights of chivalry, he considered all trivial problems to be behind him from now on. In the aftermath, he realized that was not true. He was filled with regret. I should have started mana training with the right methods. In that case, he might be able to protect the continent, or even everyone. The wounded warrior realized that his mana supply was depleted. The demon king, Gluttony, possessed incredible power, but he's only a captain in the 7th Army Corps. How strong should the other captains be? The warrior was alone on the battlefield when he heard someone call out to him. The man turned around. Who could it be? He saw the emperor stated that he was, alas, already at death's door. The old man said, before he retired to the next world, he would like to ask one question. The emperor asked why the warrior didn't flee the battlefield. The warrior asked why the emperor was asking such a question. Asgard von Valentius said that he had heard of a warrior being born into poverty. Doesn't he have something to protect? The emperor said that the warrior must have suffered for a long time. The warrior thought he had always been curious about what old men talked about before they died. The old man asked, what was the warrior thinking right now? The interlocutor replied that he didn't like looking weak. The warrior added that a real man should keep his head held high and despise desertion. The emperor laughed out loud. The warrior declared that the old man had the strength left to laugh. The warrior said the old man convinced him, and he would believe in his talent. Pride helped him become one of the 10 great knights. The emperor said when the warrior returns, have him track him down. The man asked, how do you understand that? The emperor said that of course he would not believe this hero if he just showed up at his door. So one of the emperor's secrets must be remembered. The emperor said his unborn daughter's name was Lily, after her parents' favorite flower. The warrior didn't understand anything at all. Who we're talking about? The old man added, though he didn't like this flower all that much. But it's the most important part of the secret, he must remember that. The old man said with his last strength to have the man find him as quickly as possible. The warrior looks at the old man and doesn't know what he means. He was losing consciousness. Is he dead? The man thought that this room looked familiar to him. Could the dead be dreaming too? The boy thought he was seeing the same dream again. Even after death, he has to watch it again. The guy won't let go of his painful past, in which he caught the death of his sister and the theft of her body. The man recalls when his sister died, those men burst in. One of the imposters said that Irina hid the gold ring. When he thinks about it, he starts to boil. The boy remembered that he was the one who hid the ring. At that moment, the sister covered the child and got hit by the 2 rascals. Those bastards burst into the room and said that the wolf almost killed them because of that ring. So we should give the girl another beating. Make sure she doesn't make any more mistakes. One of those rascals kicked his sister and told her to wake up. How dare she sleep? The boy was then on the verge of death for several days. His sister did not attend to her wounds and was always looking after the child. That's how she died. These people noticed the girl was dead. She couldn't have died from that kick. The kid was angry. Those bastards realized the girl was dead, but they didn't care. The kid realized they were going to take her body anyway. Ruthless bastards. The men began to wonder what they should do with the body. They thought about selling her body for organs. They wanted to make a nice profit. The little boy heard all this and cried. He was sorry that he could not protect his sister. The baby was forcing himself to move. It was hard for him to do so. He ordered himself to move. At some point, the child noticed that he had succeeded. Some unreal power appeared in his hands. It was a burst of powerful energy. At the same instant, the child jumped up and jumped on those rascals. He shouted for them to stop immediately. The boy pushed the men away and wrapped his arms around his sister's body. The men were puzzled. The young man's eyes glowed with hatred. The child looked at these men with exasperation. He was ready to defend his sister's body. The scoundrels thought that the boy had gone mad because of his sister's death. One of the scumbags got angry and decided to teach the little guy a lesson. The other rascal got involved too, and they told that kid to go away. They were going to beat the boy up. After beating the child properly, they called him names and told him he could stay with that body as long as he liked. The little boy hugged his sister's body and felt something incredible happening. This strange energy appeared in his hands again. He noticed that everything was different before. The girl was lying there without moving. There were abrasions on her body. The little boy had dreamed this dream over and over again, but now the ending had changed. The little boy didn't understand how it had happened all of a sudden. His hands continued to glow and emit incredible energy. That time he couldn't even use mana. What happened to him then? The warrior remembered the words of Emperor Esgard von Valentia. When he returned, he must seek him out. Had he really brought him back in time? Is all this really happening to him? The young man was very surprised. Could he really change the future? The guy once again thought that he couldn't even use mana that time. Kid thought, this old man, if he sent him back in time, he could have done it a couple days earlier. Why at this particular moment? The kid noticed that his body was very weak. The boy thought he had no reason to be angry. The Sword Emperor himself was unsure of his own strength. The kid thought he had a chance to say goodbye to his sister. The little boy remembered that he had not had such an opportunity in his previous life. The boy remembered the Emperor's words again. He must seek him out as soon as possible. The child, crying, thought that the Sword Emperor should wait for him for a while, but he would surely track him down. The little boy thought that as soon as he had dealt with what he had to deal with, he would rush off to find the Emperor. He must deal with the villain who killed his sister, the wolf. He had a hard time dealing with him in a previous life. This time, the child thought he'd get his revenge on the wolf, and that revenge would be the cruelest. The boy remembered that he had a priority that he had to do right now. The boy and his sister had to go somewhere, a local cemetery located somewhere in the mountains. The child knew that Irina was not his direct relative. They both happened to have dark hair. That in itself was a rarity on this continent. Black was considered the color of bad luck. Therefore, many people avoided it and poisoned it. The boy thought that to this girl, he reminded her of the little brother she had lost. She gave him the name Tiny and took care of him like a sibling. The little boy couldn't believe that he would have to bury her without ever repaying her for all the good she had done for him. The priest read a prayer and called for prayers for the eternal rest of Sister Irina. The baby was very upset and depressed. People around him thought the child was not himself. Irina's friend, Emma, understood that this was all happening to the young man because of his sister's death. Emma could see how upset the little guy was. The girl was amazed at what she saw. The child was eating, sitting next to his sister's body. Emma couldn't understand. Did he really have the power to eat in front of a dead Irina? The girl looked at the baby and her surprise was unbounded. This baby's wounds are absolutely all gone. What's going on? The child picked up his sister and carried her. Emma asked where he was taking her. The baby said it was all right. The girl became alarmed, not at all well. Why was the boy carrying his sister's body? Emma asked the kid why he was ignoring her. She was his sister's close friend. Baby thanked Emma for the food she had brought him. The guy said he would definitely repay the girl for her help. Emma tried to stop the toddler, but he wouldn't listen to her. Standing in the cemetery, Emma thought that this little boy had arranged such a funeral for his sister. The boy stood at the funeral and was sad. His face was pensive. Emma wondered what was going on in his head. The young man thought of his sister. It was the only way he could repay her for her kindness. The kid thought it was no use blaming himself and stood there, eyes downcast. His sister would be against it. Irina told the boy to always keep his head held high. Never be ashamed of anything and look forward. The girl never stopped repeating this to her brother. The little boy looked at his sister one last time. He raised his head to the sky and looked up. The boy asked Irina to watch over him from heaven. This time, in this life, the boy would have no regrets. It had been a month since the funeral of the young man's sister. The young man got ready to hit the road, saying he was ready to go forward. The little fellow met those two scoundrels. They said that the tax collector was coming to see them now. The young man looked at the two men sullenly and asked, "Is the wolf in place?" One of the men said, How dare this boy say the name of a wolf out loud? The man swung around and wanted to slap the kid. The boy intercepted his hand and turned it aside. The man was surprised. The little boy asked why you couldn't say his name and pressed down hard on his arm. The man cried out loudly in pain. His arm instantly turned red. Judging from the swelling, it was a fracture. A man fell to his knees and shouted that his arm hurt very badly. The other man wondered, why is this kid acting like this? And moved towards the child to deal with him. The bastard was about to beat up the kid and started yelling at him. The villain thought, even being a child won't stop him. The villain wanted to lift the baby up and throw him far away. He didn't succeed. No matter how much the man tried, he couldn't do it. It seemed to him that the boy weighed like a huge piece of iron. The child, smiling, said he was heavier than he looked. He is now overflowing with tremendous strength. The boy kicked the villain with all his might. The warrior thought that everything was fine. His mental body is in place. In a past life, it was in the wrong position. That's what was causing the discord. The secret of the secret technique that Tiny invented is that he uses two bodies to amplify himself multiple times, by perfectly combining a body composed of mana and one's own body. The effects of this secret technique were very good. It's important to eat well to keep in shape. Emma was a great help in that case. He consumed a lot of food. The guy thought that by creating a manatello this time, he realized the reason why it had turned out badly in his previous life. It is easier for the newly awakened mana in the chosen body to take the right place. The man didn't understand what the boy was saying. The little boy fell on the villain and grabbed his leg. The young man, holding the rascal by the leg, untwisted him and threw him far away from him. The boy said that he was grateful to them for beating him to a pulp. A child walked into the inn and knocked down several people on the way. Everyone was outraged. The men in the inn jumped up from their seats thinking they had an intruder. Looking at the little guy, everyone thought, who is this guy? The little boy stood and smiled. They recognized him. They said he was the beggar. The child stood boldly surrounded by grown men. His whole body glowed and studied the energy. Many were surprised that this boy had come alone. One person asked what the kid was hoping for by showing up here unarmed. The kid asked what made the man think he didn't have a gun, and grabbed the man also by the leg and spun him around. The guy showed his fist and said, that's his weapon. The boy used his unreal strength to beat all the men in the inn. The defeated men were lying all over the floor. The furniture was all broken. After dealing with them, the kid said he was done with the pawns. Looking up, the kid said that only the Randers brothers were left. One of the brothers grabbed his saber, letting the kid know he wasn't going to be taken so easily. He said he's a very brazen kid. He's going to cut him in two. The child, smiling, waved a finger at these brothers downstairs. One of the brothers said that this little guy uses mana. The other brother agreed and said that the mana owner's corpse could be sold at an inflated price. We should take advantage of it. The brothers drew their blades and jumped down to the young man, wanting to deal with him as quickly as possible. The boy took hold of the leg of one of the men lying nearby and said that he had come to no good use. One of the warriors present in the inn wondered, would a child really use a human as a weapon? The man told the boy not to look like a madman and to behave in a much more honorable manner. The young man asked the warrior how he could do it. The man said instead of using such brutal methods, the boy should learn martial arts. The little guy asked if maybe he should already have a noble fight right now. The child assumed a fighting stance and began to dodge the blows of the Randers brothers, who wanted to strike him with their blades. The boy was very skillful in evading an attacking enemy. He dodged and moved like a butterfly. The men thought that this child could anticipate their movements. When the wars were exhausted, the kid went on the attack and, using the art of hand-to-hand combat, began beating his opponents. The unhappy brothers were flying all over the inn. The child didn't leave them for a second. The little warrior would overtake his opponents and deliver powerful blows. The leader of the invaders, a wolf, appeared in the inn. The man wondered who was causing the disturbance. The warrior remembered that in his past life he had been greatly surprised. A wolf. This wolf turned out to be not a human but a beastman, whose race is considered one of the strongest. This silver wolf was even a special creature amongst the beastmen. Only the direct descendants of the imperial werewolf family had such characteristics. The warrior never understood why someone so famous would live in a place like this. In his past life, the war had barely managed to destroy him, so there was no time for questioning. This time, the warrior decided to beat up the wolf and find out everything he wanted. The wolf was surprised and asked why the child had done that. The boy smiled and asked, "What's not to understand? Does the wolf not want these words to be his last?" The wolf got angry and said that there was an arrogant child standing in front of him. He was going to tear his throat out. The child calmly replied that this was where their conversation should have started. The wolf turned into a beast eater and prepared to attack the boy. The child was not afraid and moved towards the enemy. The child came closer to the monster and wondered. "What's the matter?" he thought. The boy asked. "Why isn't the wolf's fur silver? Maybe it's not real." The kid said maybe it's not a beastman but a regular dog. The wolf was very offended at being called a dog. He growled, and her eyes sparkled. No one had ever insulted him like that before. The little boy asked, "What's even going on here? Who is he going to have to fight now?" The wolf swung at the child and wanted to tear him with its claws. The boy easily dodged it. But he thought that this wolf was stronger and faster than the Randers brothers. The little boy kept dodging the animal. The wolf could do nothing to the young boy. The boy thought that this wolf was weaker now than the one in his previous life. At one point, the young man used his mana to grab that animal by the nose and asked if he had really come back for such a pitiful sight. The wolf whimpered. The child tossed the beastman far aside. The animal growled and grabbed its nose. It was bleeding. The young man remembered his fellow beastman telling him once. Beastman had promised to teach him how to deal with members of his race when they fell into madness. The kid gave the beastman a good beating. The animal could not give the child a single blow. He beat the wolf very hard and left no trace on him. As he continued to beat this monster, the young man said it was the best cure for dog rabies. The defeated wolf fell on his back and raised his paws up. The little man said not to let him die yet. The child pounced with renewed vigor on the beastman, saying he was just getting started. Silver Wolf thought that beastman could be treated more roughly. Beastmen have excellent regeneration abilities. At some point, a crack formed in the wall and a secret door appeared behind the wall. Beastman began to calm down and come to his senses. He began to look human again. The child looked at this frightened wolf and asked, "Has he come to his senses yet?" The man asked fearfully, "What is this boy doing here? What does he want?" The child shouted, "Enough." He didn't feel like continuing this conversation any longer. This time, it wouldn't end with the wolf's spine broken. The wolf asked, would the young man beat him again? The boy said to the wolf, vividly begging for his sister's forgiveness. The boy lifted his head up and said he hoped it would help his sister calm down. At his feet lay the defeated beastman. The little guy said he really wanted to wring that beastman's neck. Beastman lifted his head up and said that he was very sorry for Ms. Irina, and he apologized to her. The villain got down on all fours and started wailing that he was sorry, and he would never do it again. The boy said he would very much like to chop the beast into pieces and bring the pieces to his sister's grave. The beastman wailed that he was asking for forgiveness. The wolf was mad with fear and kept muttering that he was sorry for Miss Irina, and he was sorry for what he had done. The boy said his sister wouldn't want to meet this monster in the afterlife. The child continued, while he was beating the wolf, he must answer him the question, why do beastmen live in such places? The little boy noticed a red stone that lay not far from the wolf. He had not found such a stone in his previous life. The child picked it up. In the same instant, the image of a wolf shifter formed over the little boy. The young man thought it was demonic energy. The kid decided that this had to be used to his advantage somehow. The warrior asked the girl what she wanted to show him. The girl replied, "The mystical creatures that dwell here." The mystical creatures are creatures that came into existence as their bodies accumulated mana over the course of several centuries. The young man said he didn't know they lived outside of Elfheim. The warrior said that spirits are rare. The girl asked why he called the souls of animals spirits. Tiny said, though he's not a spiritual mage, he knows about them. The girl asked, then maybe he knew what the essence of the spirit contained? She would be interested to hear from him. Tiny saw the girl's spirit stone and remembered that he had seen the same one when he had fought a wolf. The boy then thought, where could this wolf have gotten such a precious object? This stone was in a strange state. Why did the spirit stone contain the energy characteristic of demonic beasts? The guy then decided he had to get rid of her first. After getting rid of it, the young man saw that a free spirit silver wolf had appeared in front of him. The little boy couldn't understand what was happening. Someone had pounced on that wolf with a gun in his hands. It was a spirit memory. Some suspicious people surrounded him. They were all using demonic energy. The wolf was covered in wounds but continued to resist. The wolf was defeated and fell down, bleeding. The men pounced on him and began to cut him. The boy realized that these men had come for the spiritual stone. Among them was some child to whom the stone had been given. Who was this child? These scum are trying to absorb the spirit stone to create a beast man. That child was a wolf. The little boy turned to the wolf. He asked, did someone create him? The wolf, like a small child, kept repeating, "I'm sorry, Ms. Irina." In this life, the boy had come too soon, and the wolf had not fully absorbed the spirit stone. The child, holding the spirit stone in his hand, stopped the silver wolf. The beastman continued to kneel and beg for forgiveness. The boy told the silver wolf that that rascal should suffer properly before he died. The child was surprised that the silver wolf understood him. He didn't know he was predisposed to spiritual magic. The girl asked Tiny if he wanted to know if a person could become a spiritual mage. It was possible if he had a pure soul and a decent amount of mana. The girl added that only children are innocent enough for something like this. The boy remembered Astina saying something to that effect. After all, he was just a child now. The wolf thought, the boy is not innocent at all. The silver wolf nuzzled his nose into the child's head. They could be friends. Silver Wolf explained to the child what had happened to him. When the little guy removed the enchantment, his mana penetrated that spirit stone. Mana has filled all his chips, and so they understand each other. The Silver Wolf said that they could now, boldly, make a pact between them. The boy agreed and held out his hand. Spirits don't need constant attention like mages do. As long as mana keeps them alive, they will help. Most spirits grow stronger to match their mage. That's why Astina, one of the 10 great knights, the Silver Wolf growled. The boy asked, "He must have some kind of request?" The little boy looked into the beast's eyes and realized that it was asking for revenge for him. The kid said it was very easy. He was still going to kill anyone who had anything to do with demons. The last stage of the contract with the spirit was to agree on the rules of coexistence. The little boy thought about what to call his new partner. Guy petted the Silver Wolf, shook his paw, and decided he would pick a name he liked. The boy looked up at the sky, saw the glowing moon, and decided that he would name the beast Moonwolf. Beastman continued to stand on all fours and apologize. The child thought to himself, what to do with him? He couldn't believe that someone had created a beastman with a spirit stone. Judging from the fact that they had demonic energy, they must have been followers of a demon. Fanatics who have renounced the goddess and worship a race of demons. The boy thought that there had been a lot of trouble from them even before the Demon King's army came. But he was in the labyrinth then, so he didn't know the details. The kid kicked the beastman with his foot, telling him to stop wailing. He asked if the demon's followers had given him the spirit stone. The wolf said nothing but continued to apologize. The little boy thought that this wolf was completely out of his mind. The Silver Wolf shouted for the beastman to regain consciousness and answered the questions. The beastman woke up, saw the Silver Wolf in front of him, and was terrified. The little one asked where those who had given him the spirit stone were. Beastman said there are many of them. It is a whole organization. The child asked where the organization was and what it did. Beastman cried. He was very scared. He couldn't say a word. He had to calm down. The beastman said they wouldn't let them go. He was just a test subject. They're extremely strong. The young man recited a spell from the beastman exploded. The beast fell. Its head was gone. The young man thought that a spell had worked on him to keep him from talking too much. He thought he'd heard something like that in a previous life. Tiny remembered the beastman saying that the organization would come after him. He thought the Beast Lord had been talking about his subordinates on the first floor. In their previous life, they didn't even know that the wolf was a beastman. The young man was talking to a human then. The kid said then that he was not one to ponder. The child, peering at the crack in the wall, thought that something else entirely was important right now. The little boy wondered if they should give back what he had taken. The kid threw the beastman's body back into the wall. Zverelut punched through the wall, and the child saw that behind the wall was the door of some sort of safe. The boy thought that the Sword Emperor could use the information he had gotten here. He decided to tell him about it when he had the chance. The kid looked at that safe. We should see what's inside. Guy presented the hand of the defeated wolf to the glowing element on the safe door. The door was activated and the young man entered. The safe contained gold, diamonds, and a lot of other things. It was a Valentia family ring, a ring of indescribable beauty. The girl asked the boy what his name was. The child looked at the girl and her companion in armor and said his name was Tiny. The girl said the boy had a charming name. She took a gold ring off her finger. The girl gave the ring to the boy and told him to look for her later. Then she could help him. After all, he knows who she is, doesn't he? Anyone in the kingdom of Aslan knew her. The little boy eyed the gold ring given to him. Chloe von Valentia, the youngest daughter of the Sword Emperor. 6. This girl is known for her good deeds, for which she is nicknamed an angel. She is now 16 years old. She has become an adult. The Valentia family has a tradition, at this age, of touring their properties. 70. There is also a tradition of bringing flowers to each temple and introducing yourself. That's why they met in the red light district, which the documents described as the most remote place in the duchy. In a past life, the boy did not return the ring as he exacted his revenge later. This made it harder for him to get support. Tiny decided that this time would be different. With the ring, it was easier to face the Sword Emperor. The Silver Wolf and the Little One had been waiting for him for a long time. They were already very nervous. The child smiled and said they would be on time for sure. He was grabbed by the legs and spun around. It was immediately noticeable. The people looked at the result of the massacre and decided that it was the work of the manor owner. The man couldn't believe the kid had turned the place upside down. The armored warrior said it was their fault. And now, they want him to clean up their mess. The warrior in armor pushed one man with his foot and said, "This is how a wolf watches over his subordinates." The man was the captain of the guard of the outer fortress of Fields, Remdar. Rem thought this could be used as an excuse to raise them attacks. A little boy came out of the room. Everyone started shouting that it was him and pointing fingers. The men were yelling that this kid was making a mess. Ram asked, "Does the boy even realize what he's done here?" The kid said he was just dealing with the brigands. "Why did Mr. Knight come here?" The boy said he thinks the wolf is paying them well, and they're trying to earn their money. Guard Captain Ram said the boy had no sense of fear at all. The man lashed out at the kid in anger and shouted that this boy dare not talk to him like that. The little guy, looking at this warrior's hand burning with exertion, thought that he was a mana wielder who hadn't even reached the second level. The kid punched the security captain in the arm. He felt the kid's strength. Tiny figured he could overpower this security captain now. The kid jumped up and punched this captain of security several times. The man didn't expect that. The boy thought that this time could be limited to a show of strength. The young man thought that it was not worth antagonizing Lord Phils for now, so he decided not to punish this captain much. The guy was just dodging attacks and thought he had a lot of knights serving him. The kid decided to make this captain of the guard himself decide to back off. The kid was elusive, but he was aggressive when necessary. The captain of the guard decided to use a new technique and see how the kid could respond to this blow. The man was frightened. He saw a silver wolf spirit near the young man. Where did the spirit come from? The guard captain and the silver wolf looked into each other's eyes. The wolf's eyes glowed like a predator's. The boy noted that the captain of the guard was frightened. In such a tiny room, it was impossible not to notice a spirit. The child said if he calmed down a bit, they could talk. The child said he was willing to give him money instead of the wolf. The neighbors listened to the kid's offer. The captain laughed. To him, it was an unexpected suggestion from a child. The man asked how old the little boy was. He turned to the boy with magic. The kid said magic had nothing to do with it. The local land, it's his home. Many of the invaders know him for his dark hair. The captain said he was willing to consider the boy's offer, but would he have 5 gold yangs to spare? The kid started haggling. He said the captain was given probably 1 yang. He offers 1.5. The captain shouted in anger. He disagreed. Tiny said, "In that case, he's ready to fight, here and now." The man was discouraged. The captain turned around and thought the world was going down the drain. He couldn't believe a child could talk like that. The boy didn't bother. He wanted to hear what the guard captain's answer would be. The captain of the guard agreed, but said the little guy had to pay him on time. The guests were frightened. Would Mr. Rem really just leave like that? Rem told the man to shut his mouth. He already had other priorities. The kid threw the promised money to the security captain. He received the promised fee, Tiny said. Since the head of this place had changed, he should introduce himself to Lord Phils. The child asked to arrange this meeting for him. The captain of the guard said he would tell the lord of the young man's request. And the boy must keep in mind that if he does not pay the tax on time, he will know the lord's fury. The guy saw the security captain leaving the room. Deactivated bullies continue to lie in the room. The kid smiled and thought that maybe the next tax collection wouldn't happen at all. Tiny called out to the 3 men. He asked where they were going. The boy gave them exactly 1 hour. They must round up the whole gang and move all the women who work for them here. And all the beggars. For every minute he's late, he'll kill one of them. The young man said if they tried to escape, his spirit would calculate everyone and destroy them. The kid reminded them that they had only 1 hour. The men rushed to carry out the order. He thought that if everything went according to plan, he would be done in less than a week. He was looking forward to meeting Duke Valentius. Not an hour later, the messengers returned. They said they had managed to get everyone together in time. The child was satisfied. Many people stood in front of the boy. His sister's friend, Emma, rushed to the young man. The girl asked in horror, What had happened to his arm? Had he been beaten by the wolf again? The kid said it wasn't his blood. The wolf was dead, and showed the girl the body of the beast man. The girl approached the decapitated body and said, "It really is a wolf." The people began to worry. What should they do? Lord Phils won't be happy. He wouldn't let it go. The little boy saw that everyone appeared frightened. Everyone knows that Lord Phils had custody of that wolf. We had to calm people down. People thought the Lord would turn his anger on them, using as an excuse that they had gone against him. The boy said mutiny is a terrible crime. What will become of Lord Phils if it turns out that he deceived Duke Valencia? The guards reasoned that they hadn't seen Sir Ram lately. He's probably on vacation right now. Turns out, because of what happened at the invaders, he was put on probation. The guard said he heard about a fight a band of brigands got into. And then they saw a monster. Everyone replied that they met a huge wolf monster that was chasing them. The former gang leader was so mutilated he's unrecognizable, and then all his money seemed to evaporate. The safe was empty. The guard asked, "What does this have to do with Captain Ram?" He seemed to be having trouble talking to the new ringleader. Patrons have been sending in complaints since all the establishments are closed. Another guard complained that the city has not been profitable at all lately. So the Lord is very unhappy about it. The guards thought that was why the Lord had summoned the new gang leader. The boys stood around the corner and heard it all. The guards couldn't remember what the new gang leader's name was. What might become of Lord Phils if it turned out that he had been deceiving Duke Valentius? The boy posed this question to those present. Emma asked Tiny what he was just talking about. Tiny figured all the aristocrats were still the same as they appeared to him in his previous life. Personally, he found nothing. Checking the ledger, the Lord offered the young man half of the wolf's wealth for the book, and the chance to lead a few friends away from the invaders. He had other priorities right now, however. The young man didn't think he was the smartest person in the world. But the life of a knight helped him to understand something. There is always a hierarchy among aristocrats. Tiny thought that because of this, the Lord would be finished. The boy told Emma meaningfully that she didn't have to understand everything. That wasn't what was important. The boy told those present the important thing now was that the wolf would not bother them again. They are all free. The girls could not believe their ears. Were they really free now? This child, their savior. The boy pointed to the wolf's body and said they had one last chance to take their anger out on him. The girl ran up to the wolf's body, kicked him with her foot and told him he was a scoundrel. And that's what he should do. The girl shouted that she was the daughter of a successful merchant. That wolf had destroyed her family. The other women rushed to the wolf and screamed for him to burn in hell. And they wanted revenge for the friends he had beaten to death. The women shouted furiously and kicked the beastman's body with their feet. He didn't care anymore. The little guy thought he was bad at comforting. The boy knew it wasn't his style to repay debts like that. Besides, it wouldn't be enough to heal all their wounds. Tiny told his subordinates to take the safe out and put it in the middle. The child opened the safe and everyone saw that there was gold, diamonds inside. Babe said that all women could take as much treasure as they could carry. The child thought money was the best way to comfort. It all belonged to the wolf. The boy said that those whom he forced to stay here should take the money and leave. The women didn't believe it. Was the boy really giving them money? Emma asked. What about Tiny? He needs money too. The kid said he was fine. He had the money he needed set aside. Emma wasn't sure if the child understood due to her age, but there wasn't a person in the world who couldn't use the extra money. Little asked if Emma knew where the money came from. What information does she have? The guy said he wouldn't need that many. He had never seen so many coins. The girls looked at the young man and thought he was very kind to them. The boy said he had something to say to the girls. Everyone listened to him attentively. Tiny said if they did something bad to embezzle everything or told the Lord about the money, they would be in trouble. The little boy showed everyone his friend the silver wolf. Everyone was terribly frightened. The kid added, in which case his wolf buddy would rip everyone to shreds. Tiny told the girl if Emma was planning to leave Phil's, he recommended she head for Dayan. We'll have to travel in groups, and you'll have to hire a mercenary from the guild. The girl asked, why do they have to leave? What would happen to the little boy? The boy said he still had a case to solve. The girl said the boy was strong and could take care of himself. They would do as he said. The girl said they would go to Dayan and asked the boy to visit her whenever he wanted to take a break. The boy thanked Emma. From that day forward, the red light district in Fields was closed for business. The guards couldn't remember the name of the new gang leader. A young man appeared in front of them and said his name was Tiny. The men were surprised to see the child. How long has he been here? They asked. The guard said this is where the Lord and his lady live. Commoners like the boy should not walk here. The second guard asked how the boy knew the gang leader's name. The boy said, "Because the new gang leader is him." And the guards saw the spirit of his silver wolf. The men were very frightened and cried out. The kid thought, from now on, wherever he goes, the same reaction awaits him everywhere. The Grand Master of the Knights of Phillies, Kron, said he had heard of the young man from Rem. But the young man is much younger than he had imagined. Tiny asked, "Is it customary here to make guests stand while a man inspects them?" Kron got angry and told the young man to watch his tongue. The boy said he could advise his interlocutor to do the same. There was no need for him to act as if he were more important than the Lord. The boy adds that he is a guest in the house. And yet Kron tries to raise his sword at him. One would expect nothing more from a man with such a past. And he added that he thinks Kron's breath stinks. And he's the most rotten man in the entire knighthood. The man got angry at the guy and pulled his blade out of its sheath. The servant tried to calm the military man. He said that the Lord was expecting his guest. The officer pulled himself together and apologized for his behavior. He will watch his manners from now on. The Lord, unlike him, is a strict man. The officer thought with anger that he was ready to finish this boy off if given such an order. The officer announced to the Lord that Mr. Tiny of the Nooks and Crannies had arrived. The young boy and the officer entered the room where the Lord was stationed. The boy apologized for the disturbance. The young man, seeing the master, was surprised that it was a lord. The kid kneeled down and said he was honored to meet Lord Falessa. The Lord asked where the lad had learned his manners. Tiny said he was exercising a bit to be dignified by being in the presence of the Lord. Lord Timon von Fiels said the little one is good at pretending to be a knight. The young man thought that this lord would not be easy to get used to. Was this really the Lord he knew? He used to be an anesthesia visum, so that's what he looked like before he got addicted to drugs. Looks don't matter, he's still the same aristocrat inside. Whatever the reason, the ledger he sent to Duke Valentius would end him instead. Tiny decided to divert his attention for the time being. The Lord noticed that the young man had not honored Sir Kron with such a courtesy. The young man said, "Is it possible to treat a master and his servants the same?" The boy said he'd like to join the Lord's service too. If he has a vacancy? The Lord asked, "Does the boy really think Sir Kron is his rival?" Their young guest seemed to be marking far off. The Lord asked if Tiny was really that small. The boy said that he had only turned 13 this year. The men were surprised to hear the young man's age. The Lord said he didn't think it mattered, if the young man came to them anyway. The Lord said the young man was asking to be his servant. In doing so, he had done too much damage to his property. The Lord showed his anger at the young man. He was clearly infuriated by it. He would like to hear an explanation from the young man. Tiny said it was for the Lord's own good. The Lord was surprised. The Lord said he thought the boy was quite bright, but he still doesn't seem to understand how the world works. The officer told the Lord he'd be ready to get rid of this guy in a heartbeat, if someone gives the order. Guy said Duke Valentius has begun to crack down on the spread of drugs and prostitution. The officer was very surprised to hear such a statement. The lad said he was sure the Lord was aware that Lady Valentia had visited the Lord and his domain some time ago. The young man continued. Her people were the ones who told him about it. He just wanted to clean up after the Lord before he got himself in order. The boy thought it was all true. So even if the Lord decided to check his words, he wouldn't find anything. The Lord said he had heard about it. During their youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, they planned something grand. The officer said the boy was talking teeth to his master. The Lord angrily told Kron to watch his tongue. And don't talk too much. The officer apologized and said he wouldn't do it again. The Lord observed that the young man's approach was primitive. But if he was telling the truth, he should be rewarded. The young man thanked the Lord. The Lord said he needed to be sure about something. The Lord said he had information that the young man had a spirit under control. The Lord inquired, was it his boyfriend who stole the wolf from the spirit stone? The young man was puzzled. How could the Lord know about this? The boy knew it was about his moon wolf. The young man noticed that a circle of demonic energies had formed around the Lord. Is he a dark magician? 33. Demons never lend their power without sacrifice. A second-level mage is either a lunatic who has destroyed hundreds of people, or he has sacrificed the lives of dozens of people. The boy remembered the two scoundrels who planned to sell his dead sister's body. Tiny remembered the two Randos brothers who wanted to destroy him and sell his body for organs. The little boy thought it was the Lord who was buying the corpses from the invaders. He was disturbed by this discovery. The young man thought there was a dark mage behind him, supporting him. The wolf was a rascal. The Lord said he was waiting for an answer. The kid was stalling for time. He said he didn't understand the question. The Lord nervously told the officer to stand by. The officer drew his blade from its sheath. The boy thought, "This is not good." He couldn't handle two at once with his external power. He had to call in his Moonwalker. Moonwolf appeared great and mighty and roared at the men. The Lord thought he was indeed the Lord of the forest. The officer was terribly frightened. The Lord, looking at his subordinate officer, thought he was a useless stump. The Lord said if this was the way things were going to turn out, we should get a new test subject. The boy's tense. The Lord wants to use him instead of the wolf. The Lord asked Crown how strong the boy was. The officer said he's about to reach level 2, so he's on the level of a knight. The officer assumed the guy was either from a noble family where he'd been trained to use mana since childhood, or he's a genius. There was no way the young man could learn it on his own. Not a single strand of mana is leaking out, and the circulation is quite stable. The young man was glowing all over, radiating his magical energy. The officer concluded that someone had taught this young man. The boy wondered if he should make up who had trained him. They wouldn't believe him if he insisted that he had trained himself. Guy said he was trained by his late parents, before he came to the Phillies. Tiny said that he had been learning this breathing technique since he was an infant. Gradually, his strength increased and he realized that it was special. Yanni wanted to find out if it was true. He took in refugees from everywhere so the invaders could make a profit. There's no way he can track him down. The boy said what he stands before the Lord now proves the truth of his words. The Lord, lighting his pipe, said he believed the young man. Tiny thought that was easier than he had expected. The man told the young man that he still had to clarify some details. The man said to let Tiny stay here for a while. The Lord said he needed to settle his affairs. The boy destroyed a wolf and things got messed up for him. Now he needs someone to blame. The young man was wary. It might just so happen that the Lord would try to make him the extreme for the trouble he had gotten into. It's about one of the members of the organization the wolf mentioned. If the Lord is wary of him, it must be some scary dark mage. The boy thought it could be dangerous. The Lord noticed that the young man did not answer again. Was the boy so rude? The man said that if Tiny wanted to serve with him, the offer should suit the lad's taste. The young man bowed and said that in that case he would obey. The Lord hinted that his guest of honor would be present. He asked the boy to mind his manners even more carefully in his presence. The young man knew he still had a trump card up his sleeve, and that gave him strength. For about 3 days, the Duke's men will find out if the ledger is real. After that, it will take about 3 more days to assemble the punitive army. After that, it would take about 10 days to get to Fields. In total, it would take 15 days. The lad thought that if the Lord's guest came after that, then it should work out. The young man asked if there was any information about when the guest would arrive. The Lord was surprised and asked, "Why is the young man asking this?" The guy stuck it out and said, he needs to realize how much time he has to learn etiquette. The Lord replied that the boy had a week to learn good manners and asked that he not let him down. Tiny was upset. The guest's arrival so quickly could have disrupted his plans. The young man had received reliable information. He now knew that the guest would arrive in a week. The guy figured he only had 2 choices. The first option was to escape. The invaders should have escaped by now. It was worth following suit if he wanted to get out of here. Bypassing the Lord's men will be very difficult. The guy realized that in that case he would be put on a wanted list, and then meeting the Sword Emperor would be very problematic. The young man didn't want to miss this opportunity. After all, he has something to get from the Emperor. Therefore, he should avoid anyone who could cause him trouble in the future. Reasoning thus, the young man did not forget to improve his physical abilities and to improve his fighting skills. The mere thought of running away made him very angry. It had not been in his plans from the beginning, even though he may not have enough power now, but looking for a way to defeat his enemies has always been his method of dealing with issues. The second option concerned a guest who would appear in a week's time. The young man needed to know if this was going to be an official visit. Tiny remembered the Lord saying that the man would visit him. The Lord spoke of him as if he were some high-ranking aristocrat. But then why hasn't there been a commotion in the house? It seems suspicious. In the end, the lad decided it would be a mysterious visit. Whoever is behind the Lord can't just show himself in public. The kid thought that before this guest arrived, there must be a high-profile event in Fields. After this event, people should pay attention to this place. It is possible that the meeting may have to be postponed or canceled. Tiny realized that the risk was very great, but that's his approach. The plan must work. All the while, the young man continued to train. He knew he had to become much stronger. The young man had the task of defeating the Lord and all his knights. And that would not be easy. After all this thinking and the end of a strenuous workout, Tiny thought it was time for him to get some refreshment. The cook was inattentive. He glared at the young man and overflowed the dish, pouring it into his plate. Everyone nearby glared at the young man. How could so much food go into such a baby? The young man did not stop and destroyed dish after dish. He had a great appetite. Someone even suggested that the young man had an appetite like an orc. The young man realized that he only needed to eat well enough for the amount of mana in his body to increase. After taking the meal, the boy felt good. He didn't even need to take medicine or herbs. It was enough for him to be thoroughly nourished. Someone called out to the young man. The young man turned around and saw the knight, who said that Tiny was a homeless child who had been taught etiquette by dogs. The boy did not stop eating and said that yes, it was him. The man was surprised by this answer. The man became angry and said the young boy was not being respectful in the presence of an adult. The little kid, continuing his meal, said that this grown man was picking on a little kid. What respect can we talk about? The man in armor said he couldn't tell if the kid wanted to make him laugh or challenge him to a fight. The boy said the man could decide for himself. The child got angry and hit the knight's armor with his fist. The blow was hard. The knight cried out in pain and called the little boy rudely. An angry man tried to hit the child on the head with his fist. The kid dodged. The man missed. The knight's colleague at the next table told him to calm down. After all, he was just a child. An officer came up to the knight and told him to be quiet. It is not proper to behave like that with a little boy. The boy told the knight he could go on. He wondered how it would end. Tiny asked, the knight wanting to know how strong he was. The knight said angrily that the boy was nothing. He's just conceited. The boy thought the man would soon figure it out for himself. The little boy thought that the Lord was most likely behind all of this, and he would really understand soon. The knight and the young man stood against each other. People surrounded them. The boy realized that now they would have to fight and show who was stronger. The man decided that he would personally put the young man in his place and show him who's stronger. The guy asked calmly, confident the knight would have no regrets later on, especially since he was unarmed. The knight only grinned in response. The knight said for the young man to draw his sword, and now he would deal with him in a second. The kid said, well, if his opponent isn't scared and he's asking for it, then the guy is ready to engage in a confrontation. Kid swung around and kicked his opponent's leg with all his might. The knight screamed in pain and clenched his fists with rage. The enraged man swung around and wanted to hit the kid with his fist. The boy dodged spectacularly, and the knight's fist whistled past him. The young man kicked his opponent's leg once more. The knight's leg went under. The man was furious. Did this guy really have a level 1? The knight's legs ached and refused to move. The man didn't know what was happening to him. The warrior was furious. He didn't think he could lose so easily to this boy. The boy involved in this fight thought that his opponent was quite challenging. The young man in front of him screamed in pain and called the young man names, believing he had done him an injustice. The guy once again dodged his opponent's punch and skipped between his legs. The baby jumped high above the knight, and the man did not expect such a maneuver from a child. The boy jumped on his opponent's shoulders and grabbed his head. The knight thought, when did he have time to do that? Tiny grabbed his opponent by the chin and squeezed his head. The man was terrified. The boy told him not to be afraid. The child snapped his opponent's neck. The knight fell. The boy said it wasn't hard. Everyone was wondering, what had happened? Had Sir Grant lost to this boy? An officer stood in the crowd. He exchanged stern glances with the boy. They understood each other without words. The kid thought that he had defeated this knight on purpose in full view of everyone. He didn't rely on the Moonwalker's strength, so that no one would have any doubts about his abilities. Tiny thought, not everyone would have been able to handle this warrior like this. Sir Grant was upset. He decided that now the Lord would send him away. The young man was pleased with himself. He reasonably decided that the probability of success of his scheme had now increased considerably. The young man watched as his opponent was led away from the battlefield. No one else had any doubts about the boy's strength. The guy said that most likely in this fight he was a little overmatched. But it was expected. It was the only way to overcome the difference between their levels. He had to use mana when he caught his opponent off guard. The kid thought that in a past life he would have had a hard time in this situation. Manatel's physical recovery was much faster in those days, but there were times when it slowed down. The boy knew that now that the Manatello had merged perfectly with his body, that wouldn't happen. Even the extra training was getting easier now, and that made him feel better. The boy realized that now he could become stronger than what he was before. That was very inspiring to him. After analyzing the situation, the kid realized that the Lord was indeed behind what had happened. The Lord said that he seemed to have underestimated the young man. The boy said that he was grateful for his trust and for the fact that the Lord had tested him. The Lord invited the young man to join him for breakfast, and the boy was brought a delicious steak. The man said this steak was cooked from a calf. There are still plenty of dishes to eat so the baby can get full. The kid said it would be too much for breakfast, and he doesn't eat steak for breakfast. The Lord said that he thought it was strange. It seemed to him that the young man's superhuman strength, capable of throwing off a knight, existed in the young man because of his good appetite. The boy said that his opponent had behaved too recklessly. It was his strategic mistake. The Lord said that the young man is being modest. He looks forward to seeing what the lad will become in the future. The man wished he had a teacher who could train a genius like the boy. The Lord added, he knows that most of the knights that are left mentioned raise themselves on their own without teachers. The guy agreed with the man and said that ultimately all of the knight's power is from God. The Lord looked at the young man and said that he had probably studied history, and he is familiar with table etiquette. This boy is clearly not a commoner. The little boy thought he had been taught everything in a past life. The steak for breakfast was delicious. The man stated that in the empire and in the surrounding states, dark-haired, dark-eyed aristocrats were now rare. The Lord added, with all of the above in mind, he had some thoughts. The young man wondered what his interlocutor meant. The Lord was speaking in riddles again. The Lord was beginning to realize what the man meant. Who knew that this young man would prove so valuable? The little boy didn't understand again. The Lord said that the man would explain everything to the young man himself. He was very happy when he heard about the boy yesterday. The kid thought that he didn't know for sure, but he assumed that this Lord might become a drug addict in the future. He was very vague about his thoughts. The kid assumed the Lord was content with the power of the circle. It was impossible to predict when the demon would ask for his return. In a past life, that man had turned his back on him and took the circle. The Lord told the young man to wait for this meeting. The man said he is such an incredible person that the guy can't even imagine. He'll probably find a great use for him. The kid thanked the man for the valuable opportunity he was giving him. He would never forget it. The young man continued his training. That man and the organization bothered him very much, but now he didn't see the point in thinking about them. The boy decided to continue sticking to his plan. The Lord had a second round. And Kron, he's a second-stage fighter. Kron is a little stronger, but they're similar in level. Tiny thought that it was to achieve the second stage in his previous life that he had spent a lot of time. But it would be much easier now. He would definitely get there. The young man continued to train hard. He thought that 6 days would be enough for him. It's been 3 days. The martial arts simulators were in a bad state of disrepair. The little boy thought his body was still small, but he had become much stronger. Judging by the condition of the wooden trainers, it was obvious that the young man had tried hard. Along with the young man's weight and strength, his flexibility was also increasing. He moved better now than he had in his previous life. The guy realized that it wasn't until he started working through the basics again that he figured out that being a thug was problematic. In his past life, Tiny wanted to become big and strong. That was his dream. Manatello, who was connected to the subconscious mind, reacted with disturbed harmony with his overly pumped-up body. This time, the kid decided that you don't have to have well-pumped muscles. There was no need to become so huge now, because it had no effect on strength. Now, all the knights who saw the young man passing by considered him a monster who had tackled Sir Grant. Men tried to avoid the young man. Where he appeared, there were always fewer people. He was feared. It was a good thing they'd gotten their bearings on their own, kid thought. He didn't have to explain where they belonged. And the guy kept going to intense workouts and eating well. There was no shortage of food. Every day passed routinely, and after 3 days, everyone lost interest in him. They didn't even pay attention to the young man. One day, everything changed. The young man noticed that the knights were acting tense. A warrior appeared and said he was sure he would find the young man right here. The boy walked up to the man and asked, "What's the matter, Commander?" The commander told the little one to follow him, because his master ordered the young man to be armed. Tiny was very pleased. He thought it was a very timely decision, and he was ripe to start using his weapon. The kid waited for the duty officer to open the armory. The knight said that the Lord appreciated the young man's fighting qualities very highly. The knight told the young man to remember to thank Mr. Lord. In the armory, the young man saw armor. They looked very expensive, but the boy decided that they would not suit him. The young man looked at the swords along the wall. There was nothing like a mace or battle axe among them. The kid thought that there would be no hope of additional income. The boy asked the knight if a sword like his would fit him. The knight said he has a very expensive sword, and it is a valuable weapon in battle. The warrior said his sword was a precious artifact called sorrow. It was made by a famous blacksmith named Roger. This sword is not suitable for a young man of his level. The young man said that if it was all about level, then this sword was best suited for him after all. The man showed the sword to the child, but said that the sword would not be suitable for such a small child. He needed something smaller. The lad objected and said that only a talented warrior should have good weapons, including for the sake of the Lord's well-being. The warrior was terribly angry with the young man. A boy shouldn't have such a conversation with a fighting knight, with years of battle under his belt. The knight shouted that this young man was starting to pounce again. The kid said if the knight didn't like what he said, why don't they have a fight now and find out who's stronger? The guy stated if he loses this time, his opponent can cut off his head. There will be no objection from his side. The knight was furious. He called the young man names and said that he would destroy him now. There would be no mercy for him. The guards outside and a passing servant heard the conversation between the young man and the officer. The young man apologized to the commander and said that he would behave better from now on. The boy came out of the armory. He was holding a heavy, for his age, edged weapon packed in a sheath. 3. The guards and servants looked at the young man. They decided that Sir Kron had not been very friendly to the child. Why did he get such a heavy weapon? When a man is small and yet talented, trouble begins. It seems the rumors about his age were true. The guards assumed that the commander didn't trust this boy. No wonder he's so concerned. Because rumor has it this kid is going to be the next commander. The servant said that the commander shouldn't have done that after all. The boy is still very young. The servants decided that whatever it was, they would behave carefully and not get on the young man's nerves. The child moved with difficulty, carrying the edged weapon he had brought with him. The women asked who beat Mr. Tiny like that. He's not even alive. The kid was in tears and said the commander promised to give him a weapon, so he went after him. And that's what happened. The women told the young man to go rest. If he needed anything, to let them know. The boy's face was all bruised and his hands were bruised. The Lord was resting in his cabin. A servant was pouring wine into his glass. The Lord asked his servant thoughtfully, "What about the victims?" He was very interested in that question now. The servant said they were in the Lord's possession. The Lord wondered if these were bodies from the Wolfgang again. The man thought the boy had turned the invader's life upside down. He caused quite a stir. The Lord thought that he could not understand this young man. But now he decided to ignore such trifles. The Lord thought that in a couple of days, once his bloodline was confirmed, the path to success would open up to him. There is only one problem that could arise if he turns out to be from the wrong family. In that case, not only him, but also the Lord, the wolf leader, would have to pay a terrible price for it. The Lord thought it shouldn't happen. Given the young man's demeanor and knowledge, he was sure he was from a respectable family. One cannot defeat a knight at such a young age just by being talented. Such a thing is only possible if he has learned the secret technique of that family. The Lord noted another important point. This young man not only had dark eyes but also hair. The Lord felt that this was strong evidence. The glass was empty by then. As he fell asleep, the Lord thought that he was looking forward to meeting that honorable man. The Lord woke up to some noise. It seemed to be a servant. He's noisy, the man thought. The man thought he should just sacrifice him, so he wouldn't wake him up like that again. The Lord opened his eyes and was horrified. In front of him was a young man with his new weapon. The young man thrust his sword straight into the Lord's chest and said that it was the punishment of heaven that had come upon him. The man screamed in terror. He was bleeding all over. It was the last scream he would ever make. The Lord was left lying on his bed bleeding. A huge sword was sticking out of his chest. There was no one around. It was the morning of the next day. The maid went into the room to wake the Lord. What she saw frightened her very much. The woman screamed loudly. An officer of the guard entered the Lord's room. He saw the dead Lord and was frightened. The man thought it might be the work of a dark magician. The warriors gathered around the body of their Lord. A priest had come by before. One of the warriors said that the priest would report to the parish that he had noticed demonic energy. The Knight of the Order of Phyllis Glen said the Imperial Investigation Department will be here soon. They'll look into it properly. One of the guards asked why the body was in such a state. It looked as if the Lord had been dead for a couple of weeks. Another guard said, "Rumor has it that the dark mage caused the corpse to rot as soon as the Lord died." All the wars had come to a consensus that it was an unsightly picture. and no one wanted to look in the Lord's direction. Knight Glenn thought, why did his master make this particular choice? He had traded his lineage and the honor of being an aristocrat of the empire for being killed rather than exposed. Glenn concluded that there was nothing to be learned from a dead man. But there was still one problem. The problem was that the sword used to kill the Lord was very similar to the one wielded by their commander. One of the men said that that able-bodied boy had met the Lord in person. The man reasoning thus, the warriors came to the opinion that this might be a good reason. Maybe the commander had gone mad because of it. After such thoughts, the guards began to wonder where their commander might be now. Knight Glenn said, we can't leave things as they are. There needs to be a little investigation. The knight, armed with a notebook and pen, questioned everyone present. He wrote down the testimonies in the notebook. There were witnesses who confirmed seeing the young man after he was beaten by the commander. Everything pointed to the same person. Glenn said to bring the boy to him right away. The young boy was being interrogated by Knight Glenn. The child had bruises on his face and a large bruise. The boy said that yesterday he went after the commander because he offered him a choice of weapons. The young man said he did not expect the commander to suddenly hit him. Of course, he was never given a weapon. The knight slammed his hand on the table and said that they had already inspected the vault. They'd found signs that the captain had been there yesterday, but he'd left, Glenn continued, and said that no one had seen the commander at the estate afterward. He had simply vanished after meeting the young man. The knight asked if the young man really didn't see the commander again. The little boy cried and said he never saw the officer again. The boy added that the commander was unhappy with the decision of the Lord who wanted to hire him for the service. The kid, holding his swollen eye, said he didn't meet the commander after that. The knight thought that the young man's story matched quite well with the testimony of the witnesses. The child asked what would happen to him now. The Lord promised to give him a bright future. The man thought for a moment and told the young man to come to him tomorrow morning. He was free now. The young man can rest and heal. After saying goodbye to Knight Glenn, the young man thought that if he was a local knight, he must be a nasty fellow. The young man couldn't remember if he'd seen him before. The young man remembered how he had defeated knights in a past life. This one was not among them. The boy thought it strange that the knight was calling him in for questioning. After all, he had already testified earlier. The young man decided not to let his guard down. The next morning, the knight handed the young man a mercenary's badge and a sack of money. The knight explained that a commoner needed to be either a mercenary or a merchant to move freely. Recommendations to the young man he promised to give. This was a level C mercenary token. Tiny thought he was just about to make himself just such a token. The little boy asked why the knight had given it to him. Glenn said that if the young man got into troubled waters, he would be wasting his talent. He advised him to go to sea. It was the advice of a man who had gained experience in life. The lad thought that perhaps the knight would like to advise the same to himself. Glenn said no thanks were necessary. The young man thanked the knight and said that he too was thinking of leaving this place. If the knight had left this place, then it was understandable why he did not remember him. The guy figured if a dark mage showed up, the imperial family would take up the cause. Let him stop this man's movement by his act. The young man assumed that the investigation squad from the duchy would probably not show up here. The kid decided that in that case, he would go there himself. Glenn said it was the right thing to do, and when the young man succeeds, that he should call a knight to him. The young man said he agreed, but he didn't know his interlocutor's name. The knight was surprised. Does the young man not know his name? After calming down a bit, the knight said his name was Glenn Riverdee, but the young man could call him simply Glenn. The boy said that the knight could also fill his name. After all, it would be very famous in the future. As he left the place, the young man thought that now that the Lord and Commander were not around, he would have a hard time. He felt a little ashamed in front of this knight. Glenn thought he needed mages who specialized in tracking trails to find the commander. The young man walked away, leaving the problem unsolved. The lad knew that with a mercenary token, a horse could be rented from the guild. A silver wolf ran up to the young boy. The boy thought, the wolf wants him to ride him. The road was long and difficult even for him. The warrior shouted, the man wants to ride on the back of the wolf man. He would be turned inside out in less than 10 minutes. The boy thought that only creatures like orcs, with their sense of balance thrown off, would be capable of such a thing. The young man agreed that he would ride the wolf and saddled up. He decided to give it a try. The boy noticed that the silver wolf looked smaller in physical form than in spirit form. Spirits take the largest form, but in the physical body, their size depends on the level of the summoner, and they are willing to adjust. The kid decided they needed to synchronize their souls and senses first. The young man summoned the spirits of the second level. The young man noticed that the silver wolf's body began to accumulate substantial energy. The guy asked what else a summoner could do after becoming stronger. The girl answered that it depends on the level, but his characteristics would affect the physical form of the spirit. The young man noticed how his wolf had a stronger structure and his energy density increased. The silver wolf tore off with such speed that the guy could barely stay on his back. The young man noticed that all of his senses had sharpened greatly. Moonwolf's movement, his vision, his sense of smell would help to shorten the travel time. And now he would be able to travel long distances faster than before. He might even be able to get to the place where the first accident happened. Tiny remembered that in his past life on the continent, numerous misfortunes happened one after another, as if foreshadowing the appearance of the Demon King's army. It had severely depleted the strength of humanity. It all started with the disappearance of a divine object in Karuna. The young man decided that this was what needed to be prevented first. The 7 jewels of humanity that the goddess bestowed upon them. The 7 great divine objects were supposed to be the last stronghold, but they were stolen in a past life. The boy thought that this time he would grow stronger and prevent misfortunes. He would fight the Demon King's army along with the men who would be fully prepared for battle. The first mishap would happen in the Kingdom of the Sea, Karuna. The boy decided to go there as soon as he stopped by the Duke's estate. The imperial family sent an investigation squad after all. The Lord was murdered. There were rumors that a dark magician was behind it. Townspeople wondered how this murder might affect them. The men decided it was better to be careful just in case. We should lay low for a while. One night, a guard noticed a wanderer approaching him who hid his face under his cloak. The guards stopped the unknown man and asked who he was. The warriors held their weapons at the ready. The unknown man told them to mind their own business. He waved his hand and the warriors fell to the ground, senseless. Knight Glenn saw the unknown man who appeared in front of him. He drew his sword, pointed it at the man, and asked who he was. The stranger, without showing any emotion, said he had one question. The man said for Glenn to tell him everything he knew about the Lord's death. Knight Glenn was terribly frightened. At first, he could not utter a word. Glenn told the unknown man everything he knew. The stranger asked where his body was now. The knight said that they put the body in a coffin and left it in the chambers, as they were ordered by the Imperial Family Investigation Squad. The unidentified man said that Glenn was about to fall asleep and would wake up in exactly 1 hour. 1 hour had passed. Glenn opened his eyes and thought he had dozed off. The man didn't understand how it happened. He must have been working hard lately. A guard came running and said they were in big trouble. The Lord's body suddenly disappeared. Glenn was surprised. The knight thought this was a very important clue to the Dark Mage's interference. The forest outside the Fields estate. A lone traveler makes his way through this forest. The unknown man pulled a weapon from the body. Wolves gathered around the corpse. The owner of the sword was dead by the time it was thrown away. The unknown man thought it was the fault of the rascal who got rid of the wolf. He's sure it was that dark-haired boy. He disappeared right after it happened. The unknown man decided that this young man would pay for messing up their organization's plans. The gates of the western castle of Lucentius. People with their belongings enter the castle through the gate. The young man was in a good mood. He noticed that Lucentia had a lot of guests. The young man noticed the same thing, that everything was quiet here. But that could change if that person acted first. The young man thought it was about time he bought some gear already. The boy looked at how many coins were in the sack. He mentally thanked the knight for his gesture of goodwill, but it was not enough. Suddenly, 2 thugs armed with cold weapons appeared on the young man's way. They noticed coins in the boy's hand. They were happy and said that the boy had money. The villains offered the young man to give them the money as long as they asked nicely. The young man told the interlocutors that he had an alternative proposal. The young man kneaded his fists and asked if these guys had any money of their own, implying that he wanted it. In my former life in the underground, there was one unwritten rule. If a huge shadow surrounds a traveler in an alley, one must immediately hold one's breath. If you kill a few people, then the soul can become corrupted. There will come a day when guilt may overwhelm. So maybe we should be merciful. Tiny said it's going to be okay. The warrior stated that he had never killed a human before. The guy added, but he got rid of a lot of scumbags. The frightened villains gave the young man their money. They did not want to deal with him any further. The young man said that these guys aren't strong as knights. They don't reach their level. Rufus's family resented him, but there was nothing they could do about this guy. The men couldn't stand it any longer, grabbed their blades and shouted that they were about to cut off this boy's tongue. The boy did not hesitate to engage the brothers in hand-to-hand combat. He struck one of them with such force that he dropped his sword and flew backwards. The other attacker had a hard time too. The young man kicked him in the face. He also flew backwards. Along the way, the young man took down several other men who wished him harm. All the defeated men were lying unconscious. The young man took the money from everyone as he should after such a battle. He said he would put it to good use, thanked everyone for their participation. The young man visited a gun store. He picked up a mace. This armor was made from an iron bull that lived in the southern mountains. That's what the salesman told the young man. The seller, praising his goods, said that this armor would repel most arrows. The men, watching from the sidelines as the young man picked out his weapon, decided not to get close to him. The young man asked the salesman if there was an event coming up or was there an event coming up. The seller said that it was coming up soon. The man said that young Mistress Valentia would be making her traditional rounds. The young man thought that his sister Irina was the first to show him what love was. And this girl was the first to show him hope. The guy thought, let it end badly, but thanks to hope, he was able to get out of there. The young man thought that both of these girls had changed his life. If she had known how he lived, she would have thought he was adhering to his sister's wishes. The girl said Tiny is pretty big for a man with that name. The boy said he was really sorry. The kid, walking out of the gun store, thought she didn't remember him. The young man rushed forward and thought, since they would have met before in this life, she would definitely remember him. I'll have to ask her to help him meet the Sword Emperor, Lucentia, one of the largest cities in the central region. The eldest son of Count Lucent, Edmund was telling his companion about the sights of this city. The young man and girl were accompanied by a large number of guards. The guy was telling the girl that Lucentia has the biggest night market in the area. They're also famous for their salmon. The girl told the young man that she was not interested in the business side of things. She would like to visit the slums. To the young man's question, the girl replied that the slum dwellers were also their subjects. The young man said that he would show the girl the slums and invited her to follow him. The girl thought, why did he react like that? She is an heiress and has received a proper education. Therefore, she should know the disciplines of the empire. Her father told the girl to keep an eye on the people at the bottom. Only when their lives got better would things get better in their lands and country too. The girl thought her father was strange if he stuck to the values he taught them. If she could, she would like to change people's perception of the slums. At the girl's coming-of-age ceremony, her fiancé was announced. So she will soon not be able to lead the life she is accustomed to. The girl wondered if she should go to the temple. They had been inviting her to join them for a long time. The young person thought her father would probably be upset. He would not want her to be alone for the rest of her life. The girl saw the little one surrounded by the knights of her guard. And she thought, where did he come from? The girl wondered what was wrong with this boy. She shouted for him to step aside. The young man raised up his hand with the ring and said that this ring was given to him personally by the lady. The young man approached the girl, knelt down in front of her, held out his hand with the ring and said that she had asked him to look for her. Even though he was late, he wanted to show her his respect. The girl didn't understand what the guy was saying. The young lady, looking at the ring the boy was holding, was very surprised. The girl took a closer look at the jewel and said that it was indeed her ring. The girl thought it was strange. She gave the ring to a kid from the slums. The young mistress asked, how did this ring end up in the young man's possession? In the same instant, before the young man knew it, the guards had their blades to his neck. Mistress Valentia glared angrily at the fellow. The guards continued to control him, holding their blades at the young man's neck. Tiny didn't know what to do now. He couldn't move. He had to explain himself somehow. The girl knight accompanying the young mistress shouted for the boy to answer immediately. The kid realized they had met too soon. Kid said, the girl would find it hard to believe, but he's the kid. The girl couldn't believe it. The young man decided he must have grown up fast, so she didn't recognize him. Tiny said he was the only one in Phil's who had dark hair. The girl asked, how was that possible? The guards continued to hold the young man at gunpoint. The girl said the young man was much dirtier and smaller, and even spoke with difficulty. The little boy thought then that it was because of that rogue wolf. The young lady said the young man was much thinner then, and he looked very pitiful. The guy thought that this girl always liked small and cute things. The little boy thought that in that case he could give the girl a present. The young man waved his hands and a small silver wolf cub appeared in the girl's arms. It was real. The girl happily began to hug this wolf cub and asked, what was such a cute little thing doing here? Tiny said it was a spirit, and they don't know anything about him. The girl noticed that spirits are friends only with those who have a pure soul. The girl knight couldn't believe it. This guy not only has weapons to fight, but also his own spirit. The girl asked, "What is this spirit's name?" The guy said he gave him the name Moonwolf. In the Western language, it would sound like Moonwolf. The girl was amazed this young man from the slums even knows the Western language, and said, "This beast has a beautiful name." The young lady said she didn't expect the boy to change so much in just a few months. Before, he couldn't have been 10 years old. The young man said his name was Tiny and he was 13 years old. He began to grow rapidly after he awakened mana. The girl knight told her mistress that this young man is extremely suspicious. He has half-human blood in him. The girl knight bared her sword, pointed it towards the boy, and said that it was her duty to protect her mistress. The young man accompanying the girl said that he too thought the boy was suspicious. He should be locked up and thoroughly investigated. The guy said he doesn't expect everyone to trust him. Ms. Chloe, when she gave him the ring, said she'd help him. Edmund shouted that this boy didn't dare ignore him. Chloe asked, "Does the boy really need her help?" The young man said he was interested in meeting Duke Valentius. He's been seeking it for a long time. The girl knight shouted angrily that this boy must be out of his mind. How dare he say that? The young man wondered, did they really think he could hurt the Duke? Duke is one of the continent's 7 superhumans. Plus, he uses aura. He's talking about the Sword Emperor, isn't he? The girl knight was surprised that the young man knew about it. Chloe said that her father was embarrassed to hear this title. He had not long ago become one of the 7 great knights of the continent. The young man thought that indeed it was not yet so well known a fact. But this title suits the Duke perfectly. The girl knight said that their Duke was a great man. Even to the backwoods, news of his successes had reached the countryside. Fortunately, the people didn't take it too badly. The young man said he had business with the Duke. He would like to tell him about what happened recently in Felis. The guy said that he was personally present there and is therefore an important witness. The young man told Miss Chloe everything. The girl knight confirmed it all to her. Chloe asked what else was being kept from her. She said she was afraid that her mistress would get involved in dangerous matters. The girl knight said that she wasn't hiding anything else. One of the lords of the empire turned out to be a dark wizard, but he was killed by someone else. Chloe decided that Tiny's testimony, important information. After all, he was personally present there. The girl thought it was good that the guy himself wanted to meet her father. They should go to the main manor immediately. The girl asked how long her mistress was going to carry this spirit with her. The girl was afraid that this spirit might harm her mistress. Chloe said that spirit, a little cutie. The girl knight said she shouldn't let her guard down and get distracted by any cuties. Chloe asked where Tiny was now. The interlocutor explained that Mr. Edmund had taken the young man somewhere and said that he had business to attend to. The white wolf spirit suddenly disappeared from the girl's hands. Edmund said they could finally have a normal conversation. The young man asked what the boy's name was. The boy said his name was Tiny. The young men began to work things out over how they felt about each other. Tiny asked, "What does Edmund know about dark magicians?" Edmund said he didn't know anything about them. Earlier, he had simply lied because the boy was acting arrogant. Edmund said the young man was very impertinent and an ill-mannered child. Edmund wanted to teach the kid a lesson and swung around to hit him. Tiny intercepted his companion's hand and squeezed it tightly. Edmund wondered how the boy could stop him. The young man was frightened. He could not free his hand. The child's grip was very tight. The kid said that if Edmund disrespected him again, he would make Miss Chloe take responsibility for it. Edmund said that this boy dare not harm an aristocrat. The guy wondered, aristocrat, that's some weird title. And he said Edmund could do as he pleased. The kid said he wanted to see what his interlocutor had prepared. Something keeps him confident when he meets him. Edmund told the young man to follow him. He thought he was dealing with an unscrupulous commoner. The girl knight jumped up on her horse and set off to do her mistress's bidding. Miss Chloe sent Vivian to look for Tiny right away. Vivian thought her mistress was overprotective of this boy. But since the spirit had disappeared, it must have been far away from its summoner. The girl rode her horse and thought that Edmund was able to lead the young man away from the castle. The girl thought she would not be late. Edmund and Tiny stood on the threshold of a large building. A man came out of the mansion and asked, "What brought the young men here?" The man said there was still time before tax day. Or maybe they're here for the merchandise, and they have something to show you. That man was Rufus, the head of the family. Tiny had met members of this family before. Edmund said he wasn't interested in the merchandise. He wants to teach that ignorant teenager a good lesson. Rufus was very surprised. Can a child be punished? He's just a baby. Edmund told the man not to be impertinent and slapped him in the face. He said he needed to be taught a lesson. Rufus said he understood. Rufu told his younger brothers to take care of this boy. The younger brothers, Eric and Tillman, approached the child and stopped in surprise. Both brothers recognized the young man. They had met him in town when they wanted to take money from him. The young man recognized these brothers too and said hello to the men. The Rufus brothers were frightened and thought they should not deal with this suspicious boy again. The older Rufus asked in anger why his brothers weren't doing anything. He told them to teach the boy a lesson. What are they waiting for? The brothers tearfully flew up to the older one and said, this is the teenager they told them about, and they asked the elder Rufus to avenge them. Edmund watched the scene in consternation. Rufus drew his mace and told the young man that today was not his day. The boy shouldn't have crossed the line. Edmund rejoiced. He thought that now the man would wipe the arrogant smirk off the boy's face. Rufus said that now the boy would be finished and swung his mace to deliver a crushing blow to the young man. Tiny immediately drew his new mace. He struck Rufus's leg with such force that he couldn't stay on his feet. Rufus flew high above the ground and then collapsed with a noise. It hurt him very badly. The elder Rufus's fall was so strong that everyone bounced to the side, so he wouldn't hit them. Rufus was lying on the ground with stars in front of his eyes. The man regretted messing with that child. But it was too late to retreat. The young man stood in a fighting stance with a mace in his hand. He glared menacingly at his opponents. The next moment, the young man, as if nothing had happened, began to swing his baton. "Is this the end of the fight?" he asked. The boy looked at the frightened Edmund. Edmund flew up to the elder Rufus and shouted for him to save him immediately. A young man with burning eyes slowly approached Edmund. He said, "Let it be Rufus who tries anything." Edmund was on all fours in front of the lying Rufus. A young man with a club on his shoulder watched the scene. Tiny told the older Rufus that he was sort of the head of the family, but for some reason he didn't last long. The young man thought that there was nothing more to talk about with these two. He had to go and do his own thing. The boy looked around, saw the two brothers, and asked them what they were going to do now. Suddenly Vivian came running in. She wanted to save the boy from the beating. What Vivian saw really struck her. Around the young man lay the defeated opponents. The boy was absolutely calm. The girl knight saw a young man in an unnatural pose. She asked if it was Edward. "Why are his pants wet?" Tiny at this time was sitting peacefully studying some book. The young man saw Vivian, came down and approached her. He asked her why she had come. Vivian said her mistress had sent her because she was worried about the boy. The young man handed the girl a book to the knight and said that this book was a book with a list of bribes. They were in the business of human trafficking. The laws of the empire did not scare them at all. The fellow, pointing to the book, said that such a proof even an aristocrat like Edmund could not be outdone. The next day, Edmund was banished from the count's household for his transgression. And there was no forgiveness for him. Chloe said it seems that this Edmund had been trafficking for quite a while. The Earl had become completely disillusioned with him. The girl added, the relationship between their families would likely become much more strained. Vivian apologized. Chloe was surprised and asked why she was apologizing. Was it her fault here? The boy said it was no one's fault. Chloe stated, her father had always told her that attitudes toward the merits of a crime should not be influenced by the status of its holder. Vivian wondered. Then why did the mistress look at her? Chloe stated that Vivian should have broken something for Edmund, so that he couldn't run away and escape from punishment. The young man thought that from that moment their relationship would begin. They, that is the famous young daughter of the Sword Emperor and the talented female knight, team up. At times they will be like sisters to each other, at times like mother and daughter. They have a special relationship. Vivian will stay by Chloe's side even if her family's situation changes. Guy assumed that Vivian liked being a big sister or mother to Chloe. Chloe asked the young man what he was thinking about now. The boy sat pensive for a long time. The young man said that he was most proud of his title. Now that the name alone was not enough to get rid of his sins, and his own family was persecuting him, he had received the most fitting punishment for himself. Vivian told her mistress to listen to the young man speak. Can a child think like that? Chloe said that the young man was thinking correctly. The girl said she would call the dog Moon. It makes his name easier to pronounce. And Loon sounds good too, Babe asked. So none of the girls suspected him anymore? Chloe said she'd heard Fels's story about the dark-haired boy. They say he destroyed the underground organization and freed all its victims. The girl winked at the young man and said that he had distinguished himself today as well. His deeds are simply impressive. He is something to be proud of. The young man was very glad that the girl believed him. Chloe warned the guy that from now on he should report such things to her in advance. Tiny said that he would now keep Chloe informed of his intentions. 3 days of travel had passed. The carriage stopped. "What's the matter?" Chloe asked. One of the guards came up to the carriage and said that they had met some traveler. "Some pixie asks for a ride. She seems to be on her way." The passengers of the carriage came out to greet the traveler and to ask where she was going. The traveler said hello. The girl lowered her hood and said she was a world tree elf. The girl said her name was Irina, and she welcomes the owners of this carriage. Could they please let her down a little? Chloe was glad when she saw a real elf. Julian acted more cautiously. The young man looked at the stranger suspiciously. He decided that she was a dark magician of the fifth circle. Elves are the descendants of fairies, renowned for their beauty. Elfheim is a kingdom of elves located in the far west. In the kingdom of Aslan, located in the Near East, they are extremely rare. Most of the residents are friendly. Elves are natural-born summoners of spirits. They are known for their purity, kindness, and peacefulness. The young man thought that such a pure creature turned out to be a dark mage of the fifth circle. Chloe asked, "Is the elf heading north to the Beastman Kingdom through the Duchy of Valentio?" Elfina said that their kingdom seems like a nice place. It has long been at odds with Aslan. Chloe said that the place was very far away. Elfine said she was going there for training. Her goal is to explore the world and collect stories from different places. Chloe stated she knew what this was about the training of 11 knights, the elite among the elves. Elfina said that the girl was very well informed. It is nice to deal with an erudite person. Elfina pointed at the puppy and asked, "Is that their spirit?" Chloe was surprised that Elfina realized that this spirit. The girl pointed at the young man and said that it was his master. Elfina had heard that there were almost no summoners among humans. It was very strange to see such a young man. The boy thought she knew everything before she came here. That man was a very important person. The young man realized that something might happen now, something that could not be foreseen. The young man knew he couldn't rush into battle right now, but he had never seen elves before. Vivian and Chloe looked at the young man judgmentally. Vivian held the young man down and wouldn't let him go. She asked what he was doing. The boy thought that they should all agree on what they were doing now. Tiny thought it was fortunate she didn't know what abilities Moonwalker had. The only one who knows that is the one who made the contract with him. The young man couldn't understand how she managed to hide so much demonic energy. Elfine said their meeting was momentous and offered to show some magic. The girl showed the flames on her hand. The young man thought she might even be releasing mana. The boy had learned to tell them apart in his time. Otherwise, there'd be 10 times as many losses. He should have listened to Argon in his day. The young man looked at the guards and thought that there were 12 Stage 3 experts with them. They also have one Stage 4 swordswoman at their disposal. The guy meant Vivian. Mages' circles are said to be the same as mana users' stages. It would take 5 people to overcome someone who outclasses you by a level. So for a young man with his second stage to defeat a 5th circle mage, it would take 100 like him. The young man thought that if he got into a fight with Elfina, he would have no chance of winning. He should do it using the surprise factor. The timing must be right. Suddenly, the puppy jumped from Chloe's hands into Vivian's and began to play with her. Vivian said she would hold him now. Elfina said they have a sweet spirit. She would like to hold him in her arms too. Tiny said he didn't mind. The young man took the puppy from Vivian and wanted to give it to Elfine. Elfine said she would not refuse, and she held out her hands to take the dog. At that moment, something incredible happened. The silver wolf spirit increased in size and roared loudly at Elfina. The young man pulled out his mace. Vivian wounded Elfina in the torso with her sword. She was bleeding. The wound was not fatal. Elfina activated the spherical defense around her. The guards realized that they would have to deal with demonic energy. Everyone guessed that Elfine was a dark magician. Elfine was angry with the young man who had figured out her plan. Elfina, being protected, asked when they had figured her out. Chloe thought. She had done the right thing in trusting the young man with everything. The girl realized she was dealing with a high-level dark mage. Vivian was right to attack her. This conflict could lead to a conflict between the races. Now it's clear what Chloe's position is. The young man thought she was supporting Lord Phil's. If they didn't attack suddenly, they would be in trouble themselves. Chloe decided to take responsibility and give her life if she had to. Vivian took the puppy in his arms. It was a special strategic move. The girl knight and the young man continued to attack Elfina. Elfina used her protective armor. After the first attack, when Elfina was wounded, the young man thought it was a waste that they couldn't hit her in the heart right away. Elfina immediately activated her protective shield and became less vulnerable. Though the injury was making itself felt, Vivian shouted that now they must all attack at the same time, and everyone must listen to her command. The knights prepared to attack and defend their mistress. Elfine realized that now she would have to defend herself. The opponent used her magical internal energy, which she directed at her opponents. Elfine couldn't understand where she had gone wrong. How could they have guessed her identity? The young man said it was no big deal. Their rival reeks of vile power. Everyone can see that. Elfina realized that it was all Tiny's fault. If it wasn't for the young man, she would have succeeded. The girl continued to exude her dark energy on her opponents. At one point, the concentration of energy was so great that it exploded in Elfina's hands. Everyone around them squinted at the huge flash that followed the explosion. The young man closed his eyes and used his iron body to shield himself from the powerful energy emanating from the explosion. The explosion was so strong that the young man was thrown backwards by the blast wave, and the young man fell. The guy said it was the first time he had ever seen such a technique used. The effect was impressive. But Elfine survived, Vivian said. Her shield weakened and they must destroy the demon's servant. The girl rushed to the attack. The young man saddled his moonwalker and lunged at his opponent as well. The guy held his mace in his hand. He wanted to break Elfine's protective shield, to make her vulnerable. The young man hit his opponent's protective sphere with all his might. The sphere cracked. Just then, Vivian and the other knights arrived. They began to deliver powerful blows to Elfina's protective shield. The cracks widened. Elfina blamed only one person for what was happening. The girl decided, although one person was to blame, she would destroy all opponents. Vivian stated that the opponent was hoping in vain to win. They would destroy her now. The boy climbed onto Elfina's protective dome and delivered a crushing blow with all his might. The opponent was doomed. There was another huge explosion. The blast wave threw Vivian and the other attackers back. Elfina was stunned. The protective shield was completely covered with cracks. Mage Elfina felt defeat approaching. She screamed, "How dare this young man organize an attack on her?" After a series of several attacks, the protective dome was barely holding. But they never hit her, except for Vivian's first hit. Elfina screamed that she would not accept defeat and would fight to her last breath. Elfina was surrounded by the advancing knights. The circle of attackers was narrowing. There was no chance of escape. Elfina noticed Chloe and decided to attack the unarmed girl. Chloe screamed in fear. Vivian was able to protect her mistress at the last moment and get between her and her attacker. The girl knight shouted that everyone should hold their ground. The opponent, out of desperation, went on the attack. The young man developed tremendous speed and moved towards Elfina. He was accompanied by a powerful energy. The boy thought that he was able to completely block the fire. Thanks to the alteration technique, the Iron Divine armor was much better now than in his previous life. The girl knight stood before her mistress with a naked sword and was ready to give her life to save Chloe. The young man approached his rival. He decided that he would use all his strength to tear her apart. The young man exerted tremendous effort and landed another blow on his opponent. There was an even more powerful explosion. The boy thought he had succeeded. Elfine's protective sphere was destroyed, and she was completely vulnerable. The wound was making itself felt. It was bleeding profusely. The boy, once again riding his silver wolf, attempted another attack on his opponent. The silver wolf accelerated and rushed straight towards Elfina, who had also become defenseless. Vivian also advanced in the direction of her rival. Elfina screamed, "How dare they attack her defenseless?" Elfina screamed that they were all ruthless and despicable people. Vivian was surprised that this elf still had so much strength. Where does she draw them from? Tiny decided that victory wasn't far away. We must launch another attack. The boy rode his silver wolf up to his opponent and gave her another crushing blow with his mace. Vivian ordered one of the knights to finish off this Elfina. Elfina, terrified of defeat, was able to get out of the encirclement and run a decent distance away from her attackers. The young man noticed Elfina descending to the ground accompanied by her powerful magical energy. Tiny knew it was a technique, an extreme measure of the demon's followers. They sacrificed themselves to enhance their own mana. Elfina decided to make a fiery sacrifice and said, "Let the place burn to the ground." There was a huge explosion and a huge flash of flame appeared. The knights defended themselves from the flames by putting their shields forward. Everything around them was burning to the ground. The young man continued to ride his silver wolf and search for his opponent's most vulnerable spots. The young man realized that the knights were at their limit. However, they needed the strength to defeat her now. The guy says they've bought enough time. Now it's Chloe's turn to come out and show her skills. Chloe put her hands up and said, "Let there be light." The power given through repentance and blessing is a sacred power. A person who has repented and been baptized and become a priest will begin to have anti-demonic power. There are, in the rarest of cases, those who did not become priests became priests. Chloe directed her holy energy towards Elfina to defeat her. Holy energy and black energy collided in a confrontation. The knights saw this and couldn't understand how it happened. Did Miss Chloe really have holy energy? The young man thought that the girl was hiding her power, even from her own knights. The almighty Sword Emperor was afraid that she might be taken to the church. The boy had never seen a priest stronger than Chloe. She had tremendous power. Her level of energy possession was quite high. Elfina couldn't handle the huge onslaught of holy energy and decided that it was impossible for her to defeat her opponents. While everyone marveled at Chloe's might, the young man walked over and made a decisive strike at his opponent. The guy said everyone around him was shocked, so he had to strike the decisive blow. Chloe said she shouldn't have done that. The young man asked why. The girl stated that she should have been questioned. The young man did so because of his inexperience, to which he confessed. Chloe said that even if she was a priest, she couldn't sense Elfina's demonic energy, so she would like to interrogate her. The girl said that in this case, her divine power would not cure her rival. The young man said that there was no one to cure now. The girl recognized that unfortunately they had no choice. The young man thought that they had destroyed a high-level dark mage. The knights were horrified that their mistress turned out to be a priest. It was unbelievable. The girl was distressed that her secret had been exposed. Chloe asked the guy. He knew about her secret, didn't he? He was the only one who wasn't surprised to see her power. Tiny said he knew about it. Chloe was surprised. Not even all her relatives were aware of it. The young man said he couldn't confess yet. But one day the girl will find out everything. The young lady agreed to wait. The guy stated that he would take responsibility for what happened to the dark mage. The young man stated that he was the reason they were in big trouble. Like the kind of trouble that would follow what happened to Edmund. Young stated that his actions must have put Chloe in danger. The girl said that the duty of aristocrats is to get rid of demons. If she died, it would only be because of her weakness. Therefore, she had no reason to blame the young man. The young man thought that the girl was the same as before. She hadn't changed at all. Lavushka wondered if the young man was worried about that. That's so sweet of him. Vivian said that the young man liked being treated like a child. Tiny replied that he was an adult. Vivian said that Tiny is just like a baby, although he acts like a mature warrior. The girl knight stated that people the young man's age don't like to be called cute. Turns out he has a human side too. The young man said he shouldn't be treated like a very young child. He has his own weapons and his own spirit. Chloe decided that it was necessary to report the incident to her father as soon as possible, so that he could do something about it. A young person decided to send her father a message from a nearby town. Tyvan's main gateway. The young man knew that the Sword Emperor had a heart for his daughter. The girl blushed with embarrassment, covered her face with her hands, and said why her father did it. Everyone around him was amazed. It turned out that the rumors were true. The entire order of Blue Wing Knights lined up to meet the girl. The main knight's armor shone with gold. They are powerful, the young man thought. They are worthy to be called the elite of the Duchy of Valentio. The young man noticed that everyone in their group had a minimum of an expert rank. There was no one stronger in the empire. The head knight introduced himself and said that he was the vice captain of the Order of the Blue Wing, Garen Kleeman. He is joined by all of his 100 comrades. They are paying their respects to Lady Chloe. All the knights kneeled before the girl. The girl thanked everyone for coming and asked everyone to stand. The captain said they were all glad to see the young lady. Their master was very worried about his daughter. The girl was embarrassed to say that she had written in the message that she was fine. There was no need for them to meet her. The captain said they were attacked by a dark magician. They were ready to leave immediately, if they hadn't gotten word that the danger was over. The girl looked at the captain of the knights in surprise. The captain said that about a month ago the family jewel Tempest suddenly went missing. Chloe and Vivian were horribly surprised. The girl's father had always carried it with him. When he woke up in the morning, the jewel was gone. The young man inquired as to which Tempest we were talking about. The guy suggested that it was most likely an artifact. The girl confirmed it. Chloe explained that it was a secret that only priests knew. The young lady says she can only assume it's a powerful artifact. Tiny stated, he knows why the artifact is missing. Everyone who heard him wondered, how could a young man know that? The young man asked to see the Duke. He said he would try to explain everything to him. The carriage, accompanied by the guard and the captain of the knights, proceeded toward the Duke. The captain of the knights asked who the young man was. He was told his name was Tiny. The captain thought he had heard that name somewhere before. It was explained to the warrior that he was an incredible young man. His contribution to the victory over the Dark Mage is very great. One of the guards said, "Rumor has it that this guy is about to become an expert." The captain wondered, "How can you become an expert at that age?" Captain Kleeman thought, even the 7 great knights at his age weren't that talented. Surely he must be a genius, or maybe even a monster. The officer thought he should bring this young man to his family. After a while, Captain Kleiman remembered that this Tiny had sent letters from Fields. His name is very rare, that's why he remembered. Chloe looked out the window and she was very pleased with the view in front of her. The girl saw a huge flower meadow right in front of her eyes. It was an amazing sight. The boy asked, "Chloe must like lilies, if that's how she reacts to them." The girl said that of course she liked them. Her parents had always loved these flowers. They even called her that as a child. The young man said that the girl would have suited the name. Vivian said that the love story of the Duke and his wife is very famous. She is the only woman he ever loved. The boy said that he seemed to have heard about it once. The young man thought that it was not surprising. The Sword Emperor kept it a secret. The boy also thought that the Duke probably didn't remember his past life. The young man thought if the Emperor asked to seek him out as soon as possible, then he had a way to make the young man stronger. Tiny decided that he owed it to himself to meet with the Emperor and start training again, and find a way to become an aura master. The young man's main goal is to gain more strength. After all, without the aura, he would not be able to even leave a scratch on monsters with the level of a corps commander. The boy thought that in this life he'd break all their arms for sure, and other limbs. Valentino, the land of Duke Valentio, one of the largest cities in the kingdom of Aslan. The knights were jubilant. At last they are in Valentino. This is their homeland. Chloe asked if the young man had been here before. The young man said it was his first time here. The girl heard someone shout her name loudly. It was very unexpected. Chloe's father yelled. He asked if she was hurt. He missed her very much. Tiny looked at the man with interest. He had waited so long for this meeting. The old man spread his arms and rushed towards his daughter. He wanted to hug her quickly. At the last moment, the girl dodged her father. The man flew past and stretched out on the ground. Duke stood up, shook himself off, and asked why his daughter had done this to him. Chloe said that people were looking at them. A father has to remember his dignity. The man with tears rolling into his eyes said, "Is it wrong for a father to worry about his daughter?" The girl told him not to push pity. The Duke thanked the knights and said that they had all done a good job. Thanks to them, Chloe had returned unharmed. The man told them to accept his thanks, not as from Duke Valentio, but as from a loving father. The man said he had already prepared a feast and they could enjoy themselves properly. The knights, led by the captain, knelt before the Duke and said that everything would be fulfilled. The Duke, looking at the boy, asked his daughter who the child was. The young man thought the Duke didn't recognize him after all. The girl recalled that she had written in her report about this young man. He would appear as a witness in the case of the Dark Magician. Father said he must have forgotten. The young man turned to the Duke and said he had something to tell him. His information concerns the Tempest. The old man was very much surprised and thought he had a very brave boy standing before him. The Duke at the same moment exerted a strong spiritual pressure on the young man. The young man crouched under the weight of this load. The boy thought that the Sword Emperor also had a lot to learn. The young man couldn't believe that the Duke's skill was at the level of an aura user. Astina, who is also one of the 7 great knights, is an aura superior. Zorik probably won't be one anytime soon. The boy thought that he could overcome the Duke's pressure by using the spirit power he had accumulated in his past life. The guy stated that he could tell you everything right there. The girl intervened and told the father that the young man, because of his age, did not yet have sufficient education. The old man thought for a moment. He decided that the young man would not have behaved like this because of ignorance alone. There was something else at work here. The old man decided to talk to the boy himself. The conversation continued in the Duke's study. The man asked what the young man knew about the disappearance of Tempest. The guy told his interlocutor that he only had a guess that he was willing to share. Duke said he was curious to hear what concerns the guy had. Tempest, the young man thought, was one of several ancient words he knew. Tempest, meaning time or opportunity. The young man speculated that if this jewel had gone missing somewhere a month ago, perhaps it had the power to reverse time. The Duke listened attentively to the young man and told him to continue his story. The guy said it all started with an incident that would happen 20 years later. The Duke continued to listen attentively to the young man. The boy was very enthusiastic about his story. The man stated that the young man's story was too well ordered. A child would not have thought of such a thing, Duke repeated. The guardian of the world tree and the first hammer of the dwarves. The young man even knows the name of the great warrior of the orc tribe. The kid said they'd all been comrades for a year. The man was surprised. These were not comrades. He had been fighting these foes for a long time. The master of the house got up from the table and repeated, Tempest. It means time and opportunity. Tempest can only transfer the past of one person, taking the life of a superhuman as a sacrifice. The descendants used it very carefully and wisely. The man continued. This information had been passed down from generation to generation with him. But to be honest, he had never believed it to be true. The Duke stated, if the young man is not deceiving, this is all very interesting. The man could faintly believe that he had made such a decision then. He had relied on the young man's talent and sent him back in time. If he came back, he would be able to benefit from his past life. The Duke said that he would prepare the forces of humanity to fight against the Demon King's army. The Duke was perplexed. If all this was true, why had he sent the boy and not himself? The boy tried to explain his point of view. Because the Duke would become like this, like he is now. He'd be saying things and calling on everyone to save the talent. The kid said he thought the Emperor was senile at the time. The man stated that there was no way to know in advance how far back in time someone could be sent. The boy said that the Duke had used a power he wasn't even sure he had. The Duke agreed. Where was the confidence to come from if he had never done anything like this before? The man speculated that he told the guy at that moment that he was going to head back to the moment when the impact on his soul was the strongest. The moment his personality was formed. That's probably what he predicted in the future. The young man only now realized why he had moved to the day his sister died. The Duke asked the young man what he thought of this supposition. The young man, clenching his fists, said he thought the Duke was just right. He opened the young man's eyes. The boy calmed down a bit. It wasn't the Sword Emperor's fault here. He should be grateful that he could see his sister once more. The Duke said he had one last question left for the young man. The man asked if all he had asked the young man to do was to look for him. He had to tell the young man something to gain his trust. The boy remembered and said his daughter's childhood name, Lily. The Duke chose it because he and his wife liked that flower. The man said that everyone knew about it. The guy continued, however, the man doesn't actually like the flower. The Duke cried out loudly upon hearing these words of the young man. The man stated that he could have said such a thing. Even after his wife died, he couldn't admit it to anyone. So he didn't tell anyone. The Duke was discouraged. It appeared that everything the young man had told him was true. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man stated, now it was clear to him why his family's jewel had been stolen. Right out of his hands in his chambers. The young man noted that the Duke was more capricious now than he had been then in the future when they had last met. The Duke said he still needed special proof, and he ordered Sir Lawyer to come here. The young man asked why they needed another person here now. The Duke said he was convinced the young man had traveled back in time, but he wasn't completely sure about the young man himself yet. The Duke asked, the young man claims his name is Tiny, and he is one of the 10 future great knights? The man said he needed proof of that assertion. The guy should talk about his future ability, which he would appreciate. A boy and a Duke stand on the threshold of a large, majestic palace. The young man thought it was unfair. The Emperor had asked to find him, and now he was conducting tests. Tiny decided to play a trick on his interlocutor. He asked if he was curious about the future. The old man said he would love to review this information. Guy offered to tell the Duke a little about his family. Duke stated that this was information he did not want to know. The man explained, he was interested in foreshadowing a disaster in the future. The Duke said that apart from this information, the young man should tell nothing more to him or his daughter. Duke said people grow through mistakes and missteps. The Duke was proud to have raised a daughter who would not be discouraged or broken in the face of adversity. The man asked the young man not to take away his daughter's opportunity to develop. The kid said he knows very little about his daughter. He knows nothing about the Duke's family at all. He was trying to save himself at the time, so he had no interest in the Emperor's affairs. The man was disappointed. The guy was in the future and didn't find out anything. The Duke shook the young man. Did he not know where their world would roll next? The young man stated that he knew just what kind of incident would lead to a huge commotion. The old man said that in the future there would be people who would unite the army the guy was talking about. He must know what happened before that. The Duke cried out loudly. He was amazed that the young man had not gained any information. The young man thought he was crazy. The old man grabbed the boy by the ear and dragged him behind him. He said they advised him to hurry up and remember before he wiped him out. The old man led the young man into an empty room. There was no one else here but them. The place looked like an amphitheater. The boy asked why there was no one here. And why was he brought here? The old man read the information. More than 10 tribulations have passed. But the young man only remembers these. What happened to the others? The lad said that besides this information, he had heard of other events either from gossip or from comrades. The Duke menacingly asked the young man if he had other valuable information. The boy thought that he should grow up sooner rather than later. In the past life, they had communicated with each other as equals. The man stated that the only useful thing here is that the hero and the saint appeared according to prophecy and went to war. The Duke said his name is Cromble, 20 years old. We must find him soon and train him. The boy said the hero was 20 years old at the time. The man was furious. He didn't understand why such an ordeal had come upon him. Should he blame himself in the future? This young man was of no use to him. A servant came and said the Duke had summoned Sir Lawyer. He would be here soon. The Duke shouted that he must now bring Drexler instead of Lawyer. He's gonna have to teach someone a lesson. A knight appeared and reported that the vice captain had arrived. Vice captain of the Order of the Blue Wing, Drexler Einen. 5th stage, highest rank. The vice captain, holding a huge sledgehammer in his hand, said he had come by order of the Duke. The vice captain bowed to the Duke. The Duke said he was glad to see Drexler. The Duke said he wants the knight to put this young man to the test. We need to see if he has any bragging rights. Drexler asked the Duke if he would really have to fight a child. The Duke said that's exactly what he said. The man was astonished. Why did the Duke summon the vice captain to deal with a little boy? He's on the verge of demotion as it is. The knight thought that if he lost his paycheck, he wouldn't be able to maintain his estate. The Duke told Drexler not to think unnecessarily, but only to carry out orders. The Duke said he had given the vice captain an important assignment. He must fight the boy and test his fighting skills. The knight and the boy stood against each other. To an unprofessional observer, it seemed that they were not equal opponents. The knight assessed the young man. This was the 2nd stage, bordering on the rank of expert. He looked to be about 10 years old, so how did he manage to pump himself up? Tiny asked the knight which blacksmith had forged this hammer for him. The boy said it would be much better if this hammer was a little bigger. And the boy gave advice on how to reconstruct this hammer. The Duke told the young man to concentrate. If he didn't take it seriously, he would be breaking their agreement. The Duke told Drexler to do his best, as long as he didn't kill the young man. The man told the young man that he had not promised to help the boy. Everything would depend on this fight. The boy asked the Duke if he really wanted him to overpower this vice captain. The Duke said it might not come to that. The Duke stated if the young man could land even one blow, he would recognize his victory. The young man agreed to such rules and said he would participate in this tournament. In the arena stood the vice captain with his sledgehammer and Tiny with his mace. The Duke was the observer. Duke thought that his way of using mana was unique. The man decided that, judging by the harness, this kid was a real genius. Duke was all the time in thought. This young man must have something else. There must be some good reason he brought this guy back from the future. If the Duke ordered this boy to go back in time, then he must have an outstanding talent. The man couldn't understand what he saw in this man. Duke said opponents should try their best. The young man decided that he would prove himself once more, announcing to the Sir Knight that he was ready to start the fight. The spirit of the Silver Wolf appeared beside the boy. The young man saddled his wolf. The guy said if the opponent doesn't want to attack first, he'll take the initiative. The vice captain saw the Silver Wolf spirit, surprised, but said that the young man still didn't stand a chance. The vice captain threw his hammer. The young man dodged gracefully. The hammer flew past him. The boy dodged his opponent's blow and sped on his wolf a little to the side. The vice captain was struck in the process. The knight thought that after this attack, he hadn't even inflicted a single scratch on his opponent. The lad thought the knight specialized in both attack and defense. The vice captain found this confrontation very entertaining. It was the first time he'd ever fought a child. The knight jumped up and wanted to deliver a powerful blow with his sledgehammer on the young man. He said he would try to hold back so that the young man would survive. The boy decided not to wait for his opponent to land his blow. The young man decided that he would then surpass his opponent in speed. The vice captain made his strike, but the young man on his wolf was already elsewhere. The wolf was so fast that the captain didn't even have time to swing before his opponents went elsewhere. The knight was swinging his hammer, and it gave the impression that this hammer weighed nothing. The guy thought he was wielding a hammer that was longer than a sword and a half, holding it with one hand, so he usually held a shield in the other hand. The young man assumed that his opponent's defense was better developed. He decided to take advantage of that. The knight tried to catch up with his opponents and yelled, "How much longer are they going to dodge?" The vice captain yelled out that the young man and his wolf were running well. The Duke noticed that the young man was reading Drexler's movement. The Duke thought that apparently the young man was not without his past experience, gained during his 10 years as a knight. The boy is talented, but it's too early to decide. We need to see what else he can do. The Duke shouted that Drexler was dishonoring him. The more the Duke shouted, the more the vice captain became nervous. Even so, there was nothing he could do about the young man. The Duke assumed that the vice captain wanted to use his spiritual weapon. The old man shouted that he had to stop him. The vice captain's spiritual weapons against the young man's spiritual weapons came into play. Duke saw a powerful explosion. It was a confrontation between two powerful energies, a confrontation between two spiritual weapons. The young man was so young that he couldn't stay on his wolf, got off of it, and started falling down. The Duke and vice captain rushed to the young man's aid. The captain shouted that he had forgotten himself. The Duke said he had to demonstrate his talent, but not bravery in any way. The baby said he had won. The baby smiled. The Duke and the vice captain glanced between themselves. The Duke thought that the young man had managed to strike at the last moment. Then he had won. The old man realized where he was aiming. The Duke shouted, "The young man could have died. Why would he do such a thoughtless thing to win a sparring match?" The bruised young man stood up and said, "He didn't die. He even won." The Duke asked if the boy had been as reckless in his previous life. The young man said that, as it is, obvious things. The boy said if he didn't act like that, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere on the streets. He had to win at all costs. The guy added that it was because of this approach that he managed to survive. The little man asked what the Duke thought of it. Did it justify his wish? The Duke replied that he would not have done that if he were in his place. It was very reckless. The man thought that in the future he believed in the guy because he was reckless. The Duke said he would keep his promise and give him what he needed most. The little boy smiled and thanked the man. The boy was lying there, unconscious. Two grown men stood in front of him. The young man woke up in a big bed. He asked where he was. The Duke said, the young man recovered faster than he had hoped. The Duke said they had much to discuss. He told the young man to follow him. Tiny asked how long he had slept. The man stated almost half a day. The young man wondered where they were going. Could it be that the Duke had summoned him a high-class priest? The Duke's daughter appeared in front of them and said that she had prescribed more rest for the young man. He had just come to his senses. Where is his father taking him? The girl wondered if his father was going to hurt him again. The man said the young man had asked for it. He would not harm his daughter's savior. The guy thought he was actually Chloe's savior. The girl stated she thought it was the opposite. He had just woken up. He had been in the grave with one foot in the grave before. The kid stated that his over-ambition was to blame. The young man apologized for making everyone worry. Chloe smiled and told the boy not to be so serious. The young man was astonished to see that look. The Duke said even if he's a child, he already knows beauty, so he wouldn't dare to go after his daughter. The kid laughed and said he was just surprised when the Duke called him the lady's savior. The young man said that he didn't catch the dark mage last time and he didn't save the mistress. The Duke thought this was a new experience for him. Chloe asked what he meant by that. Her father told her not to fill her head with it. He would tell her everything later. The father said his daughter should concentrate on her coming-of-age ceremony. It's just around the corner. He's prepared everything, she'll love it. The girl said she would do as her father commanded. The Duke announced to the young man that he wanted to give him an important piece of advice. From now on, the fact that the young man had returned to the past must be kept in the strictest secrecy. The boy agreed with his interlocutor. The man said that in particular nothing should be found out by the priests. The flow of time and space is the core of the faith spread by the Creator. Even the goddess, the mistress of all things, cannot resist this force. A mere man who goes against the established order will be called a blasphemer. It is for this reason that their family hides tempests. The young man asked if the goddess was not the Creator. The Duke said that of course not. This information was removed even from the sacred scriptures in the temple. The Duke added, the true scripture was only passed down to the ancient clans. The man said, we need to minimize the number of people who are aware. Only the 10 great knights can know about this secret information. A guy shouldn't tell anyone about the hand of God. There's no point in arguing with fanatics. The young man stated that he would apply the abilities he had mastered in the future. The Duke praised the young man and asked what these abilities were. The young man asked his question. What about the thing the Duke wanted to give him? The boy almost cried. The Duke must first give back what he had promised him. The lad added, has age made an old marismatic of a man? The Duke was angry with the young man. and struck him on the head with his fist. The little boy screamed, cried, and asked why the man hit him. The boy got a huge bump on his head. The old man said nothing in reply and only smiled, adjusting his tie. The Duke took the boy back to the amphitheater. He said that the boy must first of all be taught manners. The boy resisted and screamed that he was an adult at heart. The man stated that if he promised, he would have to fulfill what he said. The Duke stated that he would share with the lad the special knowledge of the head of the Valentia family. The man asked if the young man had ever heard of the force of gravity. Tiny did not listen attentively to his interlocutor. The boy was resentful of him. The Duke hit the young man on the head again to get his attention. The young man screamed. The little boy told the man to stop killing him on the head. That's hurtful and uneducational. That's no way to treat a child. The Duke said, in that case, the young man should listen to him carefully. The secrets of their family are represented by 4 techniques. Mana training technique. Defensive and attacking sword techniques. The technique for obtaining the internal skills of the 3rd stage. And the technique for obtaining special skills to reach the 7th stage. The young man said he thought the Duke's family was the best for a reason. The old man said that everyone in the region considered his family the best and most educated. The Duke asked the young man, who said that he used a striking weapon. Therefore, he didn't need the attacking technique of a sword. The young man replied that a fragile sword was no match for a strong hammer. The man wondered, how could a sword be called fragile? The young man said he was interested in something completely different. The young man thought it was an incredibly defensive powerhouse. With this power, his attacks and defense will be perfect. Duke said that of these secrets, the most important are the techniques for gaining internal and special skills. The interlocutor said that right now he would teach the young man one of them. It would be a technique for gaining inner skill. Tiny hoped the Duke would teach him defensive techniques first. Irina's dead. She was the blade that pierced the heart of Elfheim, a resource that could not be so easily lost. Won Hyung, the expected heir of the Morse family. We need to collect data on him, but without the kingdom knowing anything about it. The subordinate said that everything will be executed. The older man finished his wine and put his glass on the table. He said he would wait for the information. The man warned that this time everything had to be executed perfectly. Tiny said that the Karuna assignment is more important than anything else right now, and the Duke suggests that he learn the technique of getting the inner skill. The boy said, he knows which skill is right for him. As in his previous life, it would be the 3rd stage explosion. The Duke said he had already analyzed everything as he carried the young man's collapsed body after the fight. The man noticed that even if Tiny is a child, but he weighs more than many knights. Surely he must be using some secret to do that. The Duke said the lad should think about what he was about to tell him. Tiny recalled that in his past life, he too had carried very heavy equipment. This gear was, even for the size he possessed, unrealistically heavy. And his body had been more fun then than it was now. The Duke noticed that the more energy, the more axe-like the movements became. Some magicians call this law of the universe gravity. If a young man can master it, the heavier his body is, the faster and stronger it will become, the amount of energy will increase. The man told all this to the young man and asked him if he was impressed with the information. The young man's interlocutor added that the result of an expert who mindlessly chooses internal skills is no match for this. The body has a power that moves it. The young man thought that the more he listened to the Duke, the more he liked it. Duke said it's all about weight. Every body has its own weight. That's all the young man could understand. Which is what he told his interlocutor. The Duke was infuriated that the young man was either inattentive to him or unable to understand such simple things. The man tried again to explain. There is a force that presses down on everyone from above. The boy looked up and didn't see anything pressing down on him. The boy thought that his interlocutor was out of his mind. The guy said that if that were the case, all the people would have been pinned to the ground by now. I mean, it's obvious. The Duke asked the young man, then why do all objects fall from a height? The boy said, because that is the order. The man started to get even more agitated. He asked the boy to explain to him what exactly was causing this. The child decided that his interlocutor was some kind of weirdo. It just happens because it has to happen that way. There's nothing to explain. The Duke shouted that the young man wasn't even trying to understand what he was being told. The child said that for some reason his interlocutor was trying to make things more complicated. Tiny wasn't interested in continuing this boring conversation any further. He said that if a man didn't understand something, he should just get over it. The Duke shouted in anger that this fool had his own views on life. The man said that no one could help the young man now. He would fly out of here by himself. Tiny asked where he was going to fly out of here. The Duke climbed up the tower with the young man. The man put the child in front of him and told him that he would have to learn by experience. The boy thought that there would be a mana freeze now, but he didn't want to learn from his own experience that way at all. The old man said he would ask the young man again. Why do things fall from heights? The guy started to think faster. He asked if maybe it was all about gravity. The Duke let go of the young man, and he began to fall downward. The young man thought it must have been gravity pulling him to the ground. The Duke yelled in pursuit for the young man to feel the gravity on his own body. The boy shouted that he had messed with the crazy old man for nothing. He didn't like such experiments. The little guy thought that it wouldn't be too hard to die like this. He tried to quickly activate the Iron Divine Armor. Tiny screamed with all his might, a man-wolf. He hoped the spirit would come to his aid, and so it came to pass. At the same instant, a silver wolf appeared and tried to save its master. The guy noticed the animal and thought it might help him and cushion his fall. The young man managed to shout for the human wolf to forgive him. It ended with the young man landing right on top of the animal, which cushioned his fall. The boy lay on the soft body of the silver wolf. He had been rescued, and said he was really sorry his friend had been hurt. The Duke appeared above the young man. He asked if the young man had felt the power of the great gravity. The young man said he felt every inch of his body. It was a very refreshing sensation. The Duke said that falling from such a height would not have done anything to the young man anyway. The man asked if the young man could control gravity, and decided that it was necessary to repeat the experience. The boy objected and said that an explanation in words would be enough. The Duke said it was much faster to learn by practice, and so it happened again. The young man came to his senses again on the bed. He thought, where is he? Chloe was in front of him, who was happy and said that the young man had finally woken up. The girl stated she had heard that the young man had become an expert already. That's terrific, the boy wondered. Was he really an expert already? The young man remembered what he had just done with the girl's father. It must have worked, he thought. Chloe asked why the young man was training so hard. Being her father's apprentice was a great joy, but it wasn't worth it. The young man thought, was it really all training? Chloe cheerfully stated, it's great that the guy has become an expert. Everyone in the Order of the Blue Wing went crazy at this news. Tiny asked Chloe how her father would feel about her being here now. The girl must have a lot on her plate because of her upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Chloe said she only needed to work on etiquette, so there wasn't much to do. The young man looked the young lady in the eyes and said, he is confident that the girl will definitely do well. Chloe asked what she would definitely handle. Tiny replied, she would handle the upcoming ceremony. The young men discussed small things for a while longer. The girl declared that on this day she would be the main star, and all the attention will be on her. Chloe stated that she was a little worried. Tiny said that everyone the girl was close to must have noticed it. The young lady said that the boy was like family to her now. The young man was surprised. The girl explained, if her father educates the young man, then it can be said that they are family, and from then on he can call her sister. Chloe did not like the young man's reaction to her words. She said that she was the daughter of the Duke and did not see anything funny in it. The girl asked that the guy keep this conversation a secret. Since they're family, the young man promised not to say anything to anyone and smiled back. Chloe said that Sir Drexler was looking for a young man. She had forgotten to mention it at once. Knight Drexler asked the young man, did they say he had become an expert? The young man asked why the knight had summoned him. The young man thought that none of this looked like a normal meeting. There were people present on the bleachers. Drexler told the young man to ignore them and concentrated on the answer. The knight asked what the young man thought about a rematch. The guy asked if it was a rematch with or without weapons, and I thought it was because of a past sparring session. The knight thought he'd lost his mind fighting a child. He thought it was unbecoming behavior for a knight. The knight shouted that the young man could attack him and fight however he wanted. He would now help the young man get used to his new power. The young man smiled and said if the knight so desired, he would agree. The guy yelled that he wasn't going to refuse and jumped up to deliver his blow. Tiny swung his mace at his opponent. The knight had time to put up his shield. Drexler felt his opponent's powerful jab. How is that possible? Is this definitely the same young man from last time? The kid was much faster and stronger than in the last fight. His opponent had a harder time holding off the young man's onslaught. The guy was regularly striking his opponent with his mace. The weapon seemed to be charged with powerful energy. Even a powerful touch could result in severe injury. The opponents decided to strike at the same time. Drexler's iron fist collided with his opponent's mace. After a head-on collision, the opponents flew off to the sides. The knight thought that the young man had a very strong blow. The man couldn't understand what was happening. His opponent had accelerated a lot. The young man was striking with lightning speed, and he was moving like lightning. The young man circled around his opponent like a butterfly. He didn't stay in one place and threw striking blows. Those in the stands thought that the young man's mace looked rather heavy. However, he wields it with great speed. Knight Drexler thought there was no point in holding back. The young man stated that this was what he had originally sought. The little guy thought he was getting better with each stroke. However, he had to stay alert at all times. The guy decided he needed a lighter swing, make it smoother. The young man decided to hit much harder to maximize the effect. The young man wanted his manatee to get used to this style of combat. After that, he decided that it would be possible to release all the power. The guy applied Tiny's first combat move. It was a very powerful punch. The people watching shuddered. One onlooker thought that such power was reserved for an expert. After that blow, the arena was destroyed. The knight said apparently there was no reason to spar anymore. The young man thanked Drexler for his help. He said it had been very enlightening for him. Knight said he was succumbing to the young man in this fight. Tiny stated that he was giving in a bit today as well, and he didn't fight at full strength. The boy reminded him that he was a true spirit summoner after all, and he could use the help of the silver wolf spirit. The knight said that this time the young man passed the test, and added, "Welcome to the Blue Wing." Everyone watching began to congratulate the young man. The young man said that he had no plans to join the Order of Knights. Didn't the Duke say? Drexler was very surprised. How could the young man refuse it? After all, he had learned the Valentia family's secret technique. The Duke, apologizing, said that he had forgotten to warn the knight about it. The young man said, he who was going to travel the world had better not join any order. The Duke said that the young man did a good job and exceeded his expectations. He was very pleased with the young man. The young man thanked Duke Valentia for his help and said he would never forget it. Duke Valentia said preparations to settle the first calamity are almost complete. The man said that he would make a very important artifact for the young man. It would be a warhammer. An artifact is a weapon enchanted with magic. Artifacts come in different values. The value can be equal to a knight's income for several years. The young man said it would probably take a long time to make. The Duke countered that the artifact had already been in the making for months. The man added that it was supposed to be a gift to Drexler for his long service. Valentine's best forge, Rendell's hammer. The blacksmith told the young man that the Duke had asked for the hammer to be adjusted to the young man's dimensions. The blacksmith was the dwarf Randall. At first, the blacksmith refused and said he would rather refuse the order and pay compensation. How dare he treat his creation like a child's toy? A dwarf will always find a suitable owner for his weapon, even if he has to take a loss. He's just like Heinen. Tiny thought to prove to the dwarf that he was worthy of this weapon. The young man said that he was the best top-level knight and the blacksmith can't even doubt it. He just confirmed it in a test with Knight Drexler. The guy added that at that age he is already an expert. That's saying a lot. The dwarf thought that this must not look like a trick. The young man must be telling the truth. All dwarves have a special skill. It's the eye of truth. A skill that separates truth from lies thanks to the waves of emotion in the voice. The gnome relented and said, "The young man probably isn't that bad. I'll have to work with him." The blacksmith told the young man not to leave and to wait a bit. A master of his craft showed the young man this work of art. The hammer was perfect. The boy wondered if this weapon was already ready. The blacksmith said he had to adjust it a little more to the young man's dimensions. Also need to fix the automatic recovery of hit gain. And add defense magic. The boy asked, "What about offense magic?" The dwarf wondered if the fans of simple weapons were not interested in defense at all. The young man said that the artifact hammer is an unusual item. It's even rare to say the least. Therefore, it was a sin to give up the opportunity to have 3 magical functions. The blacksmith stated that he actually had another hammer. The young man was interested. He asked to see it. The blacksmith said that that hammer is made of pressed black iron and has a rune to increase its weight. Because of this, that hammer is difficult to carry. The knight for whom the hammer was intended refused it because of its weight. His shoulder became sore. The guy was interested in this hammer and said it sounds delightful. He asked what features it had. The dwarf replied, "There is an automatic function of strengthening the blow and self-healing." Tiny wanted to see that hammer. His eyes lit up. He had never seen anything more magnificent. The young man decided that having such a hammer would be a great honor. The blacksmith offered the young man to take this hammer in his hands, and he said that it weighed more than 100 kilograms. The guy grabbed that hammer and said it was really heavy. The young man swung around and gave a very powerful blow to the ground with this hammer. A good crater was formed. The blacksmith was outraged. This young man can destroy everything here. Tiny hugged this hammer and said it was very cool. The blacksmith thought the young man was crazy. The warrior thought this hammer was a bit short, but it looked similar to the nocturne he had used in a past life. The young man asked the blacksmith to adjust the handle so that he could use it when he grew up. The blacksmith said that the young man must first pay for the damage he had done, and pointed to a crater in the ground. The lad said the dwarf could ask the duke for double payment. The young man asked if this hammer had a name. The blacksmith was trying to think of a name, and thought a double bonus was a good thing. Duke Valentia was very surprised when he found out that the blacksmith had a different hammer. The man declared that even Dexler would be satisfied, because he would have his own hammer. The kid said it would take 2 weeks to rebuild the hammer for him. He'll be practicing hard the whole time. The boy added. He didn't even think he could become a superhuman someday. The Duke wondered where the young man had picked up Western words. Tiny explained that because of his appearance, he decided to add foreign words to his vocabulary. After all, he has a dark hair color. Many people say that he is from a clan of mages. The man smiled and said that his interlocutor was very entertaining and well thought of. It's very cool to use foreign words. Everyone will be sympathetic to his peasant hair color. The guy decided that his interlocutor had a very nasty temper. The Duke thought that in 2 weeks his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony would be over, and the young man would be gone by then. Tiny asked, "Does the Duke still want to announce it?" The Duke said if the young man has a relationship with the royal family in mind, he cannot cancel the engagement to the crown prince. The guy said the crown prince would die the day after the wedding. Why would the Duke want to do that? The following summer, all direct heirs to the royal family of Aslan will die during the second calamity. Because of this, the strongest kingdom will fall apart in internal strife. After that, the princess will become a widow, and she will be called the unlucky crown princess. Duke Valentius said if he knew about all of this, he could prevent it, so there was nothing to worry about. The young man stated he also knows that the second outlaw prince will also die. The guy remembered how Chloe had suggested calling her sister. The young man said that in her past life, the emperor was unable to help her. They do not know any details now. The man said his daughter is a bright child. His daughter's character and abilities are brighter than her appearance. People don't even realize it. The young man said that sooner or later people would find out about it. The father will help his daughter, but eventually she alone will have to settle the kingdom. When the warrior met the girl, she didn't seem happy. The Duke stated that for his daughter, for the world, he would choose definitely the better path. The man stated that we need to prevent this from happening. The young man agreed and said he would not interfere. But if anything goes wrong, he'll save Chloe himself. The old man became nervous. The young man called his daughter's name in a friendly manner. Did he really have feelings for her? The guy thought that when it came to his daughter, he was clearly going crazy. The young man's bump got sore again. The young man yelled for the Duke to stop hitting him on the head. The man stopped, apologized, and said he had gone a little overboard. Many people were wondering why so many people had gathered. They were told it was because the Duke's daughter's coming-of-age ceremony was about to take place. The coming-of-age party will take place very soon. Many people have put their heart and soul into the preparations. Passers-by decided it must be a very spectacular event. Looking out the window from Duke Valentia's office, the young man noticed that more guests than expected had arrived for the coming-of-age ceremony. The young man said that their family was respected by everyone in the neighborhood. Captain of the Blue Wing Squad, Zenas Frivol, said they would try to make things go smoothly. The Duke complimented the captain. The captain said there would be a representative from the Rochters as well. The Duke thought that their vile third son would probably be present. The Rochters are also a family of dukes. They wield great influence in the kingdom. They've been feuding with the Valentia family for generations. Herzog Valentius asked the captain to remind the Roeder family representative that he was on his lands and not at home. The captain stated that they had prepared for everything. The man thanked the captain and said he could be relied upon. The Duke asked the young man an unexpected question. He asked if by any chance the young man had the disease he had concealed. The lad asked why all of a sudden the Duke was asking such questions. The Duke told the young man to forget it. The man announced that the young man didn't need to bother so much with organizing the ceremony. The captain said that Miss Chloe was like a niece to him. The man remembered that the girl was always following the young man. It felt like she had 3 older brothers. The Duke asked another immodest question. Is Xenos going to get married? The captain said he wasn't going to yet, and reminded him that the Duke had promised not to ask about it again. The man apologized and said he'd forgotten. Xenos noticed that the Duke was acting very strangely today. The man explained that he was nervous about the upcoming ceremony. The Duke let the captain go and said that he must have a lot of things to do today, and the young man must finish them. The Duke would do without him now. Xenos Frevel became captain after his father died. The young man thought that was strange, because he had never heard of him before. The boy thought, maybe the captain is already at the level of a challenger? Why didn't he still know anything about him? Is it possible that in the future, Xenos could go to someone else's side? Neither illness nor bad habits will be a reason for dismissal, and in normal combat, a 6th round mana user can't die. The Duke concluded that the matter was most likely a second calamity. Tiny thought that there was a reason the old man was worried. Probably something would happen at Chloe's ceremony. The young man thought that a lot of people would be involved in this incident. Someone called out to the young man. The boy looked back and saw that it was Miss Chloe and Vivian. They took their time approaching the young man. The young man wondered if perhaps Miss Chloe should be somewhere else right now. A lot of ambassadors had already arrived. They might be upset if the girl was not in her place. Vivian said that she tried to reason with her mistress, but all in vain. The girl noticed that the room was too stuffy to stay there. Chloe told the young man that she was always interested in talking to him, and she could also see the silver wolf. Tiny said he could lend the girl this wolf for a while. Chloe was very happy. The girl declared to the puppy that he would be much more interesting with her. The young man thought that they had already become friends. Someone stealthily approached the young people and said that the angel of the Valentia family, irresistible. The girls looked around and saw a young man. He said that Miss Chloe was the most beautiful woman he, Roller, had ever met. The girls were very upset when they heard the young man's name. The boy said he was from a family that rivaled the Valentia family for the best of reasons. Chloe greeted young Mr. Tebron politely. Tebron asked for some attention so that their first acquaintance would be imprinted in his memory. The girl said the young man was making indecent innuendos. The young man winked and said with a smile, maybe they would be friends for life. Tebron offered the girl a chat and said that he had even brought drinks with him for such an occasion. Tiny thought, what's wrong with this guy? How dare he offer a drink to an underage girl who is about to be engaged? Vivian intervened in the conversation and told Mr. Tebron to step aside. Her mistress could not accept his offer. They had to return to their guests. Tebron wondered, how dare a night woman get in his way? He could not tolerate such a thing. Tebron called for his assistant Graham. Graham walked over to Vivian and stood in her way. He made it clear that he was ready to stand up for his master. Graham told Vivian not to interfere with the young men's conversation. Vivian noticed that what was happening seemed very absurd. Graham told Mrs. Chloe that his master was speaking sincerely. He had been waiting for years for a chance to meet the girl. Graham asked the girl to give his master another chance. She apologized to him for being disrespectful. The Silver Wolf didn't like these young men very much. Tiny watching as Vivian defended her mistress's honor and dignity. Tiny thought it was Tebron smirking. He seemed a suspicious sort of guy. The boy thought it was time to prove himself, so he decided to step out of the shadows. The young man walked up to Chloe and called her his sister. The guy asked the girl, who are these strange men? Tebron wondered, who is this strange boy? Besides, he had dark hair. Tebron told Graham to get this guy out of here. The young man didn't like the way Tebron was treating him. The boy, without thinking long, charged at him with his right foot. The representative of the feuding family flew upwards and flew far away from this company. Accompanying this flight, Tiny pronounced that there was a scavenging going on. After a short but very effective flight, Tebron also landed spectacularly. After landing, his face was all bruised. Graham decided it would be a good idea for him to put this young man in his place and avenge Mr. Tebron. He looked aggressively in Tiny's direction. The young man took that look as an act of aggression. He immediately slapped him hard. Graham repeated the flight of his colleague Tebron. The officers thought, how could such a knight be put down with a single blow? The young man was pleased with himself. He stood triumphantly over the two men who were writhing in pain on the ground. Graham was puzzled. Bleeding, he wondered why things had turned out this way. The master told Graham to take Tebron to Miss Chloe, to make a scandal there. Graham replied to his master that this would tarnish the name of their entire family. Domina said that Tebron would soon be banished. The man stated that settling their main problem and losing only one lowlife was a great trade-off. Graham should accompany him and keep quiet about this plan. The young men wondered who this boy was. Where did he come from? The man assumed he was a genius who could only appear in fairy tales. Or maybe he's even a monster. The interlocutor replied, "So Duke Valentius is cultivating a monster." The man wanted to meet this young man. The man stated that this old Duke von Roller plans to continue to interfere with the royal family. The interlocutor suggested that perhaps he wanted to stay in their sights. More likely, his goal is to break the bond between them and Valentia's family. The man said it was all a pathetic attempt. Can the Rollers compete with the Valenti? Many years had passed since Duke Valentius had become an aura user. The interlocutor said Roller doesn't want V. Valentius to outdo him. The man assumed it must be so. And we can stop discussing this topic. Both interlocutors decided that they needed to deal with these two guys first. One of them said that most likely it would not be them who would have to do it. It is said that the young gentlemen of the Valentia family adore their little sister. It is said that the two men have already returned home, and they are very anxious to defend Miss Chloe's honor and dignity. The Duke said he heard that Tiburon had made a commotion. Thanks to the fact that he turned out to be the instigator, the young man will not be captured for assaulting an aristocrat. The young man said he was relieved. The old man stated that it wasn't a relief. It's just that the kid got lucky. The young man should stay out of the way. You shouldn't be waving your fists around forever. The Duke wondered if the young man wanted to go to jail before the Demon King's army arrived. Tiny said it was those guys' own fault. They were acting weird. The Duke agreed with the young man's assertion. He had expected something like this. The man declared that Tiburon had gotten a bang for the buck. The Duke's eyes glowed with hatred. The boy heard the old man's anger. He shouted that the scoundrel should not dare to come near his daughter. Don't let him see her again, the boy thought, and told him to stay away. The guy heard some noise. Someone was yelling and about to beat someone up. It was Chloe's brothers who resented Tiburon looking at their dear Chloe. They wanted to teach him a good lesson. The young man saw them and thought they were all familiar faces. The young men came close to Tiny. The boy had to push one of them away. He flew off and fell to the floor. The young man watched as Tren, one of the brothers, stretched out on the floor. The one screamed in pain. The young man thought that this Tren was an expert, but still, he's a bit strange. The other brother was surprised. How could this little boy push away such a grown-up guy? The young man asked, "Is the young man's name Tiny?" Tren asked, "Is this really the guy who fought Drexler?" The young man said that he had the honor of fighting Drexler, but the knight yielded to him and did not use his spiritual weapon. The young men decided that the rumors were true. This guy really does have quite a high level, and he can learn their family's secrets. The brothers said the young man was amazing. They met at an inconvenient time because they have important business to attend to right now. But they will definitely see each other later. The brothers ran on, saying that that scoundrel Tiburon would pay the price. They will personally kick him out of this duchy. The boy thought that this Tiburon wouldn't get off that easy. He thought that one of Valentius's heirs was named Aaron. Not surprisingly, his face seemed familiar. The young man wondered who was around along with Aaron. In the future, there was only one young gentleman in their family. The boy thought sadly, would Zenus's fate await him? The young man was walking down the road and cursing the royal family of Aslan. Something was not to his liking. Members of the ruling family consider their Aslan clan to be the most aristocratic, so they only allow those who have a blood connection to them. Therefore, even in Valentia's family, there are few people who can communicate with them. This will lead to unhappiness in the future. The young man scolded the aristocrats for their kinship with the Golden Dragon. The young man heard someone smirk, calling him a young knight. The young officers said it's best to say these things when no one else is around. Tiny thought they were aristocrats. He asked who they were. The young man thought the ugly fake face was made by magic. One of the strangers said he forgot to introduce himself. The man said he was Baron Randall von Narschauf. Came here as a guest for Ms. Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony. Baron Narschauf said he wanted to meet the young man after he learned he had defeated the knight. Is the young man connected to the Valentius family? Tiny said he was a guest in the house and a debtor to Duke Valentius. The young men assumed that the Duke was a short-sighted man. The boy said that the young men were now in the Duke's territory, so it was not very kind to speak of him in that way. The interlocutor said the young man was right, and now they were even. The boy thought, what is wrong with this man? The man said they give each other advice like true friends. The man continued and said that in honor of their friendship, he would like to treat the young man to lunch. The man told the young man not to refuse. They would have fun and continue their conversation. The guy thought maybe he should pounce on this man and find out who he really was. Interrogate him first. The young man remembered the Duke telling him that he was just lucky. He'd told him to stay away and not to swing his fists around forever. The boy decided that for now he would just keep a close eye on this man. The interlocutor asked the young man if he was really close to young Miss Chloe. The man asked Tiny to arrange for him and the girl to meet. The boy found this request very indecent and immediately gave his interlocutor a powerful slap. The opponent has traditionally flown upwards from such a blow and landed far from where he took off. The young man thought he did it automatically. He just couldn't help himself. The boy thought he might get in trouble for it. The second man immediately wanted to hit the boy, but Tiny managed to dodge the blow in time. The man decided that this was a very insolent young man, and he had no right to behave like this. The officer shouted that he was going to tear this guy apart. I could see in his eyes that he was ready to keep his word. The young man blocking his opponent's punches didn't understand why he was being treated so aggressively. The opponent didn't stop. He had a huge sword in his hands. The young man realized that he had to urgently turn on the control of the mana territory, and so the young man did. After that, his opponent's sword was no longer a threat to him. Tani calmly blocked the blows of the sword, putting his hands out to resist. The man thought this kid had the level of a contender, but he said he'd chop the kid's hands off first. Tiny understood that he was currently being helped out by his iron divine armor. Suddenly, the spirit of the silver wolf appeared, determined to help its master. The man decided it was impossible. Why would a boy like that have such a huge wolf spirit? The man logically assumed if the guy had mana Volk, then he was a summoner. At some point, the opponent opened up. The young man decided that this was his chance, and he shouldn't miss it. The boy swung as hard as he could. The young man swung a punch straight at the bridge of his opponent's nose. It was unbelievable. The young man noticed that his opponent hadn't moved an inch. The officer swung around and tossed the boys as far to the side as possible. The guy landed on his feet and barely managed to slow down. The opponent swung his sword and wanted to crush the young man with all his might. The guy put his hands forward in front of him, and at this moment, the silver wolf spirit appeared between him and his opponent. The warrior brought his sword down on his opponent. The young man and the wolf flew far away. The man got close to Tiny again, swung his sword, and said that the young man had lasted long enough as it was, and he would end his suffering now. At the last moment, the man was stopped by a shout. Someone shouted for him to stop immediately. The young man turned around and saw that it was his co-worker, who was shouting that it was his own fault. Tiny is sitting at a table. Across from him sits a young man, who said he had wanted to see the young man for a long time. But he didn't realize it could happen like this. The guy told the boy that he was very over-suspicious. The guy said his co-worker would forgive the young man, so the case would be dismissed. The man added that the boy should keep in mind that Valentino was no place for fun. If a man hides his identity with magic, then he has permission to do so. Signed by the man in charge. The kid nodded silently in response. He thought that the energy of his interlocutor was frightening. He didn't even want to object. The man stated that people expect a lot from Tiny. The boy must not let them down. Tiny should be a little more restrained and then he'll be great. That's what the Duke said, by the way. The man said he had a lot of things to do, so he had to leave. The boy said he wanted to ask one question. The child asked who Randall was. The interlocutor said that this is classified information. Therefore, he cannot divulge it. Tiny realized that means he's connected to the royal family. The man said he didn't have to tell the young man anything. The boy thought it was logical since his knight was at the level of a challenger. Tiny thought it had to do with Chloe's fiancé, who would come from the royal family. Soon it would be announced that she was engaged to the crown prince. It's been 1 week, the day of the ceremony. The young people are walking in the park. A young man in the banquet hall silently observes the guests. The boy noted to himself that my lady was not there yet. The young man remembers his sister Chloe as a child. The guy did everything he could to make today the best day of her life. At this moment, Tiny was consuming the delicious food he had purchased from the banquet table. The boy asked Sir Zenas what kind of food was this. The young man said for the boy to calm down. The young man asked Tiny if he could eat a little slower. There was enough food for everyone. The boy didn't want to stop. The child, chewing his food, said that he already eats very slowly. Zenas stated for the young man to stop stuffing his mouth or his jaw might fall off. Tiny, having stopped finishing his meat, inquired what his interlocutor had told him. Zenas figured the boy was at an age where he needed to eat more to grow up. The young man heard someone addressing him and calling him a young knight. The boy tried to swallow his food quickly. The new interlocutor said that Zenas was a busy man. Therefore, would the young man mind talking to him for a while? The guy said he was disgusting last time. Tiny lowered his head and thanked his interlocutor for being magnanimous and being able to forgive him. The man said he shouldn't have made such a request of the young man, but the boy's strength impressed him. The man said if he said anything rude again, the boy might hit him. The boy said he'd do it if he had to, from the heart. A man in the audience said it was time to salute the star of the day. Everyone looked at the man, and he introduced Chloe von Valentia and her father. Duke Valentius and his daughter Chloe appeared before the guests. The girl graciously greeted everyone present. She was gorgeous. Tiny and his interlocutor stared at the young lady with their mouths open. Everyone thought the girl was statuesque and very beautiful. The boy thought, surely it was okay for this man to say that about Chloe. Everyone present thought it was the angel of the Valentia family. The men remarked that the girl was very beautiful. Chloe lowered her eyes from modesty. The girl didn't know what to say to her. The young person thought that things wouldn't be the same now. She's all grown up now. Chloe's brother and Tiny looked at the girl with admiration. The boy remembered again how the girl had asked him to call her sister now. The young man thought that he would pray for her happiness in this life. Following the girl, the spirit of the silver wolf appeared in the hall. The wolf jumped into the girl's arms and began licking her. Duke thought, that's Tiny's wolf. Chloe sat down in her seat. The wolf climbed into her lap. The old man couldn't understand why the girl was now with the wolf. Was it really so intended? Suddenly, the wolf began to increase in size. Chloe was frightened. The wolf jumped to the floor, continuing to grow. When it grew, it was enormous in size, much bigger than the girl. Everyone looked at this picture with amusement. There was a young lady sitting on the throne. At her feet was a huge silver wolf. Everyone assumed it was an angel along with a divine creature. The man remarked that it is very elegant. It is a true form of spirit. Guest thanked for the brilliant performance. It was very moving. The boy thought, who does this guy think he is? To thank him for it, Tiny noted that the man was suspicious as well. I should hit him again. The Duke thanked his daughter for growing up to be so wonderful. The man said that if her mother could see her now, that would be wonderful. The girl's mother had always wanted her daughter to become what she is now. Many people wept when they heard the Duke's words. The boy wondered, don't they know the history of this family? The Duke took out a ribbon and pendant and put it around her daughter's neck. The host said that the main event of the ceremony would now take place. It's time for everyone to introduce the young lady's groom. The Duke said he would now announce who would be his daughter's husband. The Duke said that his daughter's husband would be that man over there, and pointed his finger at him. A mysterious yellow mist began to emerge from the Duke's finger. Everyone froze with excitement. The guests thought it was a magical projection. The image of a young man clearly began to emerge from the yellow mist. The young man introduced himself. He said his name was Bradley von Aslan. The young man announced that he was incredibly excited to have the angel of the Valentia family as his companion. The young man apologized that on this joyous day, he was unable to attend this ceremony in person. Vivian was amazed. This is the reincarnation of the wise king. The boy thought, wise or not, he had died in vain in his past life. The man who was standing next to Tiny said it was time for him to speak. The boy took the man's hand and asked where Baron Nalsa was going. Guy added. He highly doubted that this was the time for the Baron to speak. The Baron stroked the boy's head and told him not to be nervous. The man said he understands the boy's concern, but the boy shouldn't be wary of him. The Baron suggested that the young man read Nalsa's word backwards. The boy was surprised. The young man realized that he would get the word Aslan. As he left, the Baron told the young man that they would see each other again. The young man was surprised. This is His Highness, the Crown Prince. He personally came to the ceremony. The guy was terrified, so he'd punched the Crown Prince in the face. How was he supposed to live with that? The young man realized he was in an unforgivable situation. The young man thought about letting him die at his wedding next year. Zenas asked, what was Tiny thinking about? To distract himself, the young man said that it was very hot outside today. The interlocutor said that there was nothing to worry about. Zenas said that His Highness had already forgiven the young man, but even if he remained dissatisfied, the young man would be safe in the territory of the duchy. The one who went against the will of the emperor, who chose Roller, and insisted on this marriage, was the Crown Prince himself. The young man realized that it was to team up with Valentia. Zemnis said that his lordship had asked him to give something to the young man. The guy said the preparations are complete, and after the ceremony, the Duke should come by. Tiny approached the Duke. The man had prepared some papers for the young man. The Duke first of all thanked the young man for the silver wolf spirit. He was able to calm her down a bit. The boy said it was nothing. It wasn't hard. The Duke said he still can't believe the young man has a spirit of his own. The man said that Karun's feminine artifact the humanitas, would disappear and a sudden attack of magical monsters, the Krakens, would leave the capital city of Ortis in ruins. Of all the monsters, why Krakens? The boy said that's for them to find out. What about the Warhammer? The Duke said that this hammer had already been finished. The man added that the blacksmith is expecting the young man at his forge tomorrow. The weight is heavier, the efficiency is higher, and it is self-healing. The blacksmith said he corrected all the manifolds to customize the hammer to the young man. The blacksmith said he's been watching the young man, and he finds him strange. What is this young man made of? The boy looked at the hammer with delight. He said it suited him very well. The blacksmith suggested the young man swing this hammer to test it in action. The guy picked up the hammer, swung it a few times, and said he had a very strong feeling. The young man was saddled with a silver wolf spirit. He was holding a war hammer in his hands. The guy threw that hammer forward with a swing and said, "This is what it takes." The young man stated that this hammer was much better than he had expected. He decided to thank Randall the blacksmith properly. At this moment, the silver wolf spirit sensed something and roared. The young man assumed something was wrong. A guy on a wolf with a hammer in his hand went on a scouting mission to see how things were going. The young man soon realized that the spirit behaved this way, most likely because of the moonlight. Tiny told his wolf that he was hopping around like a rabbit today. The guy was pleased with the wolf's speed. He said it was fine. That way, they could reach the port city of Enixon in a week. The man is arranging the figures on the map. It's a very important map. An aide came up and reported that the boy had left the duchy. This guy is traveling on a spirit beast and his speed is 4 times faster than the palanquin. The man asked where the young man was going. The aide reported that the young man was moving to the nearest town towards Karun. Everyone realized it was the city of Anaxon. The man ordered that the opportunity be taken to get rid of this young man. The man ordered that a tamer be called. Tiny slowed his wolf down. They were blocked by armed men. The young man asked who they were and called them all a dirty word. He made it clear that he was not afraid of anyone. They were bloodthirsty brigands. One of them said the guy didn't seem to realize the position he was in. One of the brigands said he heard the boy had become an expert. But there are 5 of them here with the same level. And the young boy believes in his own strength, having only a spirit on his side. The young boy was about to go on the attack and move further into the breach. The bandits decided that they would not let the young man go and would try to capture him, or destroy him. One of the thugs said that the children should be beaten to bring them to their senses. There was even an archer among the bandits. The robbers said they were black knights and were about to give the young man a lesson. The robbers decided to attack the young man. The archer released an arrow aimed directly at the young man. The boy wondered why they called themselves black knights. The young man easily repelled the arrow with his hand. The bandits were amazed. This boy had just pushed the arrow away like that. How can that be? Is he really the level of an expert? One of the brigands shouted that he should not be intimidated. What the young man is using is probably an illusion. And they're about to see it for themselves. After all, he's in the minority. The guy said to set these brigands on the path of truth, he prescribes them a hammer blow. The young man landed a crushing blow. The bandit thought that this was really the level of an expert. The blow was so strong that one of the brigands couldn't hold on and fell. The villains were frightened and started shouting loudly and calling for help. The young man said, "So much for the great Black Knight." The young man declared the attackers to be vermin and servants of the demon. The robbers were frightened, turned around and started to run away. They said he wasn't described that way at all. The boy gave chase. The bandits scattered. The young man shouted loudly, "Who gave them permission to leave?" The young man swung his mighty hammer and shouted for all the brigands to die, and called them pathetic mediocrities. The young man decided to make a thunderclap. Lightning flashed all around, and the bandits ran away even faster. The bandits were afraid of the consequences, stopped, dropped their weapons and raised their hands. They were ready to surrender to the mercy of the victor. Tiny gave another blow of the same kind, and all the brigands were struck. No one escaped retribution. The young man, pleased with himself, said it worked out great. The young man looked down at his weapon and said that he would crush everyone with that hammer. The young man continued on his way, thinking, how could these villains have known he would be passing through here? The guy thought for the future that in cases like this, at least one should be left alive. Tiny felt that someone wanted to attack him again. What could it be? The young man thought. The young man saw a 2-headed giant peering out from behind a tree. The 4 eyes shone brightly and intimidatingly. The boy thought he was facing a 2-headed troll. It was the scariest thing he had ever seen. The 2-headed troll yelled in 2 voices. The young man thought he was in for a severe ordeal. The young man couldn't understand why a top-level monster had appeared here. The monster continued to shout and swung his cold weapon at the boy. The level of monsters is determined based on how their strength correlates to human strength. A level 5 monster corresponds to a 5th circle mage or a superior level mana user who can handle it. Tiny still had no way of understanding why a level 5 monster was coming after him. Tiny, thanks to the wolf's quick paws, was able to elude the huge axe of the two-headed troll. The young man saw that someone was controlling the troll. The man was ordering the troll to destroy the boy and his wolf. He said that the boy was just a worthless boy who was hindering their organization. The stranger shouted for the troll to hit until there was nothing left of him. The boy ran away to a safe distance, stopped and got off the wolf. He wondered where the troll had come from. It turned out it was all about the monster tamer. The young man ordered his moonwolf to grab him, and the wolf rushed to the attack. The villain shouted that nothing would work out for the young man. The troll, flashing its red eyes, did not calm down and did not give up hope of destroying the young man. The monster once again swung his bloody axe. He let out a hunting cry in 2 voices. The monster struck blow after blow. The young man managed to evade his opponent's axe all the time. Emma Monster never struck the young man, but there were many chopped trees in the neighborhood. The young man thought that this terrible troll had gone on a rampage. He would be difficult to control. The young man couldn't catch a break. The monster kept chasing him from one place to another. The boy was starting to get annoyed. Strength and regeneration, pesky abilities that are enough to make a troll a level 5 monster. But there is a limit to his rage. He just had to be patient and choose the right moment. The young man realized that he had to hold out, and at the right moment, he would be able to attack. The monster emitted poisonous smoke. The young man tried to run away to a safe distance. The guy decided to use mana to overcome the smoke. The young man stumbled and fell. There was less and less strength left. The monster swung his axe. At some point, the monster brought his axe to bear, and the young man realized that dodging now would not be possible. The guy activated a large blob of energy and directed it directly at the monster. Upon contact with it, the energy produced an explosion. The monster screamed. In the next instant, before the monster could go to its senses, the young man jumped high and delivered a crushing blow with his hammer on the troll's leg. The blow was of terrible force. The troll felt the full force of the crushing hammer. The young man noticed that the force of the blow had become much more powerful. It was amazing. The monster screamed loudly but could do nothing to counter our hero. The young man noticed that the troll's leg was beginning to recover. In a little more time, there would be no trace of the wound. The boy jumped up, hoping to come up with a new maneuver, and deliver an even more crushing blow to his opponent. The monster continued swinging his axe and demolishing trees one by one. The young man saw his opponent's vulnerability and decided to attack him. The boy swung his hammer. The stranger, watching this battle from the side, stood and smirked. He couldn't figure out how much longer the young man would be able to run. The stranger thought that the young man would be finished as soon as the troll caught up with him. The troll could not solve this problem. At one point, the young man found himself at a dead end. There was a wall behind him. There was nowhere to retreat to. It seemed to him that this was a trap from which there was no way out. Would he really have to take a direct fight? The troll shouted loudly and swung his axe. The next moment, something happened. The two-headed monster froze. The stranger, watching this, came to be horrified. Had the rage mode already subsided? The young man thought the troll had reached its limit. Constant regeneration is very exhausting. The stranger finally realized what the young man was trying to accomplish. He was just stalling for time, and he had succeeded. The silver wolf immediately sank its teeth into the stranger. The man screamed loudly in pain and fear. The wolf continued to gnaw on the stranger. The stranger continued to scream even more. The guy said his moonwalker did a good job. He knows his business. The young man told the moonwolf to keep holding the stranger. Himself decided to finish off the two-headed troll. The guy swung his deadly hammer high and delivered a lightning strike. The troll had no chance of escape. When the fog cleared, one could see the little man dragging the two heads of the defeated monster with him. The young man walked closer to the stranger, threw the monster's body parts at his feet, and said it was time for a straight talk. From the stories, the young man understood that the headquarters of the organization was located in the lawless city of the Alliance. The head of it is the mayor of that city. The man confirmed all of the above and hoped for leniency. The young man said he doesn't believe anything, and it's all lies. If it was as the man says, a speech control spell would have been cast on the chain dog. But the man turned out to be quite talkative. even though he is a level 5 magical beast tamer. The guy asked, "Is it true that they are planning to steal Karun's divine artifact?" The stranger got down on his knees and shouted that they weren't planning such a thing. The boy said he would believe him here. The young man asked another question. He was interested in the name of the man responsible for this task. And after that, he promised to let the stranger go. The young man advised him to think carefully before answering. The stranger asked if he was sure he would be released. The guy said his interlocutor had heard of people dying by having their skull crushed, right? The young man added that it was far more likely than that he would finish the man off with his bare hands. The port city of Enixon. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw a bright flash. What could it be? Perhaps someone had set off fireworks. The young man remembered the Duke's words. The man had said everything was ready. The young man would be waiting for him in Anaxon's pub. The young man walked up to the Pope. He thought it was here. This is his meeting place. Tiny stepped inside and was amazed. Would this man really be helping him? In front of the young man stood the Sword Emperor himself. How could such a thing be possible? The boy closed his eyes. After the young man opened his eyes, there was a completely different person standing in front of him, who said that they don't sell alcohol to children. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. Why did his face change immediately? The kid realized that it wasn't because of the masking magic. He didn't feel the presence of mana here at all. The little boy thought he was just fancying it. The regulars at the pub said it was no place for small children, especially not black-haired ones. At the same moment, the spirit of a silver wolf appeared in the room. The men said that all the customers would be lost that way. They were frightened. The wolf opened its huge maw and roared loudly. The men screamed with fear. The spirit of the silver wolf circled around and approached Tiny. The wolf stood beside the young man. The guy said why he keeps having to put rude people in their place. The man said it was the young man who was the summoner. So it's you, the client who created the special order. The man bowed to the young man and said he apologized for not recognizing him right away. The young man was asked to go to another room, where everything was ready for him. Tiny was taken to a separate table that held 2 books. The boy held out his badge. The man looked at this token and saw that it was indeed from his lordship. There could be no mistake. The man determined from the token that it was Valentine's secret organization. Blackwing. Not only are his men impeccable with the sword, but they are unrivaled when it comes to finding information and making connections. The man stated to the young man that he was the commander of the Black Wing. His name is Jay. The boy immediately realized he was in charge. He said he had a question. The young man said that as a head, his interlocutor should be at Blader level, but he didn't sense any mana presence from him. The boy wondered how a man could hide his abilities. The man said that his mana had not awakened. Tiny was very surprised. The young man noticed his companion's face was undergoing strange changes again. The man said, "If you try to hide the mana, it will be difficult to disguise yourself like that." The guy noticed that the Sword Emperor had reappeared in front of him. Some kind of strange transformation was taking place. The kid realized it was just a simple disguise. There's nothing supernatural about it. The interlocutor was glad that the young man understood everything and said that it was so. Tiny thought, so he must not have imagined it then. But it looks very risky. The interviewee said it's not risky, but rather exciting. The man told the young man that he had better think about his important assignment now. The boy was surprised. The man said the magician, Gail Anderson, who was supposed to issue the recommendation, is missing. The boy wondered again, how could the mage be missing? What was going on here anyway? The title of magician is given to those who reach the 7th circle. Given that Gail Anderson has the power to control the waves, he has no equal at sea. The man said they couldn't locate him, though. He should have been back 2 weeks ago. The guy thought it would obviously be very difficult for him to get a recommendation. The man, pointing to the badge, said he had a plan B. The man offered the young man a chance to get to know his new identity. The young man was very happy. He thought that this time, the Sword Emperor had chosen the right assistant. Tiny asked his interlocutor to find out something about Hasley. The man asked, "Who is he?" The young man explained that he was a follower of the demons responsible for the Karuna incident. The boy said he was absolutely sure of it. Otherwise, the informant's head would explode if he lied. The man assumed it sounded like the name of either a beastman or an orc. He said he would keep it in mind. At that moment, someone called out to the man. He said it looked like he had to go. He had to leave. The man said there's a big fish this time, and he can't ignore it. There were new customers in the pub. The man was obliged to react. The young man followed the man out and looked around at everyone present. It was the big fish that interested him. The man with the trays was running around the customers. fulfilling all their orders. The young man thought the big fish were just an influx of customers. The young man did not understand what he should do now. He was alone, and there were many new customers in the pub. The young man thought, why is this fake pub doing so well? It's been 2 days. The ship is the flagship. It's a large sailing frigate. In the harbor, a man said that Flagson would be leaving soon. The stranger asked if this Flagson was going to Corin. The man asked if the little customer could show his ID badge. The stranger turned out to be Tiny. He decided to show his badge. The guy held out his new badge he'd gotten at a suspicious pub. The man saw this token, excitedly shouted, so it means this little customer is an aristocrat. The man thought, why is this aristocrat unaccompanied? He asked the young man to forgive him for his unsteadiness. The young man said it's okay, because he's a former aristocrat. The man gave the young man a glance and said, have a good trip. The huge hammer did not arouse his suspicion. The young man remembered the man in the pub telling him that there was a family of aristocratic Morses. They had been mistakenly recognized as followers of a demon. They had disappeared 40 years ago. Black hair and eyes are traits of a mainline heir. Without heirs, they were never reinstated. From now on, Tiny will be the heir to the Morses, the child of noble elves. The young man thought he was okay with being a summoner, but an elf, that's a bit much. The boy became a little alarmed. He could feel the mana emanating from the ship. The young man looked around. He didn't see anyone he knew. It seemed to him that there was an evil energy here. The young man noticed that the energy of evil did not come from 1 or even 2 people. Tiny decided to be more observant. He wondered what was being planned here after all. The young man suggested that there might be a conspiracy, and they want to destroy everyone on the ship. The stranger, who was behind our hero, discreetly drew a knife from behind his sinus. The stranger swung the knife over the boy's head. The young man felt it all. Tiny dodged the knife, intercepted the attacker's arm and blocked the blow. The guy, using his fighting skills, knocked the knife out of his opponent's hand and twisted that hand so that the villain screamed in pain. Everyone around noticed this confrontation that was unfolding on the center deck. The people around them saw that one of the opponents was bleeding in the process. The sailors shouted what the little fellow was doing. The intruder's arm was broken and bleeding. The men said for this guy to let the poor guy with the broken arm go now. He must be in pain. The knife was lying on the deck. The young man, without letting go of his opponent, threw the knife with his foot so that it flew upward. The next moment, the guy kicked the knife and it flew off, stabbed into the chest of the villain. All who saw it were amazed. The villain, bleeding, fell on his back and was defeated. Dark magical smoke began to emanate from the defeated villain. Everyone around him was frightened and thought, why is there smoke coming out of the body? It was a strange phenomenon. People started pinching their noses and saying it stinks a lot. Some of them had heard of it. It was rotten smoke. One of the sailors thought it was a demon follower. That's why there was smoke like that. The sailor walked over to the young man and thanked him. The young man had helped get rid of a lurking demon follower. But there would be some things that would need to be sorted out officially, and motioned for the young man to follow him. Tiny sensed something was wrong here. The young man grabbed the sailor by the arm and used a painful hold on him. After that, he kicked his opponent in the chest. The sailor flew far back, blood showing from his mouth. The young man said, first, the guy put down another sailor who was stretched out in the middle of the deck, and said the second one. The next villain had a hard time getting to the next one too. Tiny grabbed his arm and said, third. The young man began to bite his opponents, using his immense strength and using his excellent hand-to-hand combat skills. The villains fell one by one, unable to escape. All who saw the incident began to scatter from the deck and shouted that it was a murderer. The young man was ruthless in dealing with his enemies. One of the retreating men looked back. What he saw stunned him. He screamed, no way! There was a strange, dark smoke coming out of all of them that were defeated by the young man. They were all followers of the demon. The young man noticed an old sailor coming down the ladder to the deck. The man asked, what's going on here? Who made such a mess? Looking at the defeated villains and the boy standing next to them, the man asked, how was this possible? The man approached the young man, lowered his head and said that he deeply apologized for the hardship he had to go through. The man continued, it seemed that his subordinates had been bewitched by a terrible demon, and he thanked the young man for his assistance. Tiny thought this was a very awesome captain. He'd never met anyone like him before. The boy, stepping closer to the man, said he was a pretty good actor. The captain was surprised. The guy, not thinking long, grabbed his hammer and applied a killing blow with the hammer to the captain. The captain was once again surprised. It was his last surprise. The blow of the hammer was so powerful that the captain punched through the deck and, bleeding, flew into the hold. The passengers looked down at what was left of the ship's captain. The captain's body lay headless. The same dark smoke was coming out of what had just been the captain. That crew has been in charge of Flexen for the past 5 years. The young man stepped off the ship and made his way to the town elder. It was reported to the city head that 5 sailors had low-level evil infestation. 2 of the navigators had expert-level infestation. Captain, blader-level infection. The elder of the city turned out to be King Ahmat von Karun. The king said that hundreds of living people, and then if you count the dead, thousands, were offered to the demon. If the demon these believers in him serve, from a high-level evil clan, can pass through dimensions, then the sacrifices will enhance the believers, and at the same time, the ceremony itself would endow their clan with great power. The young man stated that they were all like pests. The king said he hadn't met them in 30 years, so he must have been too relaxed. The king thanked the young man and said he was an invoker with elf blood. The young man prevented a major sacrifice. The king said he had heard rumors that the young man had a spirit, and he would like to see him. The king's servant said it could be very dangerous, even if the young man has elven blood in him. The young man decided to show his spirit, and a huge silver wolf spirit appeared beside him, roaring loudly for extra convincing. Tiny said it would only be a pleasure for him to show anyone who wanted to see his spirit. It's a source of pride for him. The king said that this painting was simply marvelous. A little boy and his big silver wolf spirit. The old man stated that after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally believed in the young man. The king told his subordinates to wait outside this room, because he wants to speak to the young man alone. The young man suspected something wrong. He felt that something suspicious was going on here. The subordinates shouted for the king to rescind his order. A face-to-face meeting with a stranger, it could be very dangerous. The old man said it wouldn't take long, so it's okay, the servants said as their master wished and departed. They closed the doors behind them. There were 2 people left in the huge hall, the king and the young man, Tiny. The king turned to the young man and told him that he didn't have to worry about their conversation being overheard. The old man said the young man lied when he claimed to be a quarter elf, didn't he? The king said he wanted to know the true purpose of the young man's arrival at this place. The king continued. One such story is the idea that elf blood cannot flow in a person with black hair. The old man immediately reassured the young man and said that he didn't have to worry. Only members of the royal families know about it. Tiny lowered his head and said he apologized for saying the wrong thing. The young man confessed he came here to hunt down the demon's followers. It's his secret mission. The young man said he had to prevent the theft of a divine artifact and trouble in Karuna. The old man assumed that this kingdom was like home to the young man. Somehow he was sure of it. The young man did not expect such a confession. He asked the king what was the basis of his assumptions. The king said that Karun has a neutral position but is in the kingdom's alliance. That puts a few things in place. The man continued. It's hard for them to trust someone from another kingdom that is in conflict with the alliance. The king assumed that the young man actually had good intentions, but he was hiding his identity. Tiny knew that King Kekarun was called wise. The king thought he could trust the young man. The head of the city noted that the young man is a caller with a pure soul. The boy decided that even a wise king could not shield himself from stereotypes. Since summoners control spirits that are the embodiment of magic, they naturally become the enemies of demon followers. It was because of this that the stereotype about the purity of the soul of the conscripts came about. Tiny figured that in his past life, everyone had thought exactly the same way. The boy said that he, in that case, would like to ask the king for one favor. The young man asked to be appointed as the guardian of the divine artifact. He will try his best to take care of the problem in Karuna. The king looked intently into his guest's eyes. He said he approved of his petition, and he believed that the young man would be able to catch all the demon's followers. The king said he was not a stickler for empty rituals and ceremonies. A servant approached with a sword and a token. The old man said he wanted to skip the empty rituals. The king took the token in his hands. The young man knelt before the king. The king declared that the young man had already proven his worth as a knight. The king announced that in the name of the royal family of Karun, he was appointing the young man, Tiny von Moors, a knight. And this knight is hired by the king to protect a divine artifact. The young man thought it was the first time he was receiving the title of knight. The young man thought of his sister Irina and told her in his mind that he would start his life over again. This time it would be different. The young man declared to the king that he had something to say. The young man said someone named Hazel was behind the incident. The boy added that the name was used by either orcs or beastmen. Knight Tiny inquired if the king knew anything about it. The king asked if the young man was sure of what he was now stating. The young man was amazed at the look on the king's face. The young man said that the saint with the fifth circle said so before his head exploded. The old man sent the young man away and told him that he needed to think over everything he had heard from Knight Tiny. As expected, it was perfect. The man with the staff was underwater. Magician Hale is having a hard time. Hassel looks at the child who can see through the veil. He says he's not going to let this plan come to fruition. Knight Tiny and the other knights gathered in the shooting room. The knights discussed that this boy killed the followers of the demon in Flaxen, a member of the Divine Artifact Protection Squad. Mason stated that this boy was part elf. Therefore, he shouldn't be underestimated just because of his looks alone. Mason added that this young man did well on that mission and was given the title of knight. The man noticed that this phenomenal guy was entrusted with the authority to join and oversee this squad. The men looked at the young man in disbelief. They did not believe that this boy could lead a troop. What did he think they were? Tiny asked the king. Could he really just appoint him like that? What if someone in the palace is against it? The king told the young man not to worry. For hundreds of years, the Karan army had been protecting Ortis. The divine artifact is now a mere symbol, and the position of its protector, a boring job. The young man thought that this squad was made up of only losers. The boy looked at those warriors. They had no chance of getting stronger. It was evident from the expression on their faces. The young man thought that even if there was no external confrontation, there would be carnage inside as it was. The young man clarified if this knight's name was really Sir Mason. Mason turned to Sir Tiny and said he didn't care if the young man had an exclusive right. All they care about is the seniority system. Sir Tiny had decided to show who was in charge on this occasion. He let out a silver wolf to show his spirit, just in case. The knights were very surprised and understood. The young man said he didn't know what their seniority was, but it's clear who has the upper hand. The young man added that he was looking for followers of the demon, and he could use that as an excuse, so they wouldn't think anything bad of him. The young man looked closely at each of the people present. He asked if there were any demon followers among them. The frightened knights said that there were no demon followers among them, nor had they heard of such. Knight Tiny suggested that the personnel try to serve properly, so that they would not be criticized. The personnel said that they would do their best. The young man thought the king's reaction was strange, and it interested him. It was possible that he knew Hassel. An officer entered the room and asked, "Had a new star arrived? The one who caught the demon's followers?" The young man turned around and saw a man who said he was honored to meet the young knight. Standing in front of the young man was the captain of the Divine Artifact Defense Squad, Truman. The officer introduced himself. The young man said he was honored to meet Ruman too. The boy thought he was just an expert. The captain said he had heard of the boy volunteering to join the squad. The man asked, "Is the young man interested in the divine artifact?" Knight Tiny said, "Perhaps that is not the case." The boy wondered if this old man was connected to the coming misfortune in Karuna. The captain said since that was the case, the young man had come to the right place. Tiny stated, "Everyone says divine artifact, it's just a symbol." The captain said the holy power has only one purpose, to drive away evil creatures. The old man added that this power only works within a radius of 1 kilometer, and it blocks demonic energy no higher than the first level. However, if the young man learns more about her, his opinion may change. The old man inquires if the young man has heard of the promise in the age of mythical tribes. If not, he recommends familiarizing himself with such books. Since ancient times, people had considered divine artifacts to be jewels. The boy thought it was no wonder the old man was emanating demonic energy. The old man continued, "They are created by the gods. Even evil orcs and those under their influence say it is better to learn by doing." Tiny listened attentively to his interlocutor, but still understood nothing. The old man invited the young man to follow him. The captain promised to show the young man a real divine artifact. The captain and the young man walked to the central part of the castle. The man asked, "Because the young man's name is Tiny, right?" He added that no one appreciates the work of the Artifact Protection Squad. The boy assumed it was because artifacts are seen as simple symbols. The old man said the reason was even simpler and opened the door ajar. The captain and the young man entered a room that contained an enormous-sized crystal. Tiny knew it was a divine artifact, Humanitas. This artifact didn't need protection. The boy looked at the crystal with admiration. It seemed huge and beautiful to him. The old man didn't understand what made this artifact manage to float. The captain said there's a legend that an incompetent person can't even touch it. That's why he doesn't need a defense, the old man said. He wants to see if the young man has the skill to touch this artifact. The young man walked closer to the crystal and touched it. The old man was amazed. Doesn't he have a level 7 too? A blob of light that seems incapable of harming anyone of this world has the power to repel all things foreign. The guy thought the barrier was talking. Tiny figured he was the only one who could hear him. It was because of his distinctive sensitivity to mana. The young man thought that the barrier itself was an artifact. It could even move. The old man was very surprised. The young man had just communicated with a divine artifact. The captain said the young man has a remarkable talent. He could surprise people. The man stated that he has been in this unit for many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a thing. The boy thought that this captain lacks strength, but at least he is proud of his work. The guy decided that the rest of this squad didn't look anything like the captain. A member of the kingdom's knighthood, Greg Simbo. The captain asked what business Greg was here for. Knight said he wasn't here to see the captain. Greg asked the young man, "Is he the holy half-elf?" Tiny said he was only a quarter elf. The boy thought it was a lie anyway. Simbo said he was the hero who punished the dark magicians. How dare he lie in the royal palace? Simbo decided to attack the young man, swung his sword, and said he would reveal his true identity right away. The boy said it, he did. You can't just take my word for it. At the last moment, the young man took a step to the side, and Simbo missed and flew forward. The young man grabbed the knight's arm and pulled her toward him. The knight, having lost his balance under the force, jumped up and flipped in the air. Simbo fell heavily on his back. He lay there and swore at the young man with resentment. The boy said Simbo can still talk. Then he must be feeling well. The young man grabbed the knight's arm a few more times and left him against the ground. The knight shouted that he now recognized the young man. The captain watched the young man finish off the hapless knight. He grew to respect Knight Tiny even more. The boy thought maybe he should show some good manners now. The lad bowed to the reclining Greg and said he had learned a lot from him. The captain afterward became imbued with a sense of deep respect for the young man and his intelligence. There was someone watching the captain and the young man from above. It was an amazing sight. One of the knights said that they had gotten a very interesting young man. The knight introduced himself. It was Robert Dumble, a knight of the Royal Order. He was surprised that the young man was able to defeat Greg. Double asked the young man to show what he could do. The young man immediately showed what he could do and knocked Double down. Two more knights introduced themselves and said their names. The young man, recognizing that they wanted to fight him, had to send them into a knockdown as well. Next was the vice captain of the knighthood, Randolph Granches. This knight had a sword in his hand. The vice captain said he wanted to test the young man's abilities, and he attacked the boy with a sword in his hand. The young man quickly drew his hammer and repelled the vice captain's attack. The vice captain was also momentarily impressed. The young man said they had a technique, hit and run. Guy asked. Since they were fighting, maybe the vice captain knew who Hassel was? The captain replied that he had never heard of him. The young man couldn't understand what was going on. Why didn't anyone here know about him at all? Another knight came up and said that the young man had ruthlessly dealt with everyone. The young man thought, who the hell is this? The young man realized that his interlocutor was of the highest level, or an entry-level applicant. The stranger apologized. The young man raised his head and looked him in the eye. The man introduced himself and said he was captain of the Royal Order of Knights, Liam von Peterson. Tiny placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and begged his lordship's forgiveness for his rudeness. The captain said there was no need for formalities. He really enjoys watching young talent. The captain asked if the young boy would consider him skillful enough to put up a fight with him. The boy wondered. The captain said that if the young man amused him with this fight, then he would get a prize. The man added that this prize would be useful information about Hasley. He believes that this will be enough. Tiny clenched his hammer in his hand. He would be dealing with a man who had the level of a challenger. The boy thought that he might also learn useful information that he had been looking for a long time. And this captain with the information came to him himself. The man said the young man would have to be determined because he might not be able to match his level. The guy decided that one would have to be completely unintelligent to turn down such an opportunity. The young man leapt up with his hammer at the same instant, eager to deliver the first blow to his opponent. The young man shouted that he gladly accepted the challenge. The boy was determined. The young man shouted that he should not be underestimated. He was about to demonstrate that. The young man realized that his opponent was in big trouble, because the young man felt a lot of confidence in himself. The young man, using his fighting skills, leaned over and kicked his opponent's leg. The opponent's foot was very stable. The young man thought it was a stone attribute. The captain said the young man is very persistent and a pleasure to deal with in battle. The young man was a worthy opponent. The young man did not let the knight relax and struck him from all sides. Tiny didn't understand how this captain was able to hold his own against his onslaught. It's a challenger-level defense technique. The captain was strong and steady. Such a knight is perfect for battle. The captain said he takes it back, that the young man is no match for his level. The young man's performance in battle is excellent. The captain attacked his opponent, thrusting his sword forward. The young man blocked the captain's lunge, putting his hammer under his sword. The sparks from the cold weapon flew in all directions. The captain was pleased with his opponent. He said that he was having quite a bit of fun. The man smiled. The knight thought that his opponent's technique was flawless. The only thing the young man lacked was experience and level. The boy remembered that the knight's name was Liam. "I'll have to remember that," he thought. The young man knew that when the going gets tough, you have to shift your center of gravity. After that, the young man decided to attack his opponent with all his might. Such a technique, with changing the center of gravity and then attacking, it's quite a well-known fact. Using it, the young man was quite successful in his attacks. The captain said the young man couldn't even be called a genius. "His opponent is a real monster," the man added. "Or even a monster." Guy thanked his opponent for the compliment and struck very hard with his hammer on the captain's body. The captain managed to block the hammer with his sword. The knight said that was the end of it. He'd had a lot of fun and discovered the young man's talent. Tiny by inertia couldn't stop at the same moment. The young man was pulled backward. The guy decided he couldn't keep up. The knight took advantage of this and struck the young man's hammer with his sword. The boy received acceleration, flew far backward with the hammer. The flight was accompanied by a scream. The captain calmed down and said that fighting any further was too much. The young man stood up, leaning on his hammer, and thanked his opponent. He, too, had had a lot of fun. The man said that at the end of the fight he was even surprised. He will remember this battle for a long time. Captain Liam said that as a token of his gratitude, he would tell the promised information. The boy thought he would finally find out. The young man wondered if this captain was actually Hasley. The guy stated that it was a very good sparring session. Karuna has some talented people too. The captain stated that he will now share what he himself knows. There is a man named Litman. Although he is a member of the kingdom's Order of Knights, he only takes orders from His Majesty. The captain continued. Not much is known about his work, but he is sure that he travels to different places. The captain believes that Litman may know Haslam, and we should go to him for information. The captain suggested that the young man arrange a meeting with Litman. Suddenly, a knight came running in and said that he had urgent information for Tiny-san. The knight said that His Majesty urgently wishes to see the young man. A young man arrived at the king's reception. The king told the young man to say hello. He found the man he was looking for. His Majesty said this man is very familiar with the East Coast. His name is Litman. The guy wondered, had he asked to find this man? The kid remembered how just now Captain Liam had told him about a man named Litman. Litman said he was glad to meet the young man. It was the one Sir Liam had spoken of. Litman said he knew the young man was a hero who had killed the demon's followers. The man asked why the young man needed him. The guy scratched the back of his head and didn't know what to say to the man at this point. He said he was honored to meet him. The king thought, why is this young man looking at him so intently? The boy thought, if he wanted him to play along, there should have been at least some hint beforehand. The pause of silence somehow lengthened. The young man did not dare to ask anything. Litman did not know what to tell him. The boy was covered in sweat. I had to break this long pause. The young man came up with, because of his appearance, he thought he might be from the East Coast. At least the young man was able to get something out of himself. The young man continued. His Majesty inquired about his wish, and the boy said he would like to visit the place. He did not expect the king to arrange everything so quickly. Litman said every time he found a new path, he was always generously gifted. The king announced that Tiny should not go immediately to the east. The man must first fulfill his promise about the demon's followers. The young man said that went without saying. The young man wondered why the king had mentioned it. The boy figured there was nothing wrong with this man. Otherwise, Moonwolf would rebel if he turned out to be a demon follower. The young man thought it was Maniform. Maniform is when both beast and man are one. The young man remembered Jay telling him in the pub that the name belonged to either an orc or a beastman. Litman said the young man is very confident. He is a very trustworthy person. The king said that Litman would come in handy greatly in destroying the demon's followers. Litman inquired, what does His Majesty mean by that? The man told the king that he had to go looking for Gale tomorrow. The king told him to cancel the event. The king added that dealing with the looming threat is now a priority. His Majesty called Littman now the most able man to whom he could entrust it. The man said he understood, but he was very worried about Gale. Littman said he would naturally follow the king's order. The little boy thought that there was no evil energy coming from this man, but there's something wrong with him. Sir Tiny decided that the man was Hazel. The young man stated to the king that the man was not a follower of the demon. The king said it was better to be sure and check him out. The young man asked, why didn't the king speak of him before? The old man stated that he had no choice before. The boy asked, I guess the whole reason is because of the mana oath. A mana oath is an oath sealed with mana. Anyone who breaks it will suffer a shock at the level of their circle. The young man thought that a third-round shock wasn't that dangerous, but not to an older man. The young man thought of the king. The boy, Sir Littman, seems to have been loyal to the king for many years. This was only the second time the young man had met the king. The king decided to tell the young man a cautionary tale. In the Karan family lineage, as relatives age, they develop a strange ability to foresee the future. The king had a dream that the sacred artifact would be lost, and the monster would destroy the capital. The king saw it many times. The old man stated that a young man came afterward and said that the artifact would disappear. The king continued, it had better be a silly old man's dream. The old man continued, if there was a chance to avert trouble by doubting a faithful servant, he would be only too glad. The young man heard the barking of the silver wolf spirit. The boy wondered if he was about to see Hasley. The spirit gives him a sign. The young man thought that Hasla had just left the castle. The boy grabbed his hammer, jumped on the moon wolf, and galloped forward. The moon wolf didn't feel the demonic energy either. The real Hassel, it was someone else. The young man couldn't understand why this Hassel had taken to running away. The answer was obvious to the boy, but he had to get proof. A cargo ship is standing on the shore. Cargo is being loaded onto it. The older man told the movers to keep their voices down. They don't work at night for nothing. The men noticed an unknown man approaching them, who hid his face under a hood. The men grabbed their swords, turned to the unknown man and asked who it was. The unknown man lowered his hood. The movers saw who was standing in front of them. The men realized it was Hassel. Why is he here at this hour? One of the workers said they weren't expecting Hassel until tomorrow. Why is he already here? Hassel replied that something had gone wrong. Hassel declared that the king had ordered him to stay with that boy, and the man threw off his cloak. And everyone realized that Hassel and Littman were one and the same person. The staff members said that this young man had just recently come to them. Hassel replied, what is the king thinking? Hassel shouted, stop talking too much. We have to get ready to set sail. Everyone immediately went to work and began loading the rest of the cargo onto the ship. Suddenly there was an explosion on the ship. Hassel was terribly surprised. Everyone turned toward the ship and looked to see what had happened there. The ship was on fire. It broke in two and began to sink. The cargo sank with the ship. Sir Tiny was spotted on the bow of the ship. The young man looked toward the night workers. The young man, smiling, asked what the demon minions were doing here in the middle of the night. The people on shore shouted that they were under attack. There is someone on the ship now. Tiny immediately jumped off the ship onto the shore and took out several men with a single blow of his hammer. The man thought that this young man had taken down 4 people in 1 second with 1 punch. The young man jumped to his feet and asked, no one. Did any of the survivors want to surrender? The men were frightened and thought that the monster in front of them was now a monster. Hassel said they're all pathetic lowlifes. This young man may be called a saint, but he's an expert. The man stated that this boy was very exhausted after all his jumping. Hassel shouted to his aides not to let himself be fooled. It's just a trick to buy time and restore mana. The young man said he had been figured out after all. Hassel stated he didn't expect the young man to dare to come here alone. The man added that in that case it was a great chance to get rid of that obnoxious boy. Tiny swung his hammer and said, let the opponent just try. Tiny and Hustle approached each other to confront each other. Hassel swung his sword and struck the young man with it. The young man stopped the sword with his hand. The man was terribly surprised. How could this be possible? The young man wrapped his hand around the sword blade and shouted, so why doesn't the opponent do anything? The young man shouted to his spirit and immediately Moonwolf rushed to his aid. The silver wolf spirit bit his opponent's side. The man was bleeding. Hassel screamed, how dare he hurt him? Hassel shouted that he was about to rip the young man into little pieces. Tiny continued to hold his opponent's sword. Hassel unleashed his sword and said that he could forcibly cancel the draft. The man added that even summoners like the young man would be surprised now. Hassel rushed toward the silver wolf. Tiny was angry. He couldn't let his opponent do anything to his silver wolf. Hassel shouted that he was going to get rid of the four-legged man and swung his edged weapon at him. The enemy shouted that after the wolf, he would take care of his master. The young man shouted loudly and said the name of his spirit. The wolf rushed to the young man at the same moment and stood under his protection. The man thought it was very strange. He had done a lot of damage. How was this guy able to keep the draft from being cancelled? This boy only protected the target's attack area to reduce mana consumption. Hassel thought his opponent was ridiculous. He had to die. Hassel's helpers decided to help their master to victory and said that they would attack the young boy now. They rushed at the boy, swinging their swords. The young man began swinging his hammer and mercilessly crushing the attacking opponents. Blood and broken bodies were everywhere. The young man jumped up on the silver wolf and said that he was ready to continue the confrontation. The young man told his mad moon wolf that he didn't have much mana left, so he would have to control the movement himself. Hassel told the young man that the king had probably already told him about him. The man added that the old man has no sense of gratitude at all. The young man remembered how he had sensed back at the castle that Hassel had left the castle. As the young man was leaving, the king told him that Hassel was a man with countless stories to tell. The old man added that beastmen usually inherit the skills of the local animals, but sometimes mutants are born. The beastmen kill such children immediately because they remind them of the mermaid tribe that opposed their god. The young man stopped, turned around, and said that he didn't understand what the king was now telling him. The king continued. He somehow managed to survive away from his homeland while hiding his identity. The king needed his abilities, so he voluntarily took the mana oath and kept his identity secret. Hassel asked if the king had told the young man anything else. Hassel stood on the seashore holding two swords. The man was ready for further confrontation. The young man remembered the old man telling him that this man might be an enemy. If he be an enemy, the young man should by no means fight him if the battle is near the sea. The king added, because this man is a killer whale. And the young man saw his spirit, a huge orca, appear over Haslam. His eyes lit up like a demon's. His eyes blazed like a demon's. He moved toward the young man. Tiny, along with his wolf, skillfully evaded the attacking opponent. The boy turned around and, swinging his hammer, shouted that he was about to destroy his enemy. Hassel retreated into the sea. The young man thought that the water had strengthened his spiritual weapon, and now it would be much harder to deal with him. The man was standing right on the water. He waited for the young man to approach him. He had a sword in each hand. The boy turned around, his wolf moving through the water. The young man swung his hammer and said he was about to show him. Tiny struck his opponent with all his might with his hammer. Hassel, using his swords, blocked the blow. The blow was so strong that the man crouched down. The enemy thought that this young man had a very unusual recovery speed. The young man pressed his opponent hard. His eyes glittered with rage and indignation. Hassel thought he might have a very difficult time soon. If the fight went on much longer, a support team might arrive. With a strong punch, the young man threw his opponent far back. As he fell, Hassel turned and dived into the sea. The young man thought his adversary was escaping. The next minute, a huge wave rose in front of the young man, and his opponent shouted that his opponent was an unusual boy. The lad saw a huge orca emerge from this wave and shouted that she would deal with the young man later. The Kasatka turned around and headed out to the open sea. Her speed was tremendous. The young man was indignant. He could not chase the killer whale across the water. The young man noticed his moonwalker leaping through the air. The boy thought that this was walking on air. The young man realized that Moonwolf had shown him his special ability now. The young man remembered how the Kasatka had told him that she would deal with him later, so they would see each other again. Tiny stared out to sea, and the young man wondered what else his opponents were planning. A stranger entered the cave. He was being extremely cautious. The stranger looked forward and said, "Great," he thought. The man added that Witchfinder Hale has lived up to his expectations. The sorcerer shouted for the man to shut his mouth and called him Litman and a bad man. The man said it was very rude. I mean, he's helping the sorcerer, and he cares about the sorcerer. Litman took food out of his bag and said if the sorcerer didn't eat, he might pass out. The man asked the sorcerer, what would they do now with this monster? The monster was terribly scary. It had teeth of enormous size, and its eyes glowed in the dark. The sorcerer, seeing this picture, waved his hands. He looked frightened. Litmason and Hale saw a huge monster waiting patiently in front of the cave. Litman said it's an amazing sight. It's a miracle they got him. If he's released, he'll telepathically contact his mother. And if he's destroyed, his mother will know it too. Litman added, then the destruction of Karin would only be a matter of time. To save your hometown, you have to try harder. Hale the sorcerer said that Littman's men will be punished by God. And there's no escape. Littman threw the bag of food at the sorcerer's feet. He said that God's punishment had struck him on the day he was born. The man's eyes lit up with anger, and he said that now he would only take revenge. Littman headed for the exit of the cave. The sorcerer thought, finally he's gone. Sorcerer Hale jumped out of the cave and began to sink to the bottom. Hale sank to the bottom right to the Kraken cub. Sorcerer Hale stated that Littman's plan was not destined to come to fruition. A young man and a man stood before the king. They had come to report. The man said that after checking, they found out that all the movers were followers of the demon. The king inquired about the cargo. The man replied that the cargo consisted of items used in magical rituals. If you add up the value of these items, you get half of the kingdom's annual budget. The king said he should have doubted Sir Littman sooner. Littman was both a mutant and a man who was burned by a thirst to show the world what he could do. The old man stated that this man had indeed proven his skillfulness, but why did things turn out this way in the end? Sir Tiny came forward and apologized for interrupting His Highness. The young man said that he had learned from Sir Liam that little was known about Littman's work, and that no one had heard of Littman. The king said that Littman had wished it at one time. The old man thought he needed it to avoid being chased by werewolves. The boy said it was worth treating him with suspicion. Ambitious people never hide. The king said that the young man had made a very good point. He should have realized it sooner. His Highness added that it was useless to lament the past. Now the king turned to the young man and said that he too had a question. The old man wondered if there was another way to track down the demon's followers. The young man replied that he knew another way, and it was a very reliable way. The boy added that it would all work out if the king helped him. A young man wearing a hood to conceal his appearance and carrying a hammer arrived at the hotel. He was followed by his luggage. The young man opened the door and was told that they were still closed for the time being. The young man raised his hand, greeted the greeter, and asked how he was doing. The boy threw off his hood and the man recognized him. He said hello to Mr. Tiny. The man inquired what it was, pointing to the box. The young man explained the nature of the problem. The man replied that the matter was more complicated if they had difficulty identifying the demon's followers. The young man agreed and said, because Hassel doesn't have demonic energy. Hassel is only teaming up with followers. The man said it all makes sense to him now. It turns out there are such people. The man stated that he was embarrassed to meet Tiny in person. He did not expect him to come. The man added that he wanted to show the true power of the Black Wing. Tiny noticed that his interlocutor still had a chance to prove himself. The man, looking at the crates of cargo, asked which one. The boy put one box on the table and opened it. He said that he had asked His Majesty for a favor. The young man pulled out a scroll and said that he had taken the remaining cargo. The boy said he was sure about the Black Wing. There is at least one expert with tracking ability. Young added that it was time for a man to take over. The guy said, have forensics check the whole shipment and figure out all those guys. The young man asked his interlocutor, well, where are his men? Let him call them all. The young man continued emptying the box of its contents. The man looking at this didn't know what to say to Tiny-san. The man was sorry to say, but what Tiny asks is hard to fulfill. The young man shouted, pulling a live frog out of the box. The man said they had tried that before, but they proved too cautious and managed to cover their tracks. The boy was disappointed. Had he gone through all this suffering for nothing? The young man was grieving. The interlocutor said that it was not that bad. The man said that almost all of the demon followers' belongings ended up in their possession. The man added that there were a lot of boxes with things. Such a quantity could not be sold at one time. These boxes contained almost everything needed to perform the ritual. Once surviving the fire in Karuna, they carefully began to fish out anyone with artifacts with them. The man remarked that materials, that's not a concern. It takes a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 10 ingredients to create an artifact. If they have lost almost all of them, it will take a long time to reproduce the same amount. The man asked, what if Karuna has a store that sells all the ingredients needed? They would have no choice, the man continued, but to go there to save time. The young man said that sounds very excellent. His interlocutor is not only good at business, he's just good. An assistant appeared, carrying a dish in his hand. The young man asked, what is this? The man said he was right on time, and offered the young man a taste of it, because it was prepared especially for him. It was a popular local dish, a whole Enix and chicken. Tiny thanked, but said it wasn't the time. The interlocutor asked just to give it a try. The young man agreed and said he would only bite once. The guy took one bite and his eyes rounded. It was delicious. In a minute, the young man's plate was empty. The young man could not understand how it had happened. The young man thought it tasted great, and he couldn't understand why it tasted so good. The young man asked his interlocutor, why doesn't he give himself completely to the cause? The man said that now he can be proud of his teachings. He is confident that they will succeed in not arousing any suspicion. The young men have decided to begin preparations to find the demon's followers. The chance should definitely present itself to them. 2 months passed. 2 strangers, hiding their faces, approached the same store. It was dark outside. One man asked, is it true that it's definitely safe there? The interlocutor responded that he had already checked with the owner. This owner, a very good businessman, he probably founded this store to make a profit. A man knocked gently on the door and said that he had already made a preliminary investigation. They would proceed under the petty officer's orders. The men went into the store. One of them said that they should spend their time wisely now. The host welcomed the visitors and asked what they wanted. The visitor said, rumor has it this store sells some pretty good stuff. He is interested in everything on this list. The host took the list and scrutinized it. The visitors waited patiently. The salesman, after studying the list, realized that these were the ones he had been waiting for. He thought that now he should call Mr. Tiny. The salesman recalled what preceded the organization of this store. A lot of fruitful work had been done. The shopkeeper, thinking they'd been working here for 2 months for a reason. He told the customers that he would get everything ready right away. The man said for the buyers to wait here for a while. He needs time to gather everything on the list. The seller was carefully picking up what he was told to pick up. The buyers waited nervously on the sidelines. The shopkeeper heard one of the visitors say that the foreman told them to be extra careful. Another stranger approached the store. The 2 customers thought it was their eldest who had come. He knew the address too. The salesman said it was an interesting conversation these visitors had. A third customer came into the store and asked if the topic of conversation could be shared with him. The men wondered, why did their elder come here? Does he not trust them? The shopkeeper thought it was the companion of the 2 visitors. They were about to tell him all about it. The third visitor said he just couldn't take it anymore. He came here to hurry them up. The man said they've been given a very important assignment, and he's worried that they won't fail. The men said that their elder could take it easy. They didn't tell anyone who their master was. And then they checked it out. The visitor let out a dark smoke, and everyone was immediately frightened. The men screamed with fear. The shopkeeper was frightened. He heard the first 2 visitors apologizing to their elder. One of the men fell on his knees and said he was sorry, and he would not disobey his master again. A strange transformation began to take place in his appearance. The older man said to have his assistant clean this place up. The man approached the shopkeeper and apologized to him for the incident. The man said he just had a lot of doubts. The visitor looked intently into the shopkeeper's eyes. He did not trust him. The man said it's too timely. The man released his dark energy again. Everything was shrouded in fog. The shopkeeper shouted loudly. The shopkeeper, aka Jay, came to his senses. Mr. Tiny was shaking him by the chest. The man's clothes were burned. Tiny asked, what really happened here? The man tried to remember. Jay said he seemed unlucky. Jay remembered lying on the floor, shrouded in dark energy. The visitor had said that there was a person who couldn't use his mana at all. That's very rare. The man looked around and noticed that this store contained good merchandise. The stranger stretched his hand forward, and all the dark energy flowed into it. The salesman remained lying on the floor. The visitor left money when he left and said that he would pay generously. So he expects the shopkeeper to get more things. The stranger warned that if the salesman told anyone what had happened, he would not get away with it. Jay said he was glad he wasn't awakened. Tiny wondered if he was just going to let the situation go. Jay thought that the stranger must be sure he could straighten him out at any moment, like this time. Saying that, the man looked at the pile of ashes on the floor. Tiny said, just because Jay can't use mana doesn't mean you have to turn a blind eye to what happened. The young man said the stranger was brave if he left a trail behind him. The young man suggested that a professional Pathfinder mage be brought here. Jay stated that there was something he wanted to check out first. He had one theory. The man said the incident may be indicative of a far greater danger than they suspect. The aura that emanated from the Duke during the training was beyond human capabilities. The Black Magician felt it too. Jay speculated that the stranger's level might have been like a captain in the 7th Corps. Tiny said no matter how dangerous it is, we need to get to the bottom of this at all costs. The young man added, if it doesn't work, you have to make it work. It was ironclad logic. Jay agreed with the young man and thought he deserved the praise. The man bowed to Sir Tiny and said he trusted him. He would follow his orders. Another month passed. The knights conducted intensified training. The young man studied additional literature. By then, the young man had managed to track the demon's movements. A few days later, a major magical ritual was recorded on the neighboring islands. Tiny thought to ambush them, do it with the Black Wing. The young man was able to pass on a bit of information to the royal family, so he boldly counted on help. The knight noticed that he hadn't seen Sir Liam for a long time. He must be on vacation. The lad assumed his lordship would organize a decent support as well. A man approached the young man and stated that many of the knights were now on vacation. The man complained that Liam had taken a long day off too. He'd have to spend time alone at the bar. Tiny wondered, does it turn out that the man and Sir Liam have a good relationship? The man said they're old friends. They frequent the bar together. The knight asked if the young man would like to join him during dinner. Tiny apologized to the captain and said he had a lot to do today. The captain accepted that answer with regret and said he would be at the bar alone tonight. The young man told the captain to get a good night's rest and return to duty. A few days passed. The day of the operation had arrived. The man recognized that a lot of knights are missing right now, and they can't miss a chance like this. The knights knew that they must protect the divine object. They had no other choice. Tiny thought it had turned out just as he'd hoped. Good thing he'd stayed. A young man came out from behind the pillar, apologized, and said they were acting too obviously. The young man looked around at everyone present and said, I didn't think he was involved either. Tiny said this, referring to Captain Truman. One of the knights said Sir Tiny was just a stranger. He knows nothing of their captain. The captain has trained and coached countless knights. The captain was one of those who founded the order. The knight stated that the captain should not have been left behind, guarding this relic. The young man asked Captain Truman, did he start out as a knight too? The captain replied that it was a long time ago. Captain Truman remembered that, thanks to his genial comrade, he had quickly realized his limit. The man said he realized where he belonged, so instead of starting a group to train, he decided to go into the service. However, all his efforts to serve his fatherland were crossed by the Baron and Baroness, who notified him of his transfer here. When the captain read this assignment, he was frankly upset. Captain Truman stated that it was unfair. However, the present king did not want to do anything about it. He left it as it was. The officer noticed that there was only one Littman on short notice with the king at the time. It was Littman who gave Captain Truman a new dream, because since he was a child, no one recognized him. Littman didn't do it for personal gain, but for the greater good. And the captain appreciated it. The man stated to young Tiny that he was doing all of this to build a new kingdom. The young man took it ironically. He thought that the captain had been stupefied by Littman's words. The young man assumed that the captain was thus trying to explain his alliance with the demon. The officer stated that he has no turning back now. He made his choice a long time ago. Future generations will understand. Captain Truman ordered his knights to seize the young man Tiny at once. The knights, swinging their swords, rushed to carry out the order. The young man said that he accepted their challenge and was ready to put up a worthy resistance. The young man took up his hammer. The boy began to smash the opponents coming at him. The warriors, having been repulsed, flew away in different directions. The captain didn't understand how one man could handle an entire squad of knights. Tiny stated that he loves it, and he was willing to do this kind of work on a daily basis. He was invincible. The young man was skillful in martial arts. Truman realized that after a while there would be nothing left of his unit. There were wounded knights lying around, and there was a sea of blood. The captain realized that this was a battle his squad had lost. One young man could stand up to an entire squad of fighting knights. The officer realized that he couldn't let this happen and he had to do something now. It can't end like this. An officer threw a red balloon at a young man, with the intent of striking him. The young man batted it away with his hammer, and that ball fell to the floor. The orb began to increase in size, and a noxious dark smoke began to emanate from it. The whole room was covered with this smoke. The ball turned into a red mass and began to increase in size. The transformation continued. A huge gray hand with terrible claws emerged from the mass. Eventually, this mass turned into a terrifying demon that roared and blazed with anger. The demon stood up to its full height, spread its wings, and roared loudly. It was a terrible sight. Captain Truman shouted, "How is that possible? I mean, they're right next to the relic." The demon grabbed the captain and decided to swallow him. He lifted the officer high above his head. Tiny jumped up and swung to deliver a powerful blow with his hammer at the demon. The young man with his crushing blow severed this monster's arm, in which he held the unfortunate officer. The arm fell to the ground along with the captain. The captain was crushed by the demon's limb. The captain, bleeding, asked why the young man had decided to help him. Tiny asked where did this demon come from. The officer said with the last of his strength that he had been given this demon by Sir Littman. Afterward, Truman added that Littman advised that he would use it as a last resort. The demon, bleeding and clutching the wound with his whole hand, continued to scream and raised his wings. The young man, observing the artifact's reaction, stated that the sacred barrier was dissolving it. The captain was surprised that the sacred barrier worked on him. The young man thought that they could not have been unaware of this. However, Littman took advantage of Captain Truman's unpreparedness. The young man said he had many more questions, so the captain will have to stay here alone. The demon jumped up, flapped its wings, and flew away. The monster headed toward the artifact. The young man watched its actions. The boy swung his hammer and shouted for the demon not to dare do so. The young man flew up to the demon and delivered a powerful blow to its body. The hammer made a huge hole in the monster's body. Blood began to come out. The demon fell exhausted and began to make strange noises. The young man struck the unseen monster. The monster was bleeding, but it still had strength. Its eyes burned with hatred. The monster didn't want to give up. The demon, struggling with the pain, pushed himself up and flew upward. Blood continued to gush from his wound. The demon got off the ground and tried to gain altitude by flapping its wings. The young man screamed. He couldn't let this monster do anything bad to the artifact, which the young man must guard. The monster in the air turned around and headed towards the young man. The monster opened its mouth and roared. A huge three-masted ship docked at the shore of the island. There were 5 bodies bleeding on the shore. A stranger in a cloak held a bloody sword in his hand. The stranger stated, "There seems to be a disturbance on the island." His interlocutor was thoughtful. The hooded stranger asked if the man had a clue what might be the matter. The man, looking at the mysterious marks on the ground, said that someone was using concealment magic. The stranger asked, "What does that mean?" The man stated that he knew nothing about it. But now it was better to stop the ritual and go back. The man stated if they wanted to hide the magic circle, then their real target was Karun. The stranger suggested that, in that case, Tiny was in terrible danger. The young man knew that for demons, following orders was more important than their own lives. The demon put its claws forward, opened its mouth, and was about to attack the young man. Tiny dodged and circled the demon from behind. He struck the monster with a hammer of great force. The young man's blow came right on the evil demon's head. Blood and all the contents of the head splattered in different directions. The monster fell to the ground. The young man realized that this was not the end. The young man climbed high up so that he could accelerate from there and finally finish this monster off. The guy developed incredible speed and prepared his hammer to deliver decisive blows. The monster was doomed. There was anger in the young man's eyes. The hammer was ready to crush this demon. The young man decided to put all his strength into this blow. Tiny fertilized the demon with all his might. The monster shattered like an explosion. The young man barely had time to get away. This monster was a rank blader. The young man was terrified. The artifact was saved. All that was left of the demon was an arm. The Demon King's followers use higher-level magic than he imagined. Tiny noticed that Captain Truman had disappeared. The young man was worried. The young man jumped up on the wolf and gave chase. The boy thought he had saved him from the monster, but the monster had left him and fled. Sir Tiny realized that on no account could Truman be allowed to go. The captain, leaving bloody footprints, tried to hide in the tunnel. The man saw a door in front of him, from behind which a mysterious light was seeping. He thought that his salvation awaited him behind that door. Truman was bleeding from the wound he had received. His strength was leaving him. He reached the door and crouched in front of it. The old man remembered the demon and thought it was very scary. He could barely get away. The captain thought that maybe even Tiny didn't get out of there alive. He considered himself lucky to be alive. The man thought to himself. He realized everything he wished for would not come true. This wound was fatal. Thurman thought that even the divine religion he considered precious might have been lost. The old man said his end must have come. Tiny appeared before Captain Truman and said, "Well, the old man is aware of his imminent demise." The old man could not believe that the young man had survived. The boy asked, why was he surprised? The young man wondered why the captain was surprised by the fact that he was still alive. The young man continued, or perhaps the captain wondered how he had found this secret place hidden by magic. Truman, looking into the young man's eyes, said he saw a brave man before him. Tiny said he would never have thought Captain Truman had set up a hideout for himself in the sewers. The captain didn't answer anything. He just smiled in return. The man was holding on with all his might. The guy said the captain only had a couple questions left to answer. The young man inquired what these scoundrels were planning. Truman replied that he did not know the details. The old man said he only knew one thing. He didn't say anything because he was losing strength. The blood kept dripping. The old man spoke softly, lest the young man forget his promise. The captain's voice trembled and he fell silent. The young man shouted for him to keep talking and not be silent. Truman fell on his back and stopped breathing. There was a pool of blood all around him. They checked the old man's pulse. There was no pulse. He was not breathing. The young man thought that this night had reached his limit. The young man stated, if the captain had not become an accomplice of the demon follower, he would not have died this way. The silver wolf spirit looked toward the door and barked. The young man was wary. The boy thought the wolf sensed strong mana outside the door. The guy opened the door and got inside. He saw a man lying there face down. The young man turned the man around and saw that it was the tsunami sorcerer. Tiny shrieked in surprise. Looking at the man, the young man thought he was already dead. It turns out the young man was too late. The young man didn't understand in that case, whose mana did Moonwolf feel? The boy looked around and saw the Kraken cub beside him. Kraken Jr. was with his eyes closed. He wasn't breathing. Tiny thought it must be his corpse. Where could a beast from a mystical age come from? The boy thought that the little Kraken was transmitting information. His memories are being passed on to the young boy. Tiny put his hand on the Kraken and felt the energy it was receiving from the sorcerer. The young man thought, which was to be expected from a tsunami. The young man thought that the sorcerer was protecting the Kraken even after his death. The young man felt a frightening, evil aura. It alarmed him. The young man thought that this aura was of the same level as gluttony. The guy realized that he had absolutely no time right now. He had to act fast. Tiny knew that there were only 2 spells left. We must use them quickly. To begin with, we had to use the mana of the first spell that was suspended. The guy tried to hastily restore the effects of this spell. A huge and powerful beam of light from the sky illuminated the earth. The king, looking from his study, saw this beam and realized what was the matter. The king realized it could be the Kraken. You can tell from the handwriting that Hale is working. The king thought the Kraken was headed this way. The first prince, Henry von Karun, came into the king's office and said they had a big problem. The prince said there's a huge tsunami coming. Evacuation alone is not an option. The prince said the king should declare the highest level of warning. The old man thought, if this is really the Kraken, they can't be safe from it. The king thought that Karun might die. Only a miracle could save him now. The king heard someone ask if His Highness was already surrendering. Everyone looked around. Sir Tiny entered the room, carrying the sorcerer on his shoulders. The king's aide shouted, "How dare this man barge in here?" The king restrained him. The young man placed his burden on the floor and everyone realized who he had brought with him. The king asked, "Is this the tsunami sorcerer?" The young man nodded affirmatively and said it was Mr. Hale. The young man said Hale fought for Karun until the very end, but he died. The king asked who had done this to one of the 7 sorcerers of the circle. The young man said he had been ruined by the followers of a demon. The man got upset and said they were scoundrels. They defeated one of the pillars of this kingdom. Tiny said there was still hope. Even in this situation, Mr. Hale was concerned about the kingdom and left something behind. Everyone present looked at Old Man Hale as if they were waiting for him to answer. The young man said that the sorcerer had set aside a shield that could save Karun. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Was there still hope? The king waited for further explanation. The king stated, what Hale left behind probably wouldn't be enough to save Karun. The boy asked what the king meant. The old man said he couldn't tell it yet. The king said that holy power always has a limit. The divine artifact should protect them from the beasts. However, it alone will not be enough to protect them from the Kraken. The man asked if this was really the monster from the legends. Was he the one who had caused the tsunami at sea? The young man said that the king was wrong. The divine object will be of use to them. Guy encouraged everyone to remember the legend. The young man said, even in ancient times, artifacts were valuable. They were created by God, and therefore will always be stronger than all monsters. The guy stated that the Kraken is a legendary monster. If the ancient scriptures are true, the holy power will always prevail over the power of this monster. The king agreed that the Kraken was different from all other known monsters. His Highness shouted that it was necessary to evacuate as many people as possible. Every minute is precious. The old man ordered all the sorcerers to protect the people from the tsunami. The people must be brought to the inner square. If necessary, use ships and move the others to the island. The king announced to make his order known to every inhabitant. A knight ran into the room and announced that they had a big problem. The man stated that all ships in the harbor were destroyed. The harbor was a depressing sight. Not a single ship had survived. The wreckage of ships floated in the sea. The man reported to his elder that he had destroyed the remaining ships in the harbor. The elder said they took away the people's last chance to escape. The elder asked what had happened to the other sorcerers. The man hesitated to answer. The man said there was information that the knight had interfered with their plan. The senior expressed the opinion that someone knows all about them. There's a leak. The man gave the order for the deputy to call for backup and get rid of all pursuers. The elder, emitting dark demonic smoke, said that things were going pretty well. The man, seeing the Kraken approaching, suggested that everyone was going to have a very hard time now. The elder ordered to kill all the knights that would stand in their way, and to spare no one. The elder said that the performance was just beginning. He was being patronized by many followers. People were running away from the sea in fear. They were fleeing from the tsunami. All of Karun will have to try to protect itself from the tsunami. All the mages, saving the city from the tsunami, were doing their best. It was a laborious process. It was a risky, adventurous operation. In the process of protecting the city from the tsunami, the mages could have used up all their strength. Hassel said when panic sets in, they'll activate the sea evil, and then no one will be able to escape. Hassel continued, after that, the royal lineage and the light of the divine artifact would be destroyed. And Karun? Buried. The elder announced to his followers that they had waited a long time and their hour had come. It is time for the world to know what Malum is. 2 days had passed. The city was reeling from the effects of a catastrophic tsunami. The coastal area was flooded. The young man looked at the people and thought that everyone was terribly exhausted. A lot of effort had to be expended. The king said they all defended themselves against the tsunami without respite. The young man, seeing how tired the king was, told him he should get some rest. Suddenly, the young man felt the effects of a strange energy. He assumed that something was approaching the city. The guy's face changed. The young man said, most likely he had arrived. A huge wave appeared in the sea, which kept increasing in size. It was like a huge water hill that was growing in front of my eyes. The great tentacle of the giant kraken has grown over the city, the one that would determine the fate of Karun. Out of the depths of the sea appeared a giant monster, the ruler of the depths of the sea. All the townspeople began to flee away from the sea. The giant kraken appeared, terrifying them. The king and his knights looked down at the monster from the castle tower. The kraken was of enormous size. His Majesty the king was ready for Karun to fall. A young man came up to the old man and called out to him. The old man asked what the young man had brought with him. What's in his sack? The boy said it was what Hale had left them. The young man called out to his moonwalker and said they had to go. The young man jumped on the wolf and ran toward the sea. In one hand he held a sack of gigantic size. The king shouted after the young man that all Karun was counting on him. The king remembered what had happened not long ago. The sorcerer had telepathically transmitted and apologized for leaving his majesty. Hale added that for the sake of the king and his people, he fought to the very end. He leaves the remains of his loyalty to the king. He hopes they will serve him well. A young man was leaping through the air on his moonwolf. He was followed by a kraken cub. The young man saw the size of this giant monster, and he said, "There's no way it could be." It was unreal. The boy felt the power and majesty of this kraken. Its eyes exuded hatred. The young man assumed that his main body was too far away. The young man nervously searched for a solution. He hadn't yet figured out how to proceed. The boy remembered his moonwolf leaping through the air. He had experienced that sensation before. The young man decided to try again, which he announced to his wolf. The third stage of the spirit summoner, a bond of strength. The young man moved lightning fast along with the wolf. Little Kraken followed him relentlessly. The young man thought it was kind of crazy, but he liked it all. The boy decided he had to get close to it. A huge kraken enveloped the whole town. The giant monster screamed the young man and covered his ears at the loud sound. It was deafening. Tiny figured the kraken thought he'd killed his child. But there was no time to look into it now. The young man moved through the air at lightning speed. The kraken cub moved tirelessly behind him on a tether. The young man decided to wrap up the matter quickly. The baby kraken's body was sealed with traces of his killer. Even though kraken has the cognitive potential of an animal, he can still sense and find the culprit. The young boy got close to the kraken and shouted to it, "Catch!" The boy tried his best to throw the kraken cub straight to its mother. The little kraken landed right on his mother's tentacle. The young man thought it had succeeded. The giant kraken began to read the information and realize what had happened to its cub. There was another loud scream, accompanied by a strong wind. The young man closed his eyes and ducked down. The boy couldn't help himself and flew off his wolf. He went down. The young man thought he had failed. It turns out that he had failed to fulfill the expectations of all of Karun. The young man flew down and thought that he would not be able to save himself. He held his hammer in his hands. At the last moment, someone ran up from below and picked the young man up and said Tiny could relax. The man landed with the boy, holding his hammer as well, among other things. Tiny was saved. The young man realized it was Sir Zenas. Now he knew who his savior was. The boy wondered why Zenas was here. Didn't he have his own things to do? The man said that the young boy could care less. Tiny shouted, "If Zenas interferes in Karun's internal affairs, it could lead to political problems." Zenas said that there were more important matters at hand. Zenas added, "There is no cause for concern as he wears a mask." Zenas is a person who possesses silver mana and the attribute of cold wind. He is a young knight with the level of a challenger. Tiny figured there wasn't a second one like it. Zenas said, "That's very interesting." The kraken suddenly calmed down. The man thought, what could have happened to this ginormous beast? Tiny noticed that right now there was something going on out there. Tiny and Zenas noticed many hooded people lying on the ground. They were shrouded in dark, insidious smoke. They were followers of the demon. The young man wondered, why are they here? Why are they in this condition? The boy thought, could they really be the ones who could have planned this kraken attack? The young man rejoiced. He had succeeded. Hale's plan had worked. The kraken began to show irritation again. He must have realized the reason for his child's death. Tiny didn't understand what the kraken wanted right now. There are no more followers of the demon nearby. Then what's the matter? The young man's puzzle wasn't adding up again. Tiny asked Zenas what was up with the summoning magic he was learning. Zenas replied, "She has the ability to hide anyone's presence anywhere." They destroyed most of the circles. The young man thought that even now he was the one who knew more about the demon's followers than anyone else. The young man assumed that the demon's followers were plotting something not good against the divine artifact. The young man became angry. He realized that he had to continue to protect the divine artifact. Perhaps Zenas could help him do so. The young man summoned the spirit of the silver wolf for help and told it to show him the location of the divine artifact. The young man wanted to narrow the radius of the inspection and told the moonwalker to be precise. The young man saw the demon's followers heading towards the castle. The young man followed them. The boy jumped up on his moonwalker and rushed off in pursuit of the demon followers. Zenas was alone. Zenas yelled, "Was it really worth leaving the kraken alone right now?" Zenas chased after the young man. The boy said that the demon's followers wanted the divine artifact. The young man shouted that protecting the divine artifact was a priority for him right now. The people of Karun saw the kraken's huge tentacles towering over the city. The townspeople were terrified. They did not know how to escape this monster. The knights were guarding the divine artifact. They didn't know what to do next. What should they do about the kraken? Knight asked the question, "What is really going on? Where is their commander Truman?" The warrior stated, "Thanks to the divine artifact, the area around the temple is now safe." The knight added that the only thing left to do now was to protect him. The demon's followers appeared. There was dark smoke around them. The knights grabbed their weapons and realized that they would now have to defend the divine artifact in battle. Hassel said he knew the concealment spell was useless. The knights must have gotten tired of standing guard all the time. The demon follower stated that these knights were only in his way. Hassel stated that it was easier for him to deal with knights than insects right now. Hassel let out his poisonous dark smoke and said that the knights were no match for him now. The knights tried to defend themselves, but their weapons could not help against the dangerous Hassel. The defenders of the divine artifact were defeated. They fell in an unequal battle against the demon's followers. Tiny raced towards the divine artifact, sitting on the back of a silver wolf. Zenas ran beside him, keeping pace with him. Zenas asked how long it would take them to get there. The young man said it was getting close. The demon followers saw the young men who were rapidly approaching them. They said that these people should not be allowed to approach the divine artifact. Tiny said they had enough to do without these bad guys. He figured he'd take care of them himself. Zenas was more nimble and quicker to reach the demon followers. He scattered the enemies in an instant and was not even wounded. The young man said he expected that. Zenas is incredibly fast. He is a pleasure to deal with. Zenas asked the young man, would the demon's followers be able to touch the divine object? There must be a strong defense against that installed there. After all, the young man said that he had already seen an example of one man almost being able to take an artifact. The young man was referring to Truman. Tiny said he had a bad feeling about it. They need to hurry up. The boy stated that the demon's followers had made a big mess of the Kraken. From here, things could only get worse. Zenas was upset. He didn't want things to get worse from here on out. He hoped that he and the young man would get things in order. Sir Liam appeared on the roof of one of the buildings. He said hello to the young man and told him they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sir Liam jumped to the ground and asked the young man what had really happened. The young man briefly explained the nature of the matter. Sir Liam decided to join them and defend the divine artifact. The young men continued moving and saw strangers appear in front of them out of the mysterious dark smoke. They were followers of the demon. One of them had a glowing object in his hands. Hassel held the glowing object in his hands. The young man thought that the villain had gotten his way. He was holding the core of a divine artifact. Tiny said they managed to steal the artifact after all. That explains why the Kraken was here. It's a distraction. Because of the theft of a divine artifact, holy vows cannot be kept, Zenas said. It was clear to him now what the young man was talking about when he warned that it could be worse. Zenas continued. First the Kraken and now one of the dark sorcerers with the seventh circle. Hassel stated that they came in earlier than he expected. Something would have to change. He decided it would be fun now. The villain stated that the heir to the morsels and 2 challenger-level knights were opposing him. Hassel said he doesn't know who they are, but they look strong enough to thwart their plan. The villain said, so he made the decision to finish them off right now. The man unleashed dark lightning, hoping that it would parasitize his opponents. The lightning was directed towards Tiny. Zenas decided that the young man was now in danger. Zenas stepped between the lightning and the young man and sheathed his sword. The young man shouted that he could handle himself. Sir Liam also came to the rescue and decided to deal with this black lightning. Hassel, smiling, said resistance was futile. All 3 heroes were ready to take the black lightning strike upon themselves and share the responsibility. Tiny thought that they wouldn't last long this way. The artifact must be returned immediately. The guy noticed that the one who had the artifact had disappeared somewhere. Where could he have gone? Hassel decided to skywalk away from this collision and save his theft. The young man, noticing him, rushed in pursuit. The young man shouted for the villain to give him the divine artifact. The villain replied that the boy would never succeed. Hassel decides to use his demonic power and end this fight that is preventing him from doing his job. Zenos noticed that the villain was aiming directly at the young man. This could not be allowed to happen. Sir Liam thought he had fended off a blow from one of the 7th Circle sorcerers. What a reckless thing to do. Valentia's sword art, this is Zenas' first equinox. Zenas very courageously fought off the attack of the demon's followers. The man was sure of his rightness and stood up for justice. Zenas applied the songs of the frozen blade. For him, protecting Tiny was a priority. Zenas remembered the Duke telling him that it was necessary for the common good and for the safety of the entire world. All men of goodwill would appreciate what he had done. The Duke then said that if Zenas didn't trust the young man, he could at least trust the Duke. Zenas figured he couldn't help but follow the Duke's orders. The man was approaching the enemy. Zenas walked up to the demon follower and told him that his opponent was him. Sir Liam announced that it would be very difficult for them now, because the enemy has demonic power. The villain thought they were trying to provoke him, to make him make some kind of mistake. Zenas realized that he could only rely on his own strength now. He had prepared himself as much as possible for this fight. Tiny on his wolf was approaching the enemy. He bravely swung his hammer. He had a divine artifact to take away. The demon follower assessed his enemies. They were 2 knights of the challenger level. The villain said he was about to see what his opponents were made of. He decided to use his demonic energy in the battle. The demon follower activated his dark lightning again and aimed it at the knights. The knights prepared to repel the attack. They put their weapons forward. Sir Liam said, "Take that," and delivered a mighty blow to his opponent. The knight sent a powerful charge of energy towards the demon follower. The energy, moving towards the enemy, left a visible trail behind it. The villain said it was a good try, but it didn't succeed, and he didn't take any damage. The villain declared that all the actions of his opponents were useless. Their plan will be thwarted, and they will be defeated. The demon minion tensed. He felt an energy that was hostile to him. Where is this energy coming from, the villain thought. Zenas, using the charge of positive energy, decided to strike back at his opponent and swung his sword. A powerful torrent rained down on the villain. There was nothing he could do to counter it. The demon's henchman lost his balance and fell. Sir Liam said, "They seem to have pulled it off thanks to Mr. Zenas." Sir Liam ran up satisfied and said, he didn't know Sir Tiny had such a wonderful friend. Zenas was the city of being called a friend of Mr. Tiny. The demon follower wasn't going to give up. He was still on his feet. He called his opponent the owner of ice and air attributes. Zalodé said he finally realized what his opponent was, and he's not going to let him win. The villain said that Zenas is a follower of Duke Valentio, and he knows all about him now. Zenas stated he guessed that his disguise wouldn't last long, and someday he would be exposed. The demon follower said since Zenas himself had shown up, he would get rid of him with his own hands. The villain changed his face and began to concentrate his dark energy to strike. For a moment, the knight thought that he might not be able to handle repelling this attack. A bright flash appeared and a powerful charge of energy rushed towards the knights. The knights realized that they needed to block this kick. Zenas realized that this was very dangerous, and he had to do his best. The blow was repelled and the energy charge was neutralized. The knight thought that before the villain attacked again, he should make a counterattack. Zenas assumed a fighting stance and prepared to close in on the villain to strike him with his sword. The man stopped. Something caught his attention. The knight turned around and saw Tiny on his wolf in close proximity. He shouted. Finally, the villain was caught. The young man struck the villain who was holding the divine artifact. He lost his balance and began to fall into the water. The villain plunged into the sea and disappeared from the young man's sight. The young man thought that this time the villain had managed to escape. The villain said that this time the young man was not difficult to deceive. The villain was Hassel. He said that only an unintelligent man would fight him in the water. Tiny stated that water is not an obstacle for him, and Hassel is wrong if he thinks water will stop him. The young man declared that this time it would be different. He unleashed his wolf and rushed straight down the hill into the sea. Hassel, looking out of the water, declared that the young man might try to overpower him. The young man swung his hammer. The distance between the opponents was shrinking. The boy prepared to strike. Hassel pumped that the sea would be his grave and swung his swords. The man stood calmly on the water. Tiny was like a hurricane. The young man prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Hassel thought that his opponent was a naive fool. The young man, leaping through the air on his wolf, said that his opponent was deeply mistaken. Hassel, seeing the wolf rushing through the air, was terribly amazed. He could not believe that the young man could fly. The villain thought that the young man's strength had increased significantly since their last encounter. The guy said it was finally his turn and swung the hammer once again. The young man approached his opponent, swinging his hammer. Hassel gripped the swords in his hands tighter. A clash was about to occur. The silver wolf felt confident in the air. He jumped easily and smoothly from place to place, getting closer to his armed opponent with every second. Hassel decided to move on and changed his location. The villain jumped up and dove into the sea. He plunged deeper and deeper. A killer whale was waiting for him at the bottom. Hassel placed the artifact in the orca's mouth and figured he was about to run away. The young man asked where he was going in a hurry. The young man was also sinking to the bottom with his hammer. The guy hit the killer whale very hard with his hammer. The killer whale opened its mouth in pain. The artifact fell out of the orca's mouth and began to sink deeper. A young man was at his side. He said that now the divine artifact would belong to him. Kasatka jumped out of the water and thought that she shouldn't let the young man take the artifact from her. The boy shouted. He almost forgot. He should finish off the killer whale too. The young man swung the hammer. The young man mimed a lightning strike and brought the hammer down on the body of the orca. The Kasatka screamed and, spitting blood from its mouth, began to sink. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he had almost lost. The young man decided that it was urgent to return to the city. Guy knew that somewhere nearby was a rampaging kraken that also needed to be dealt with. The monster that appeared began to approach the young man. It was between the young man and the city. Tiny thought that this way he could not save the artifact, and thus Karun might be destroyed. Tiny thought he just had to stop this kraken. The young man turned the wolf around and rushed straight towards the sea monster. The evil force was very powerful. It felt like his head was going to split open. The young man pulled out a divine artifact in front of him and illuminated everything around him. The guy yelled for the divine monster to stop attacking the city and added, "Please." The young man added that innocent creatures are suffering now. The kraken has the power to stop it. The kraken stated that it didn't care. In this case, sacrifice is inevitable. He wants to cleanse this world of evil. The monster added, "The divine item is not in Karuna right now. Therefore, He will not break his promise even if he beats his residents. The young man said he shouldn't do that. It would be better if he stopped. The Kraken saw what the young man held before him and said, "Does he really have the divine object?" Mollusk added, "Why is the young man asking him to forget the pain of losing a child? The young man bleeding," he thought. This Kraken's fury is strong. Guy noticed that even so, he could feel his deep sadness. The young man promised Kraken to bring those who had massacred his child. The young man urged the Kraken to believe him and to stop. The sea monster said that the young man holds the divine object, but he does not have the strength right now. The young man agreed with his opponent and said he would come up with some solution. Kraken said he could help this boy a little. The young Sir Liam lifted Zenas up and asked how he was feeling. Zenas said he was fine. He got lucky today. It could have been worse. The man stated, for a moment he thought the place might be his grave. Sir Liam said he had good news for his interlocutor. Zenas asked what he meant. Sir Liam suggested he look in that direction and showed him the tentacles of the Kraken, which was not far from them. Beneath the Kraken's tentacle was one of the demon's followers, who was pinned to the ground. The man said it was very bad timing that he was discovered. Seeing the two knights, the demon follower thought that these two were still not giving up. The villain decided that he still had strength and would try to end this battle with a success for himself. The demon minion got ready, accelerated, and decided to finish off two knights at the same time in one go. Zenas shouted that this rogue was spreading his evil power very quickly. The demon follower said he would burn his opponents to the ground in pitch darkness. The villain became incandescent and turned into one solid negative energy. The knights were not frightened and thought that now was the decisive moment. Liam and Zenas decided to move to a safe distance and choose a more favorable position. The villain figured they wouldn't get far. The demon minion decided that his opponents were insignificant and unworthy of their rank. The next moment, the Kraken brought its tentacle right down on the villain's body. He was pinned to the ground. The villain cried out in pain. The sea monster raised its tentacles and everyone saw the wounded body of the demon minion. The villain thought the Kraken had attacked him again. It can't be a coincidence. He's hunting him down. The villain screamed in fear. The Kraken energetically affected him, and the man lifted into the air. Sir Liam said the Kraken attacked a demon follower. It won't end well for him. Kraken's eyes glowed with hatred. He knew who was responsible for his child's death. The monster mortally wounded the demon follower, and the latter was finally defeated. The knights saw the Kraken pulling their rival towards them. They realized that his death was imminent. The men, to avoid the same fate, decided they had to run away from here. Sir Liam wondered, why isn't Zenas running away? What had he decided to do? Zenas stated that the Kraken's power only works on a follower of the demon, and they obviously had nothing to fear. The man added that the Kraken would not harm them. It chooses its own target. That concludes the battle with the demon follower for today. Sir Tiny seems to have succeeded. The villain thought he was in a bad way, but he wasn't going to die without a fight. The villain thrust his hand forward and activated an additional function. Sir Liam asked, "What was that strange sound?" Something unusual appeared in the air, and it began to increase in size. This something turned into a huge red ravenous flower. It increased in size very quickly. The plant grew larger with each passing second, and it began to approach the knights. Liam of Zenas began to fight off the stalks of the plant that wanted to entangle them with their swords. The knights could not escape the consequences, and the plants entangled their arms and legs. The wounded villain began to scream and prepare to hide in this plant. The plant swallowed the demon follower, the petals closed, and the rogue hid inside that monster flower. The knights were surprised. They realized that the demon follower was able to hide from them. The unexpected happened. The plant turned around and sped off towards the city. The knights realized they had been tricked. The men chopped down the plant stalks that had entangled them and went after the demon follower. They shouted that he could not be allowed to enter the castle. Zenas and Sir Liam came to the castle. They approached the king's chambers. The men ran to the king's chambers and were amazed at what they saw. Zenas and Sir Liam noticed that all the knights were afflicted with some dangerous disease. The knights looked at the newcomers and kept repeating, "Die, die, die." You could see they were zombified. The zombified knights began to slowly approach Sir Liam and Zenas. They kept repeating the same thing. Zenas realized that the zombified knights were doing the bidding of a man who was empowered and could control them. The demon's abettor said that because of these two men, his important assignment had been botched. He would never forgive them for that. The man said that these weak and worthless knights would not be able to stop him, even if they tried their best. Zenas and Liam saw their target leaving the room. They shouldn't have let that happen. Zenos announced that the demon's accomplice was on his way to His Majesty's chambers. The king is in danger. Liam declared that they must not let that happen. They must follow the villain and stop him at all costs. The zombified knights drew their swords and rushed at our heroes. They shouted that they were about to destroy everyone. Sir Liam said he would stay here and take care of these zombified knights. Zenos must save the king. The enemy appeared from all sides. The number of zombified knights increased. Sir Liam had to fiercely fight off the enemy. Zenos asked if his partner was sure he could handle that many attackers. Liam replied that he would not kill them, but only incapacitate them. Sir Liam replied that he must get to the king at once and demanded that his opponents get out of his way. Zenos said he would treat these knights more gently. They do so under the influence of outside forces. The demon follower grabbed the king's aide and used his demonic powers to lift him off the ground. The man struggled to utter the words for the king to run away and not stay here. There was nothing more he could do. The villain threw the man off and he flew aside and landed on the floor with a thud. The villain said, "It seems he should have introduced himself first, but he was interrupted by those worthless people in his way." The demon follower said he would at least greet the king properly. The villain thought he could accomplish his goal. One of the king's aides got between him and the approaching villain. He tried to keep the demon follower away from His Majesty. The king realized who he was dealing with and said, now he understands who is to blame for everything that has happened. The villain, smirking, declared that the king was not wrong in this case, and he had gotten it right. The demon follower, confident of his impunity, declared that as a reward he would put an end to Karun's lineage today. Zenos caught up with the villain and shouted that the end would come first for this demon follower. The villain said that the man was very brave for going after him. Zenos jumped up and swung his sword, wanting to strike at his opponent. The villain stated that striking Zenos would be useless in this case. Zenos would have nothing to counter his strength. Suddenly, Sir Liam appeared from behind. The brave knight wounded the rogue with his huge sword. The demon follower shouted loudly. Sir Liam apologized to the king for being late. He stated that they had just arrived at the palace. His Majesty said he was glad to see Liam safe and sound. The villain shouted for his opponents to take their time celebrating victory. He could still make a name for himself. The demon follower stated the fact that 2 knights were present here meant that there would be 2 more corpses. The villain stated that he would now create a deadly charge of his dark energy and send it to strike these knights. The man declared that he was the embodiment of their death. Sir Liam wondered where he could have gotten so much strength from. The knight thought that if he dodged this deadly charge, the king would not have time to do so. Liam shouted that he had to do whatever was necessary to protect his king. Zenos couldn't understand what was happening. Sir Liam began to create a protective stone structure that would protect him and Zenos. A dangerous dark energy was approaching. The men had no time to think. The knight remembered the king telling him to serve for the good of Karun. And the king believes in him. The knight hoped that his protective wall would help him resist the dark powers of the demon follower. Sir Liam was able to withstand the invasion of the dark force. But Zenos was too passive, and he was defeated. Liam knew he should always risk his life. If he wanted to become a more noble knight, he had to give his life more meaning. An evil force tries to strike the most vulnerable parts of the mind. The king gave advice and said that the lion must not be tempted. He must be in a constant struggle. The old man continued, even if a knight commits a thoughtless act, it is important not to give up in the end. The knight turned and told His Highness not to overwork himself. The king said that it was not hard for him. Sir Liam thanked the king and said he felt much better now. Zenos got to his feet and told Liam to stop saying insignificant things. He's only alive because of Zenos. Zenos said he came here to help Liam. Atat used him as a shield. The knight acted unconsciously. Zenos warned that he would never forget how Sir Liam had acted today. Liam said that he would pay him back for it someday. Sir Liam added that they could discuss their business later. Right now, they had a common problem to solve. The demon follower marveled that these knights were still alive. The villain screamed in rage. He started spewing his negative, dangerous energy again. Zenos, the knight wielded his sword skillfully. The man was ready to destroy the demon follower for good in this fight. Zenos was approaching his opponent. He mentally sent a charge of his sword-shaped energy straight towards his opponent. Zenos activated the songs of the Mad Wings. The opponent was failing miserably. He was starting to lose this fight. The demon follower defended himself and couldn't understand how someone with the level of a challenger could carry out such an onslaught on him. Sir Liam used the technique of the Royal Guard of Karun. He swung his deadly sword and delivered Liam's fatal blow. The knight threw his huge sword at his opponent. It was like hitting a boulder. There was a huge explosion after the sword hit the target. The man looking at the results of this attack thought it had finally worked. The king thanked the knights for their loyalty. There was no chance of the opponent surviving this attack. The king, holding his chest, fell to his knees. The servants rushed to him to check on His Majesty's condition. It was clear that His Majesty had simply lost consciousness. It was difficult for the old man to endure everything that was happening. Zenas decided something had gone wrong again. Where is that demon follower? Zenas offered to look at it and showed the arm of the enemy. He said that all they had managed to do was to cut off the arm of the wretch. The man added that the demon follower had escaped. Sir Tiny and his silver wolf appeared in the path of the one-armed fiend. The demon follower thought the child of the Morses stood before him. The villain was surprised and asked why the young man was holding a divine artifact. The wounded demon follower stated that they had lost 30% of their men on this mission. Even he had somehow managed to get injured. The young man found himself inside the space that was created by the divine artifact. It was a very large area. Sir Tiny said to let this demon follower guess for himself where he got the divine artifact from. The villain wanted to take the artifact from the young man and said he didn't know how he got it, but it didn't matter now. The man wanted to summon dark energy to help him again. The demon follower told the young man to stay out of his way and get the hell out. The young man told his moonwolf that he was counting on him now, and the two of them are as one. The young man on his wolf rushed towards the engulfing dark energy. Nothing could stop them. The demon follower was surprised. Why is the young man running towards him? Why doesn't he retreat? The young man activated the Iron God armor, and he thought that it became heavier as he accelerated, and it gets lighter when he starts acting. As the young man lowers himself down, the armor becomes heavy again. The villain didn't realize what was really going on, how the young man was able to break through his dark energy. The young man stated that it was no problem for him, and now he's going after his rival's head. Tiny pumped to have his moonwolf speed up the advance. They now faced a daunting task. The guy swung his sledgehammer and brought it down on his enemy. The villain grimaced in pain. The enemy began coughing up blood and shouting that this young man had shamelessly attacked him. The young man was on the rise. He noticed that his opponent was definitely weaker than he was before. The boy told Moonwolf not to stop, and they continued to do their work. The young man was surprised to see what his opponent was doing. The villain had concentrated a powerful bundle of dark energy and was about to direct it at his opponent. The villain stated that the young man had himself to blame. It was he who forced him to organize such resistance. The demon follower shouted that he would never forgive the young man for what he had done to him. Tiny noticed that the demon follower had sacrificed his leg to gather such powerful energy. The villain shouted that he was about to burn and kill this member of the Morses in the most painful way possible. The young man realized that there was no point in fighting at a distance now. This energy would not give such an opportunity. The young man thought, if this was the case, then he was using what the divine item had taught him. This was usually possible if the user became superhuman. However, the young man knew that given the experience in his soul, he should be able to do well. The villain didn't stop. He told the young man to look at himself from the outside. He would be finished now. The young man began to put his plan into action. He raised a divine artifact high above him, which illuminated everything around him and neutralized the dark energy. The demon follower cried out in surprise. This was unbelievable. How was the young man able to accomplish this? The young man used an effect that was universally known as a compressed spirit. The villain who had lost an arm and a leg couldn't understand how someone with an expert level was capable of such a thing. The young man realized that his chance had come. He shouted loudly and swung his deadly hammer. The boy brought his hammer down right in the center of the dangerous blob of energy. The enemy was in trouble. The villain lost his balance and began to fall. The fall was accompanied by a cry of despair. The young man thought he had finally succeeded. The demon follower was motionless for a while. The villain came to his senses, jumped up and grabbed the young man's arm. He couldn't believe it, that he had been treated like this. He shouted that he was going to tear the young man apart, even if it was the last thing he could do. The young man smiled. The adversary asked, "What does that mean? Why was the young man acting like that?" The boy was looking somewhere in the distance. The villain turned in the direction the young man was looking and saw the Kraken approaching him from behind. The opponent thought that this time the Kraken would be able to grab him. He let go of the young man and tried to retreat. Tiny grabbed the villain by his only leg and shouted, "Where's he going?" The villain was indignant. Why is the young man holding him? He could die too. The young man shouted, In that case, the demon follower will die for sure. The Kraken began to draw the villain to him. He thought it was because of the obnoxious boy. The young man let go of his opponent's leg and began to fall down with the artifact. The villain's single hand peered out of the lingering smoke. He had no hope of escape. The young man noticed that he had no mana left at all. He wouldn't even be able to summon a moonwalker. If he fell from that height, he would be killed. The boy thought that it shouldn't end like this. And he felt the Kraken give him its tentacle and prevent the young man from free-falling to the ground. The young man was surprised by the giant's action. He could not expect such help. The young man had a strange feeling. It was as if the Kraken was holding him tightly. Is this how evil energy works? The monster lowered the young man to solid ground and thanked him for his help. The Kraken said that thanks to the young man, he felt that he had calmed his anger a little. The young man, smiling, said he was happy to help and is always open to cooperation. The kingdom of Karun soon made an announcement about the event. Due to the antics of the demon followers, the kingdom was in trouble. But thanks to a young hero, it was saved. No doubt the demon's followers were defeated, and the Kraken, who had been brought by his enemies, were taken care of. With great gratitude to the young hero, the king bestowed upon him the title of Shining Knight. 3 months had passed. The young man was unrecognizable. Zenas approached Tiny and asked how was this possible. Sir Tiny's appearance had changed a great deal. He was no longer the little boy whom everyone was ready to hurt. The man said something. Sir Tiny had grown a lot in those 3 months. I wonder what he's been eating. Who's his nutritionist? Tiny said it was the power of his secret technique. For a while, he's been focusing on growth. He eats the same as before, Zenas said, still very surprised. The boy wondered why it was so quiet. The young man assumed it was because the coronation was coming up. Everyone is busy making preparations. Zenas said he too wants to go see such a great event. I don't mind going for a walk first. Walking around, the young man said that the place had been completely restored while he was on vacation. It looks better than it did before. He asked if his interlocutor was sure he was fit to walk. He asked if his interlocutor was sure he could walk. Zenas, the guy said he was almost completely healed, and his mana's restored. Now he needs to get outdoors more often. Zenas said he wouldn't have needed to lie down for so long if Sir Liam hadn't used him as a shield. Zenas said that the young man had unleashed the power of the sacred artifact while at the expert level and fought someone who was far superior to him in many ways. Zenas assumed it must have taken a heavy toll on the young man's body. Tiny agreed. Right now, his body is not quite listening to him. There are some abnormalities and disturbances in the coordination of movement. Is it really noticeable? Zenas said that was the consequence. The young man should rest. Then he will recover more quickly. The interviewer suggested that after that fight, Tiny must have many more symptoms. Tiny thought that because of this, he got something in return. It should help him a lot in the future. The guy managed to learn the power of the soul. And now he won't say that another man's soul is a dark place. In his efforts to heal his body, from which he had drained all the mana by filling its gaps with his soul, the young man had gained this power. Its power responds to mana, but the principle of operation is completely different. He continues to research it. There's a long road ahead. The young man knew, because of this power replacing depleted mana and stamina, he was able to minimize the effects. On top of that, he can now do this without using mana. In this case, the mana consumption will be minimized. The boy is ready to teach it to his companion. To do that, he must recognize that power and believe in it. The young man thought with delight that he hadn't realized such a thing existed. Tiny was right not to give up until the end. This power now opens up new possibilities for him. The young man had no doubt. Now it would be much easier for him to resist the evil forces and stand up for what was right. The young man assumed must be the legend of the Aura Master controlling the soul was true. Zenas said he was glad the young man had no problems. Then he would like to hear his decision. Zenas added that he would still like to visit the capital first to attend Valentino's feast. What are Tiny's plans? The boy asked. The young man, holding the envelope in his hands, thought the moment had arrived. The young man was excited. The moment of the second calamity. The wedding of the royal family of Aslan. Tiny thought Elfheim, just an excuse. The boy was thoughtful, and Zenas saw it. The young man thought that the Duke, having heard that Zenas would not survive the wedding, wanted to give him a task that had no connection to the second disaster. It wouldn't be so bad if he went to Elfheim, where the third calamity would happen. It was only the young man's speculation. The young man thought that it was during the third disaster that he would meet Irina. Who would change his life forever? The young man once again remembered Chloe the moment she told him to call her his sister. Tiny thought that Chloe was his savior and family. He wants to help her in any way he can. It's his duty. In a past life, when Zenas was in the palace, disaster could not be averted. The boy doubted it could be done without him this time. Zenas asked why the young man was so pensive. After much deliberation, Tiny said he had made his final decision. The boy clutched the envelope with the message tightly in his hand. He said that he had decided to make a trip to the capital with Zenas. The young man smiled and said that they had made a good choice. The two of them would be much more fun and not boring. The men discussed that the reconstruction of the city is going very well. Everything is according to the prepared architectural plan of reconstruction and development. The king announced to all present, following the advice of the Shining Knight, he spread a warning about the divine artifact and the demon follower. The old man thinks this is a good time to wish Karun's safety and prosperity. Next, the king announced that he wished to begin the coronation ceremony for Prince Henry. The king proclaimed in public that Prince Henry, a loyal man. Prince Henry kneeled before the king. The man standing behind the young men declared that the king would be much more at ease now. The young men turned around and saw Sir Liam standing near them. The man said hello to the young men. Sir Liam apologized to Zenas for what happened last time during the battle. It was a forced necessity. Zenas stated that he had a debt to the royal family. Therefore, he would not make a claim. Liam said that thanks to Sir Tiny's certain actions, everything ended safely. Liam continued, he heard, "There is a reason why the North Wind Lion is called the seventh deity." The young man thought he should memorize this information. He was interested in the seventh deity. Liam added that people talk about it a lot now. These stories are being passed on by word of mouth. The boy thought that he had never heard of the seventh deity in his past life. This was new information for him, and most likely there were many other people more talented than Zenas. The young man noticed that the king was about to pass the crown to his successor. The old man put the crown on Prince Henry's head and asked him to take care of the kingdom. The prince thanked his father. Prince Henry turned to his subjects and announced that he was honored. And the pressure of responsibility. He would give it his best effort. The prince said that he would like to take the opportunity to reward the Shining Knight. The young man, upon hearing this, was maximally surprised. The young man was worried. What kind of reward could we talk about? He had already asked for the right to borrow a divine artifact. Sir Tiny went to the king and said he'd already been rewarded. There had been some misunderstanding. Prince Henry stated he doesn't think it was enough. The young man stood in front of the prince with his head down. The prince commanded that he be brought in. The door opened and knights entered the hall. On a red cushion they carried an award. The prince said he had heard that the young man was growing up very fast. Therefore, it was useless to give him the artifact armor now. Prince stated that the award will be of a slightly different kind. It's an excellent gift. The royal said it was one of the artifacts used by the adventurer King Karuna. The young man looked up and saw that it was a mana necklace. A very welcome gift. The young man was amazed at this generous gift. He asked if the necklace would be given to him. The prince said that he wanted to actually give the young man superior armor, but he considered it a national treasure. So I limited myself to the necklace. The prince added that the necklace, it's a great item too, it has the sixth circle of mana in it now. The young man knew that the prince was very generous, but this was too much. Even the 10 knights of the continent had touched such treasures once or twice, except for the master of weapons. He was a special case. The old man told the young man not to worry. Even if the Tiny used up all the mana in him, he would be renewed in one day. The young man thanked and said he was honored. The prince took the necklace from the pillow and told the young man not to forget this kingdom and to remember whenever he looked at this necklace. The prince stated that Karun will forever remember the young man's name and what he has done for this kingdom. All the subjects of the kingdom shouted hurrah for the Shining Knight. People paid tribute to the young man and his heroic deed. Zenas and Tiny were taking a walk in the park. The older comrades said that they were all just wonderful people. The young man looked at the royal gift with interest. Tiny turned to his friend after prolonged thought. He said he had a request to make. The young man said he wanted to give that necklace to Zenas. Tiny said that would be fair. Zenas was surprised and began to protest. He thought it was a clear overreach. The young man legitimately deserved it. Tiny said that he couldn't use a lot of mana at once right now. Even if he could hold it back, it wouldn't do any good. Zenas understood what the young man was getting at. He wanted to contradict him. The young man interrupted him. Zenas agreed, thanked the young man, and said that in that case he would keep the necklace until the young man was ready. Tiny handed over the necklace and sighed with relief. He had thought his companion would disagree. Zenas noticed that the necklace was much lighter than it looked. The young man felt that Zenas should stay strong. Tiny was very tense. He was leading his friend to the place where he had died in his previous life. The young men approached the sea. Zenas thought it was worth taking a boat from here. There was no other way. Tiny said there was no need to do that. They wouldn't need the boat. The young man offered to save time and money and introduced his friend, the Silver Wolf, to Zenas. Zenas was a little alarmed. The two young men saddled the spirit and rowed across the sea. They were blown by a fair wind. Zenas was scared and tense. He thought it would be better if they swam. The young man said they were almost there. Tiny had forgotten, for a moonwalker master, a trip like this is nothing. But a trip for a common man, it's like hell. The young man asked his traveling companion how he was feeling. Still holding up? It was obvious that he was seasick. At the last moment, the young man had time to yell for Zenas to turn his head to the side. The trouble was avoided. The shore soon appeared. The young men reached the shore almost without incident. Except that the other passenger was seasick. After such a trip, the young men would come to their senses. The people around them thought, "Who are these vagrants?" Tiny decided he wouldn't experiment like that again. Once was enough, Zenas stated. He thought he wouldn't make it, and offered to further rent a horse from here. Zenas grabbed his pockets and was frightened. The young man asked what was the matter. Zenas clutched his head and shouted that his wallet was missing. What would he do now without money? The guy decided that something irreparable had happened. His wallet had fallen into the sea while he was driving, and now it's somewhere on the bottom. Zenas realized it was all his fault. There was no one else to blame. He regretted it very much. Only the young man was not discouraged. He said that it's not a big deal. You can always earn money. You just need a head on your shoulders and muscles in your hands. Tiny told his interlocutor what his plan was. It should work in the big city. Cities usually have money bags. They are set up for situations like this. Having accomplished their business, the young men moved on. They were approaching the town and decided that it must be free. The young men did not walk. Tiny was traveling on a silver wolf. Zenas was already on horseback. Tiny noticed that they were lucky the first time. Those thugs had some money in their pockets. Tiny pulled out a bag of money and shook it. Zenas looked disapprovingly at his traveling companion, but he did not dismount. Zenas said to make the young man more solid. After all, he has the title of Shining Knight. The young man stood in front of the rider. The horse reared up. The young man asked if Zenas wanted to lose the horse. Zenas took offense and galloped on. He shouted that Tiny had not investigated. Nor did he appreciate the sins of those men. He had simply used brute force, and added that such behavior could lead society into chaos. Tiny thought that his interlocutor was too studious, but also very great. This is how his descendants will remember him. Tiny rode his silver wolf. Zenas tried to keep up with him, steering his horse. The young man thought that his traveling companion on horseback galloped 3 times faster than any rider. He has an amazing talent. The young man was troubled by vague doubts, but he hoped he had made the right decision in taking Zenas with him. Tiny stopped and approached Zenas. The young man said he wanted his companion to know something before the ceremony began. The young man asked if Zenas knew anything about the second prince. Zenas said his reputation was fine. He had heard that he was close to the crown prince. The young man, on hearing this information, was very much astonished. It was not like that in his previous life. Rumor has it that the second prince staged a coup d'etat and they died. The woman noticed that their plan didn't work out in the end. Her eyes were full of determination. This was the second queen of Cardia. A woman communicated with a stranger using a telepathic sphere. He said he couldn't give details yet, but he can guarantee the result. And his interlocutor cannot worry. The woman stated she had already heard about what happened in Karuna. It's a nightmare failure. The lady continued. They've been hatching this plan for years and spent 3 months in preparation. The hooded man, holding the same orb for telepathic communication, was very annoyed. But he realized that in this case, his companion was right. The stranger said that even if his interlocutor didn't believe them, he doubted it would be possible to break the treaty. The woman was surprised. She thought it was blackmail, and the man was trying to pressure her. The stranger portrayed fury in his eyes and said, for otherwise they would be very sad. The man reminded the woman of how she had told him she wanted to kill all the members of the Aslan family she hated. The stranger said that an opportunity like this would be extremely rare for her, and she should think about it carefully. The woman asked her interlocutor if he was sure it would be possible to achieve the desired result. This was more difficult than they had anticipated. The man said he was absolutely sure. The communication session ended. The boy lying on his mother's lap woke up. The woman said her prince was awake. The mother announced that class was about to start. The child asked his mother not to go to this class. I mean, he's only half royalty, and he doesn't even have golden eyes. The woman was discouraged. She didn't want to refuse her son, but she knew he had to study. The mother told her son not to upset her with such words. He will do well. The woman said the young man just needs to grow up, as he has done so far. The child smiled and told his mother that he would. And when he was older, like his brothers, he would put his mother on his back and go around the palace 10 times. The woman laughed and said she had a glorious child. She believes in her prince. The mother and son chatted and joked amicably for a while longer. The telepathic sphere changed color and a hole appeared in it. The unidentified men sitting at the table said the woman finally realized. One of the men told the second elder that there was nothing they could do even if they had prepared more. The first elder is severely crippled and now has to undergo intensive treatment. Many of their people after the failed operation died. But it can't be considered a failure. They'll still be working. The man swore. He said it had all come to this because of that rogue morsel representative. He'd ruined all the plans. The man wondered what the rascal boy was doing now. He needed to know the most about this young man. A colleague replied that it seems this guy went to Assyrian. That's the preliminary information they have. The men began to whisper, "Isn't that where the great thing is going to happen?" It must be an accident. He's connected to Valentino, though. The second elder ordered everyone to be quiet. They're to keep a constant watch on this guy, but do nothing without further instructions. The man added that they should now concentrate on the great cause using the blue fox. The young man listened to the whole report. He told his interlocutor that he had come all this way to report in person. He continued to make life difficult for himself. The young man thanked Lot for this report. Lot von Aslan was the second prince. Lot said that he was now working with a local information group. After all, his interlocutor used to do the same thing. The young man said it doesn't suit Lot. Lot lowered his head. The interlocutor was sure that Lot would lecture everyone and command his subordinates. The brothers looked into each other's eyes and smiled silently. They could have talked like that indefinitely. The young man wondered how the second queen and Tanel were doing. There has been no news from them lately, Lot said. It seems their mother has summoned the head of the knights again. The head of the knights is still ruling the royal knight squad. It can't continue like this. We need to increase the influence of this squad. The policy of disparaging the royal knights must be to blame. Lot added that their mother treats Tanel like a child, and he is already 14 years old. Lot remarked that this is why Tanel is infantile. His brother said he remembered someone of the same age. The young man remembered how one boy had punched him in the face. He had even flipped in the air a couple of times. That boy's been the center of gossip lately. A lot of people are talking about him. Lot shouted in anger at his brother. How could he let that ignorant boy go after such an incident? The young man said it was all right. After all, it was his own fault. Lot wondered, was this really the man who had stopped the Kraken and caught the demon's minions? This young man is 14 years old. Rumor has it that he is half-elf and looks to be in his early 20s. The young man remarked that he would like to meet that boy again. The young man wondered where the Shining Knight might be now. Valentius's second estate in Assyrian. The old man added that the young man had grown a lot in the past year. Tiny, who had grown up, sat in front of the Duke. The Duke asked how this happened, and what was the young man eating all this time? And who was his nutritionist? The young man was surprised at the large number of questions the first time they met. The young man asked why the Duke was being so mean to him. The young man continued, "It's been so long since they've seen each other, and this is the first thing the Duke wants to tell him." He had just returned from a serious secret mission. The Duke nodded approvingly and said that the young man had done well in this task. He had lived up to his expectations. Tiny thought, in the time he hadn't seen him, the Duke had given up a bit. He needs to rest. The young man said that's not what he wanted to talk about right now. He is interested in the second calamity that will occur in the royal palace during the crown prince's wedding. If no one on the inside interferes with the barrier in place, the second disaster will not happen. This would indicate that there is a traitor among the royal family. The Duke told the young man that they could only trust the elder prince in this case. The old man continued, "It's possible that the criminal is being fooled by the demon's followers, and they're probably using him." Duke said, "But that's only possible if the perpetrator is as stupid as the young man." The Duke said that he had misdescribed a careless rascal who never does what he is asked to do, no matter how many times he explains things. The old man was referring to a young man who doesn't listen when he is explained how to do things. The young man pretended it didn't concern him. The only superhuman in the Royal Alliance. Weapons Master Grid von Sheldon. The Duke said that this man proved to the whole world how strong he was in the battle between the kingdom and the Alliance. He fought without an even number of times with the Swordmaster and kept the Alliance united. He still fights with the Swordmaster even as the war has already ended. Their level is obvious. Grid became the owner of the aura 3 years ago. Swordmaster became one 2 years ago. It was at that time that the world was shaken by the fight between these two men. A lot of people were watching. At this point, he doesn't realize where he belongs. Now he thinks it's the right time to find out who's really stronger. The young man said it could be used with one condition, if it was good for their cause, and it would fit into the plan they had devised. It's been 1 week. The Colosseum is out of town. The audience looks at one of the people present and sees that he has completely black hair. How is that possible? It must be the Shining Knight. But they say he's much younger. Or if it is him, he looks much older than his years. The young man said that there were a lot of people present. Tiny remarked that the fight would be between superhumans. The spectators were still discussing the young man and his companion, who were quietly standing aside for a while. The spectators wondered, why did the Swordmaster agree to this fight? One man said that he had heard that the wound caused by the aura does not heal. This could lead to a national loss. One interviewee suggested that perhaps the rumor is true, that the Swordmaster is against performing this marriage. The young man said he was a little worried. The young man asked what this warrior thought of the king's decision regarding the battle. The young man was interested in the opinion of a direct participant. The man said if he hadn't given permission, he would have personally asked him to do it. The man stated that the king simply had to trust him. Often actions are more important than words. The young man thought that he was still too young. Compared to the past, the old man has a more heightened sense of loyalty. It was announced that the Crown Prince was here. It was exciting news. The Crown Prince appeared and everyone turned their attention to him. The young man moved at a leisurely pace. The rumor of trouble with Valentius was a lie. The young man thought that the king didn't like him very much. However, the young man said hello and asked, "Did His Highness come to watch the fight?" The Crown Prince said he barely recognized Sir Tiny. The young Tiny thought that with his mana sensitivity, he was having a hard time keeping Moonwalker inside the barrier. The young man showed his Moonwalker to the Crown Prince and asked if this was about him. The prince nodded affirmatively. Tiny gave the puppy to the prince to hold. He told the puppy not to worry too much. The prince added, addressing the pup, that they were in the same boat together. The Swordmaster said that he had already informed him that they should put guards in case the demon followers attacked. The man told the young man to be ready if anything strange happened at the palace, especially around Chloe. The spectators were surprised at the change in the weather. It got very cold. There's a reason for that. Grid appeared in the arena. The Swordmaster said that he hadn't changed a bit. The opponents stood in a large arena against each other. It was not their first meeting. The young men took their place on the bleachers and watched the situation closely. Grid said, "It looks like Esgard has managed to come to his senses, and that's encouraging." The Swordmaster said that his opponent was doing various things in foreign festivals, so his words meant nothing. He should remember where he belongs. Grid stated that he thought his opponent was a bore. The tone of his speeches does not match the title of an aristocrat. The Swordmaster stated, if the opponent had time to think about the tone of his voice, why not think about his actions as well? The Swordmaster remarked. Did his harsh remarks deserve more attention than his opponent's lack of class? Grid took a fighting stance and said, enough of this idle talk. The host has decided to announce the rules of the fight. Superior armor is forbidden for safety reasons. At the request of the Cheese of Esgard, the loser will fulfill the winner's wish. Grid pulled out his sword and said that he wanted to get this over with quickly. The Swordmaster asked, is his opponent using his sword against him? He thinks it's time to stop these pointless endeavors. Grid said he realized something when he became an Aura Master. Grid stated that he intended to teach his opponent a good lesson as a senior. The Swordmaster flew up to his opponent, swung his sword and shouted that he would see who would teach who a lesson. Grid was dodging his opponent's attack and shouting how he could, call it fencing. Grid stated that he intended to show his opponent true swordsmanship. The man lunged at his opponent, thrusting his long sword forward. The Swordmaster effectively dodged his opponent's weapon. Esgard used the element of parry. His opponent missed and flew further away by inertia. Grid jumped high and prepared to land near his opponent to successfully attack him. The Swordmaster said as he showed him a good move. Esgard swung around and said it was his turn to show off his good movement. Grid used his bow and decided to send an energy arrow directly at his opponent. The shot was unexpected, and the arrow struck the Swordmaster, who couldn't hold on and collapsed into the arena. Grid yelled for Esgard not to relax. And that's not all. Grid used the vision ability to bloom ice arrows. A lot of these arrows were aimed at the Swordmaster. The man said it was a great effort. Esgard repelled all of his opponent's ice arrows with his sword and said that they were all useless against him. Grid shouted as his opponent relaxed. His vision isn't that simple. The Swordmaster stopped, kneeled down, and thrust his sword straight into the arena. A powerful stream of energy, sweeping away everything in its path, was directed towards the enemy. Esgard said his rival promised to teach him a lesson. He doesn't understand what that lesson is. Grid said that his opponent can't be defeated with this sword, even though he is his sworn enemy. The Swordmaster said that his opponent keeps changing his mind. He should be ashamed of himself. Grid said it was time to start the second round. He doesn't like to waste time. Grid off his opponent. The Swordmaster shouted, "What was the point of all this talk about aristocrats?" Grid thought that his opponent was fighting like mad this time. The spectators in the stands watched intently at what was happening in the arena. The warriors were fighting in a protected space. Onlookers watching this confrontation agreed that the warriors are indeed superhuman. The young men thought it turned out to be a very worthy fight between worthy opponents. Tiny asked what his interlocutor thought. Who would win? The young man replied that he was slowly beginning to grasp the essence of the ice element. Xena said, he thinks the Swordmaster will win, but he doesn't have much of a chance. Both of these warriors have been aura masters for varying amounts of time. Grid shouted that it was time to finish. He drew his spear and moved to attack with it. Tiny thought that the Swordmaster would have lost long ago in a normal situation. Xena asked what the young man meant. The young man knew that this time would be different. A Swordmaster must not yield to his opponent. Esgard has activated a force control field. It will increase his invulnerability and will allow him to concentrate on the attack. Grid, noticing his opponent's special move, said that he would use one trick too. The outside attackers noticed that the western shield had fallen. The eastern shield is also down. North shield, barely hanging on. They had no casualties. Onlookers noticed that the shield had cracked in many places. Xena cried out in fear to save his lordship, the Swordmaster. The announcer declared Sir Esgard the winner of this bout. The audience jumped up from their seats and shouted that Duke Valentius had won. What happened to the Master of Arms? The onlookers kept shouting that their empire was better even with one sword. The young man repeated that Duke, the best. Grid asked angrily, what was this ability? How could a man as honest as his opponent figure out his trick? Esgard wondered if his opponent was done speculating about aristocracy. Grid shouted that his attack had definitely passed. But then things didn't go according to plan. The man admitted that he could have died if the Swordmaster hadn't stopped his sword. Grid admitted his defeat. The Weapons Master asked what was that? Was it really magic? Duke Valentius said that it was a force control field. It was an ability he had to use in the future. It was indeed a trick, but it wasn't that bad. Grid said it was more like magic. The Swordmaster shouted out that he was Esgard von Valentius. Esgard continued, now asking to fulfill his rival's will of the victor. Grid thought that he wouldn't even be able to see his brother. This could be detrimental to the allied countries. The Weapons Master thought he had reached the top a few years before his opponent, and he didn't think he could lose this time. Grid understood that promises had to be kept. The warrior warned that if his opponent asked for too much, he'd rather die. The Swordmaster announced that Grid von Sheldon was staying in the Empire until after the prince's wedding ceremony. The Duke is finished, such is his will as a victor. The audience applauded. Their Duke had shown magnanimity before the enemy, which was to be expected of Sir Esgard. Grid was surprised. He asked, what was this old man up to? The Swordmaster said if he was curious, he could find him later. Right now, he had to take a shower. The news of Duke Valentius's victory spread quickly. Everyone read the press and familiarized themselves with the information. Chloe had read that the Swordmaster was stronger than the Weapon Master. Sir Valentius is henceforth the Emperor of the Sword. The Duke said that this time he was prepared to omit the typical aristocratic chatter and get straight to the heart of the matter. Grid became mad with rage. Who was this insolent young man? The old man took out his sword, placing it on the young man's shoulder. The young man said he heard that story from Mr. Grid. Grid says that's not true, because he doesn't know the young man. Duke said that the young man was telling the truth. Yesterday, Grid asked what trick he used. Valentia said this guy taught him this trick. The Master of Arms says he refuses to understand this. He demands an immediate explanation from Esgard. Duke said since he calls him that, he's willing to listen. Esgard told his opponent to calm down. He would explain everything to him now. There's something he needs to know. Tiny thought that apparently people like that were called terrible friends. Grid kept his sword on the young man's shoulder. Grid calmed down and said that he was willing to listen to Mr. Duke. Duke said he didn't expect to hear his nickname from the man's mouth. Grid said that his name was too long. He didn't even want to say it at an official meeting. Grid turned to the young man and asked what he should know about. It was about time, he was told. Grid threatened the young man that he would be in trouble if he started telling untruths. The weapons master said that if he did so, he would break the young man's bones and tear his skin apart. The boy laughed in response. The young man said he now recognized what good old Grid was like. The Duke told Grid not to make a fuss and just listen to the young man. The young man said he knew that Grid von Sheldon was 56 years old. The guy went on to say that normally they would have met for the first time 15 years later. The young man noticed that at that period, the man's shining blue hair would have half slicked back by now. The man sat and listened to what the young man would tell him. So far, everything was vague. Grid asked. The young man said that the man may not worry. This time, the 10 knights would prevent trouble. Grid noted that it was still unusual for him to hear about these knights. The boy noticed that he didn't know how to get close to these knights yet. So he will continue his story. The Reaper must be practicing somewhere. The Nightcaster must be in the Sage Tower. Grid asked. What were the names of the 2 knights? The man said thoughtfully that in times like these, all means are good. Grid wondered. So they were asking him to stay. Because of the impending disaster? The young man smiled and said Grid hit the mark. The Duke remarked that he had figured it out with his tiny brain. The Duke and the young man looked at each other reproachfully. The Duke decided that he was telling the truth. Grid inquired, what could the young man tell about that ability? Grid shouted. The young man had trained the Duke with the ability he had used against him at the end of his past life. The weapons master nervously asked, and then what happened? How did it end? The young man closed his eyes and said they were both about on the same level. The young man continued. Grid then said that his opponent's sword technique surpassed his own level. That was how Esgard obtained the title of Sword Emperor. Grid shouted in rage that it was impossible. He decided to arrange the time of the duel again. The young man told the man to calm down and listen to him further. The guy said that he and Grida could train his future ability so they could fight fair. Grid learned that he used to have 5 eternal armors. Now there were only 3. The guy noticed he knows Grid is a true warrior, one who would be willing to keep his promise at the cost of his own life. The Duke said he hoped this conversation would stay between them. The weapons master said he's not stupid. He understands everything, and he's not the talkative type. The young man noticed that he wouldn't have spoken so confidently, because Grid and Heinen are always getting into trouble. The Duke laughed in response to this statement. Grid was indignant, but he couldn't object much. After finishing the conversation, Grid left to his own devices. He had enough information to do nothing but think for a while. Tiny and the Duke gave the warrior a glance. He inspired confidence in them, even though he was very talkative. The Duke said, finally he left. The young man concluded that the conversation had gone rather well. Duke said to build a bridge between the Alliance and the Kingdom, they just need Grid. Grid was a Duke from the Selden Kingdom, the center of all magical towers and alliances. The young man stated he had no doubt Grid would keep his word. The young man asked anxiously, when was the Duke going to tell Sir Zenus everything? Tiny offered to tell Zenus everything beforehand, to prepare him. The Duke hesitated. Sir Valentius decided to tell him as soon as he'd sorted everything out. Zenus would go crazy if he asked him to lay low. Tiny said Duke knows him better than that. They need to get ready too. The old man said that he and the prince would use every opportunity to find out what was going on. At the word prince, the young man thought for a moment. The Duke asked, what's the matter? Did he really dislike him? The young man said that all the members of Aslan's royal family were fools who had sold out their own country through their own fault. The Duke sternly told the young man to watch his words and choose his words. The Duke told the young man that the royal family's intelligence should not be underestimated. Sir Valentius suggested that the royal family must have already guessed something, and perhaps they were taking some action. The old man said that his biggest concern was that it might turn out that the disaster had nothing to do with the demon's followers. Tiny wondered, how was that possible? The Duke added, if it happens because of a political war between members of the royal families, then he is powerless here. a servant cannot interfere in the battle of lords. The young man asked if they would just watch from the sidelines even if the capital went up in flames. The elder agreed. It was the only thing they would have left in such a case. The old thoughts of defending the palace make him increasingly doubtful. The young man nodded understandingly and said that the answer was already obvious to him. The young man asked, "Does the Duke really mean to say that he suspects someone in the royal family? And at that, the demon followers are also related to him?" The young man smiled. "Duke knows he is no part of Valentino." The old man asked in surprise. What else was the young man up to? Tiny said, "He wants the Duke to tell him who he suspects. Then he can get rid of that person and avoid the consequences." The old man pounced on the young man with his fists. The boy shouted for the Duke to do just that, so he would have somewhere to retreat to. The Duke, calmed down, said the young man was talking nonsense. Tiny objected, quite serious. After all, there must be some way to solve the problem. The Duke snickered and said that the young man's mana was growing to match his physical development. The young man must be at Blader level by now, Sir Valentius concluded ironically. The boy shyly agreed. The Duke smiled and said that he would personally train the young man and see what he could make of him. Tiny asked apprehensively, was the Duke really willing to train him? The young man imagined what training might be like. The young man did not smile at such a prospect. He told the Duke that he need not trouble himself. In another second, the young man was running away from the old man. The Duke with fiery eyes asked why the young man was running away from him so fast. It's been a month of intense training. Tiny's cold weapons had never been so crushing. His hammer was ready to strike any opponent and crush any obstacle. Everyone calls them bladers because they use swords. But the most important thing with a level 4 mana user is the application of mana, which is a common ability that everyone uses at this stage. The young man tried his best. He needed just a little more to reach his goal. The old man told his son that Tiny would soon reach blader level. The Duke told him to have Zenas check him out and go to the Dragon's Eye. Zenas thought that the young man was still quite young, but very talented. The elder expects too much from him. In training, the young man had gotten to the point where he was summoning and skillfully controlling tornadoes. The guy was almost pleased with himself. There was only one thing left to do. The young man had to force himself to reproduce the ability he had used in his past life. The boy realized that this ability could only be mastered by a blader. Force control. This is the second characteristic movement. Storm Destroyer. The young man left no stone unturned at the training site. The young man shouted with delight that he could do it. He had finally succeeded. After this training, it was hard for the young man to move, or move at all. His muscles refused to obey. Manatello drove his normal body so that he was completely exhausted. After resting a bit, the young man thought he needed a thorough refreshment. The next moment he thought he would need a lot of refreshment and regain his spent strength. Zenas said he couldn't even imagine such a thing. Tiny had already become a trailblazer at such a young age. Zenas told the young man to follow him. He knows a great restaurant nearby. Tiny asked, why did they decide to dye his hair after all? Zenas stated that it was at the Duke's request. Tiny wondered, why would the Emperor of the Sword wish for the young man to have his hair recolored? Zenas said that the Duke had made a decision on what mission to send the young man on. Zenas clarified that the new hair color would keep the young man's attention away. After all, this would be a top-secret mission, and he should not stand out. The men on the sidelines were discussing Mr. Tiny. They decided that he was a half-elf, and his real hair color is black. Zenas said that the Shining Knight was popular again. From the interlocutor, Tiny learned that his alias would now be Torin. It's already been agreed upon. Zenas went on to say that the legend was that the young man would be a knight trainee and his servant. The young man didn't like that very much. Tiny said you don't have to go that far. We could do without servants. Zenas said that the Duke had another wish. Zenas told Tiny to watch his speech. After all, the Duke was no stranger to him. The young man apologized. Zenas said that's not what he meant. The young man just needs to calm down. Sometimes he can be overly impulsive. If a young person learns to control himself, his spirit and body will be better synchronized, which will help him reach greater heights. That's what the Duke asked me to tell you too. The young man remembered an incident from his past life. When he had been reprimanded for beating someone up again. The girl said that most likely the guy had his reasons, but she is extremely disappointed. He doesn't know how to control himself. If the guy knew how to control his temper, he would become much stronger. The boy thought he had been told something similar in a previous life. Once again, the Duke sees it coming. Zenas was sure that the Shining Knight's mana color changed when he became a blader. Zenas told the young man that in the Valentino family, it is believed that the mana of a person with strong faith and will reflects the color of their spirit. This color becomes visible under certain conditions. The person himself becomes like a user of the aura. To maintain a strong faith, it was better to learn to control one's temper. The young man thought, does mana reflect the light of the spirit? Then why was the color different in a past life? At that moment, the young man thought of Moonwolf and his color. Creatures such as the Silver Wolf are created with spiritual power, and its spirit affects mana. Upon reaching the highest point, the young man activated a physical change and the orb produced an explosion of incredible power. Zenas said it was amazing. Tiny thought he did a great job. Zenas thought he had a talent standing in front of him. He had used powerful abilities twice in one day. A lot of people couldn't do that. Zenas said he was looking forward to an explanation. After the young man had dealt with his own behavior, the young man asked, would he be able to share his personal secret? Zenas nodded affirmatively. After all, they were one big family now. It was not customary for a family to keep things from each other. The young man thought dreamily that this was a very nice big friendly family, and he was a member of it. Passers-by, looking at the Shining Knight, said that he had just organized the explosion. It's dangerous to go near him. Zenas said it was time to get out of here. The young man snapped to attention again. Zenas asked his companion to be more careful next time, and not to attract attention, so as not to give away his location to the enemy. Zenas said, finally they had arrived. There was a sign at the entrance to the building. To aristocrats from aristocrats. Tiny stopped his friend. He said the place looked very expensive. Zenas looked down at his interlocutor. The young man said he was eating a lot. Maybe they'd better go to the manor for lunch. The guy said that as captain of the Blue Wing squad, he got some money. Tiny decided that he could hold himself back, so he decided to try the local cuisine. Zenas was discouraged by the amount of food that could fit into the young man's body. Zenas thought sadly that God had taught him a lesson today. How is a person able to hold such a huge amount of food? Tiny thought that when he ate, he had more mana, so he tried to increase that mana. The young man realized that the gravity element was also getting stronger, and that could be considered a bonus. The boy could control a weight 8 times his own. Zenas asked impatiently and angrily, had the young man finally had enough? Tiny noticed he still had room for dessert. The young man frankly wondered how Zenas had enough to satiate himself with just one plate of food. The guy asked what the restaurant was all about. Tiny continued to observe his interlocutor and noted that he had a very clear control over mana and the elements. Finishing his story, Zenas said it was a great restaurant. The restaurant also serves as a branch of the royal organization to gather the necessary information of the Dragon's Eye located in the capital. Zenas was deadly serious when he said that phrase. The young man realized how important this information was. Zenas added that the Duke had requested that the young man be brought here, at least once. The Duke believes that Tiny underestimates the influence of royal connections. Zenas remarked that there was another reason he had brought the young man here. The wedding is about 10 days away. Only members of the royal family, royal knights, and direct heirs of Valentius will be able to attend this wedding. However, the knights turned out to be not so good. Tiny asked, why couldn't it have been done sooner? Zenas said not to let the young man underestimate Sir Valentius. After a little thought, Tiny said that he could do it. He would try to live up to the trust placed in him. Something seemed suspicious to the young man. He decided to scan the area with the help of the Silver Wolf spirit. The boy thought he had just seen a prince. How is that possible? The man told the young man that it was a big coincidence. He didn't expect to see the boy here. Tiny recounted what he had heard from Duke Valentius. He had heard that they were trying their best together to find the demon's minions. The man stated that in any case it is better to secure oneself. This is a compulsory necessity. The interlocutor told the young man that he was definitely more at ease with him, Karun's savior. The young man said he had a question. He was interested in what was going on between members of the royal family. This information can help protect everyone from potential hazards. The young man faltered. He decided that his question had been too direct. He hoped that his interlocutor would be sincere. Tiny thought the Duke was going to beat him up again. Call him a maniac and beat him, the interlocutor added. He's sure the young man got most of his information from the Dragon's Eye. The man asked what exactly the young man wanted to know. The guy asked if there was someone among the royal family who wanted to destroy the country. The interlocutor said that he did not understand the young man's intentions, and he asked strange questions. The man stated that there are a couple of these people. There are about 3 of them. The young man asked, "Who are these people? Is there really such a person?" The prince said that, first of all, this is the mother of his favorite brothers, the second queen. The young man thought it might be the second prince. It turns out to be the second queen. Rumor has it around the palace that 10 years ago, when the second queen refused to marry, the king killed her entire family. The young man was terribly surprised. The prince said it could be the royal knights. The prince said the last man was his father. The young man wondered, could it really be the king himself? What is his gain? The prince added that the young man should also be careful. The young man and the duke. Tiny thanked his interlocutor for sharing such important information. Before, the young man shared the secret information with Duke Valentius tonight and told him not to spread it. The duke was surprised. Had the prince told him all this? Tiny said it turns out the situation could be a lot more complicated than that. The duke said he couldn't believe the prince was thinking such a thing. The old man clutched his head and said that now everything was getting more complicated, and it was necessary to analyze everything very thoroughly. The young man became alarmed. The moonwolf, who was now with Chloe, was sending him an alarm. Something's wrong. Assyrian palace. Chloe shows what she has learned. The lady says she looks very elegant. The girl likes her moves too. The teacher, Dr. Mar, left, and Chloe was alone. She thought back to those lessons. Why did the position of her fingers when sitting matter so much? What kind of person would she have to be to think about such things? Chloe stated that the crown prince had been visiting her a lot lately. The young man became embarrassed, blushing. The girl looked at the young man and thought, how could the prince of the kingdom say such nice things? The crown prince said he wanted to remind her that Chloe has a meeting with his majesty tonight. The girl said she was mindful of it and was getting ready. How can you miss it? The young man warned that his majesty can be strict, but he asks to bear with him for the crown prince's sake. The young man said that his majesty was angry with Valentino, or rather with his father-in-law. The girl thought it was her father. Chloe remembered that she had heard about it once. At the time, the girl thought it was just gossip. It is not clear why she was chosen to be a princess in such a case. The young man said he didn't share his father's views. When they live together, then the kingdom will unite with the duchy. The young man said that he was rushing the marriage a bit, and this might irritate his majesty even more. The young man said he wants him and Chloe to have a complete understanding. The girl said she was of the same opinion. Chloe remembered her father telling her that he had known his majesty for a long time. If the king's anger was greater than the rumors said, she would have to tell her family. It's evening. Everyone is waiting for the king to arrive. The king appeared. The people present bowed to him. The young men said that they saluted his majesty, and both of them bowed to the king. The king said for the young men to raise their heads. The young man asked if his father was doing well. The king said he was doing well. His majesty stated that his son had taken over most of the affairs of state, so he might feel bad. The young man replied that his participation was just a convention. The kingdom belongs and will belong only to the king. The power he has was given to him by his highness. The king asked if he wished to have her back. The young man replied, if it be his highness's will. The king interrupted his son. The old man said there was no point because all the aristocrats would be against it. The king, whom the young man pushed away by surrendering the tower to a knightly order, cannot return. The crown prince said it was a necessity by the law of the realm, and his father knows it. The old man said he was curious about the law being above the ruler himself. His highness said that the companion the young man brought annoyed him even more. The old man added, for this girl is the daughter of a sword emperor. The prince told his majesty that this title was given by ignorant commoners. It is not to be taken seriously. The girl declared that the daughter of the sword of the realm, Esgard von Valentia, was being welcomed by his majesty. The king smirked. The sword of the kingdom, she said. The girl said her father had recently defeated the sword of the alliance and earned excessive honors. Chloe continued, for it was done for the glorification of the kingdom. The king laughed loudly in response and agreed with the girl's assertion. The old man stated that the prince had chosen one that looked so much like him. The king, continuing to laugh, clapped and said that was great courage. The old man became serious. His gaze hardened. He said he had to warn the girl and her father. The crown prince shouted at the king. It was at this moment that Moonwolf sounded the alarm to the young man. Tiny. Young man, this alarm has been received. Tiny thought Chloe might be in danger. She needed his help. The boy realized that the girl was now being addressed by the king. The king said menacingly that the Aslan clan had ruled people since ancient times. The old man added that simpletons like superhumans can't change that. And the king looked sternly at Chloe Valentio. The girl kept her gaze fixed on His Majesty. The young man and his bride bowed and said, as it would please His Majesty. A mysterious interlocutor appeared beside the king. He asked why His Majesty had said this to the princess. The king said he was just delighted. He must be getting old by now. The old man sighed heavily. The stranger asked if the king was really that concerned about Valentius's bloodline. The old man explained. It happened 40 years ago. One boy came up to greet him, introducing himself as the heir to the duke's family. He was about 10 years old. He said that he had just started learning the art of the sword. The king said that he personally began to train this young man. However, at one point this young man showed that he wielded the sword better than the king. The king was amazed. The boy asked if His Majesty was all right. The young man reached out his hand to the king with frightened eyes. The king said he was incredibly ashamed at the time, and at that moment, the king gave up the idea of becoming a knight. The king had convinced himself that the Aslans were originally predisposed to wield magic. The king regretted that he didn't even have a talent for magic. It was a shameful story. His Majesty stated that his dislike for Valentius was not on a personal matter. No matter how long the peace lasts, an aristocrat's pathetic family has no right to overshadow the royal one. The king said it was a threat to the fundamental laws of this country. The old man angrily complimented that it was no different from treason. His Majesty got nervous and said the prince knows nothing about it. He has him, a sensible young man. The king said there was nothing to be done against such a law. It was for this reason that a kingdom with such power could not rule the entire continent. The royal family is bound to the law, and the families of aristocrats are becoming more and more numerous. In such cases, it is very difficult for power to become centralized. To rule the continent, all power must be concentrated in one hand. His Majesty. The stranger said that the king is absolutely right, and he supports that view. The king added that the reason for this would be created by the foolish queen and that demon-possessed lowlife. The stranger said they could not defeat Duke Valentio on their own. He could clearly see the limits of the demon's minions. The king said, that's why his interlocutor is needed. His Majesty asked, is the secret weapon ready yet? The interlocutor hesitated. The king said he'd heard he was talented. The interlocutor stated, this is clearly the best genius born after the Shadow faction. If he continues to grow at the same rate, His Highness will become the first ruler to control an aura user who is an assassin. The king's mysterious interlocutor turned out to be a young maiden hiding her face behind a mask. The girl said it would take them 10 years to do it. The king sighed regretfully. The mysterious girl told the king not to worry. If they act together with the magic tower of the kingdom, it would be enough. His Majesty agreed and said it should be so. The king asked where the prince had gone. The girl said he didn't head to a certain place. They seemed to be discussing matters with the Dragon Eye. The old man said you could slip him some minor information, but he must not find out about this plan. The girl said what would be done. The prince would receive urgent news at the most important moment. The king said that the rebellion of the demon's minions against the royal family would come to pass. In the process of this rebellion, Duke Valentia, their father-in-law, will die. This event will give them sufficient reason to claim it was due to a lack of centralized authority. This, in turn, happened because the power is in the wrong hands, and it could lead to the collapse of the kingdom. The interlocutor said her subordinate brought useful news. The Duke couldn't find a place for himself. The emperor doesn't just hate him. The king even threatened his daughter Chloe. He's not going to put up with it. The naive young man suggested that the Duke destroy His Majesty. The Duke was frightened and covered his mouth with his hand. The young man said it was a joke. The Duke couldn't understand why this happened. After all, he hadn't intentionally done anything wrong. Valentius thought back to his childhood training and decided that the king was still angry with him. To make it up to him, Valentius worked hard all the time for the king's good. The young man subtly noticed that the Duke had some very useful thoughts in his head. The Duke very subtly reprimanded his interlocutor. Does Tiny not realize how serious this is? The boy asked. Is it more serious than the Demon King's army? The Duke thought for a moment and said perhaps not. The young man replied, then why do you have to push yourself so far? Tiny said it would end the same either way if the Demon King came. Either way, then we'll have to unite. He knows what he's talking about. The Duke agreed with his interlocutor and said there was only one way out. The Shining Knight understood that it was necessary to preserve the strength of humanity. The Duke said he sometimes envied the young man's simple mind. The man added that thanks to the young man, his thoughts were in order. That is, they became organized. Zenas burst into the room and said they had a problem. The young man was alarmed. The young man said there was urgent news from the Dragon's Eye. A rebellion had begun in the small towns in the royal family's domain. The Duke jumped up from his seat. Was it really a rebellion? He had not misheard? Zenas continued, judging by the report. The king will order Duke Valentius to suppress these rebellions. Zenas said it was almost a done deal, and the king has already made his decision. The young man showed the contents of the official announcement they would soon receive. The Duke read, Valentius must put down the rebellion in several small towns as soon as possible, and prove himself worthy to become father-in-law to the royal family. His Majesty has also given a deadline for this assignment, before the wedding. Tiny was terribly excited. An uprising? How much courage did they have if they started it in towns with few people? Zenas stated, from what he'd heard, the people behind this were thinking of joining the demon's followers. The young man decided it was absurd. How could one act at such a crucial time? The Shining Knight assumed that the demon followers were trying to divide the royal family's military strength. The Duke stated, this means they will attack during the wedding. This is the most inconvenient time for the king. Zenas said that they could not know for sure that the rebels would decide to act on that particular day. Sir Valentius told Zenas that they had reason to believe so, and they would soon tell the young man everything. The Duke said that the problem that had arisen must be settled first. Zenas said that from the reports, the uprisings had started in small towns and said what kind of towns they were. 2 of those cities would be dealt with by the Kingdom Army and the Magic Tower. The Ice Flame magic was sent there as well. They would have to go to the 3rd city, Tsarin. This city is located between Valentino and the Royal Palace. Therefore, it is necessary to send some of your men there. The Duke remarked that he would have to send high-ranking knights to be in time for the start of the wedding. Zenas noticed that all the high-ranking knights, including him, were now in the palace. The young man said, if they came forward, they would quickly end it all. However, before the wedding come back, they might not be able to make it. The Duke thought that even at such a time, the king wished to drain the strength of the Duchy of Valentino. The Duke wondered if it might be better to destroy everything here. Zenas didn't understand how to take that. Duke says he's not asserting it. He says that option exists. Because of Chloe and the family, he can't act rashly. Canceling the wedding would have a huge impact on the family. The Duke pondered what the king really wants. What is the apparent reason for his decision? Not discouraged, the young man said this problem could be taken care of in a week. Sir Tiny has offered to go there himself. He'll take care of it himself. The Duke was surprised as always. Zenas asked, I guess the young man wants to use the spirit of the Silver Wolf? 3 days to travel one way and the same amount back. One day, Zenas said, he understands, but it's dangerous. The Duke shouted that it was rebellion. Rebellion. The old Sir Tiny said if it's a test, you have to pass it. The young man said that in principle he was used to living like that. That's why he's asking for some holy object for himself. I wonder if he can borrow it from the royal family. The young man shouted that they wanted to borrow the armor. The young man added, it is after all a valuable holy object. His interlocutor said that the fellow had used its kernel in Karuna. The young man concluded that this was a very amazing kid. The young man asked me to tell him that he would get it. The Crown Prince added, there must be some way to help this guy. It bothered the Crown Prince that there was no way to stop His Majesty. The stranger reported to the king that the holy object was missing. The king was very surprised. The stranger assumed that the prince needed the item. It had gone missing after a Valentino knight named Torin came to the palace. The king logically assumed that the armor was just a symbol. The king's interlocutor said that he might be wrong, but that this knight had gone to Tsarin instead of Valentius. The stranger continued, if the young man uses the sacred object, the demon's followers will melt from the light, without even being able to get close to him. And people blinded by dark magic will wake up. His Majesty became alarmed. In that case, Valentius would do without casualties. That was not part of his plans. The king said he didn't like it. Can't let that guy come back alive. The stranger stated that he would definitely take care of it. They sent a secret weapon that had been nurtured long and reverently. This weapon is enough to kill one knight. The king's mysterious interlocutor observed the young man from up in the tree, suggested that the young man was moving unusually. The boy seems to be moving on Ludovolka. The mysterious stranger thought the young man was heading straight for Tsarin. The girl noticed that the young man was too fast. She couldn't keep up with him. She suggested that the boy might take the same route back. The girl decided, in that case, to just wait for him here. And she began to fade away, like a ghost. Tiny, moving on his Ludewolf, had already been on the road for an extended period of time. He was very hungry. The boy thought with regret that he had already been eating wild boar meat for 3 days. But he had no choice. Moonwolf dreamed of wild boar meat the whole way. The young man asked his wolf if he sensed some characteristic of a stage 4 element in him. The wolf only growled in response. The young man was overcome with various thoughts. He thought it would be difficult for him to reach the 4th stage. The guy thought that his soul had already experienced the superhuman level. But only leveling up with him now wouldn't change anything. The young man thought that he had already gotten something new by becoming an elementalist. Tiny figured that the higher the quality of soul, the easier it was to become an aura user. Even if he's far from stage 4 now, he's bound to come up with something. The young man continued uninterruptedly to the appointed point. He thought he could always turn to Estina. The shining night stopped on the shore of a lake. Beyond that lake, he could see a city. That's where he was headed. The boy decided that now he would deal with them all. Tsarin, the facade of the outer palace. There was indeed an uprising of the discontented masses in the city. The young man saw the embittered faces and realized he wasn't wrong. One of the rebels said that several generations of his family had worshipped the Tsarin landowner. Even when the despicable villains played with him like a toy, he just tolerated it. The man thought he had done the right thing. Someone patted him on the shoulder and said they approved of what he had done. The stranger said that was why the man had no need to worry. The man turned around, seeing Jiran standing behind him. Jiran said that this man is now the owner of the city. I must prepare myself for what awaits him. The man asked, Is it really about that night with the sacred object? Jiran stated that the young man had left the royal palace 4 days ago. Jiran continued and said that this young man would be here very soon, and wished the man good luck. The man was very surprised. What do you mean by that? He asked. Is Jiran leaving him? Jiran told his interlocutor to calm down. As long as the young man had the sacred object in his hands, they could do nothing. Jiran wished his interlocutor good luck and told him to do his best for the new world. It was this landowner who was now leading the rebellion and leading the knights and soldiers forward. For a new world. The mysterious strangers asked what happened to that landowner. They doubted he could handle it. The demon's followers decided that they would gather information while the landowner took that night. For example, they'll find out where he got the sacred artifact. The men were scared. What's going on? Is he really here already? Why so soon? The older man told them to calm down. The men have learned that this is the right night. He must be stopped. The young man was determined to accomplish his task. The older man shouted that it was too late to run now, and ordered to activate the traps. No matter what, there was panic among the demon's minions. They decided that it was too late to do anything about it, even if they hurried. The Shining Knight shouted for them to gather all of them together quickly, and he's ready to crush them in one big blow. The guy raised up the sacred artifact and shouted, activating his armor. The hungry silver wolf was ready to eat everyone. The demon's followers surrounded the young man. The demon's followers were blinded by the power of the sacred object, and there was nothing they could do about it. One of the villains, burning from the light of the artifact, thought to activate the trap before it was finally too late. One of the villains shouted that he was going to attack for a new world. So he turned to his elder for help. The young man rushed towards this demon follower and told him that he would not allow him to activate the trap. The young man shouted that now this scum wouldn't survive a collision with him. The guy threw his hammer, which flew into the enemy's camp with incredible speed. The enemy exploded at the same second, unable to withstand the collision with the mighty hammer. The young man wondered, what was that explosion? It didn't look like it had killed him with its impact. The young man looked down into the resulting hole and saw his opponent struck by the hammer. Tiny thought maybe the victim wasn't real. Maybe it's a clone. The guy thought that the enemy was weakened because of the holy object. However, they wouldn't use a clone sacrifice for such a pathetic attack. The young man realized that powerful magic, more destructive magic, was contained here. This magic is greater than in most artifacts used by demon followers. If they start glowing, they will explode. The boy thought it was dangerous. Silverwolf was of the same opinion. The young man had only used this ability that time in the royal palace, but he didn't have a stronger one right now. He decided that this would be enough for the explosion for now. The boy swung and threw. He thought that the property of destruction in doing so would become widespread. There was a powerful explosion, and the demon's followers scattered in different directions. The young man decided that next time the explosion would have to be weakened. The explosion was so devastating that the blast wave hit its creator as well. The young man toppled off the silver wolf and flew downward. The young man survived, but he thought it was a very absurd force. It sweeps everything in its path. As he landed, the guy thought he had weakened as much as he could of that power. But Moonwolf was gone after all. He can't even feel the response of his mana. The boy was frightened. He remembered the royal palace. The Shining Knight thought they cared about the artifact alone. The young man rushed off, eager to tell them about it. The young man burst through the landowner's door, smashing everything in his path, and shouted for a communication device. Any operator would do. The man started begging for mercy and said he was doing as he was told. Tiny told the man to shut up and do as he was asked. The landowner said there was nothing like this in the village. There was no connection here yet. The Shining Knight jumped onto the silver wolf and rushed forward. He couldn't understand how he could do without a communication device even in the village. The silver wolf agreed with him. The young man knew that his friend had only just recovered, but he asked that Moonwolf be patient for a while. The guy stated to just run without stopping. Tiny noticed they were being attacked and shouted for Moonwolf to dodge immediately. The young man was covered in cold sweat. He noticed that it was very close. He would have dropped dead if he hadn't expanded the range of his senses. Who would it be to him? The young man ducked again. A spear with a sharp tip flew past, scratching the young man on the cheek. The boy thought that not everyone had that ability. Only a select few could attack like that. The young man decided it was the Reaper. But why is he here? Tiny asked the silver wolf to activate the illusory walk. Tiny decided it was time to activate the iron barrier. The scratch from the enemy's spear was bleeding. The spear had been poisoned. His body could barely handle its shadow poison. The young man's face turned blue. The young man felt sick, but he knew he couldn't die here. But at the same time, one cannot kill one of the 10 future knights. That's how the young man thought of the Reaper. The young man shouted, "Why did the shadow of the king's family come after him?" The young man heard the answer. He was asked, how could he know? The boy realized that the Reaper had been caught. She was still inexperienced. The Reaper he knew would not have answered. The young man realized that this was his only chance left. The young man said that he doesn't only know that. He also knows the magic circle technique she learned from the Shadow Law. The stranger was surprised. How does he know this? She was the only one who knew this information. The young man thought she had told him about it herself, or rather, her future version of it. Tiny said that he actually had a similar technique too, so he quickly identified it. The young man decided that he needed to use as much of his remaining mana as possible. The opponent decided not to listen to her opponent and continued to launch spears at him. The young man continued to dodge the deadly weapons. The stranger saw that her opponent was using illusionary footsteps, so it's not going to be easy to defeat him. The Shining Knight noticed that his technique worked, even if his rival had guessed it. The young man realized that he was unlikely to use it again, but he was sure to think of something else. The young man told his rival that he came from the same place as her. The Reaper replied, "Then there must be a Shining Knight before her? Is he Tiny Morse? The one everyone's been talking about so much?" "I didn't expect to find him here," the girl said. The stranger said, she thought the rumors weren't true, and he really is the heir to their family. Tiny said the stranger was not mistaken, and it was him, in person. The stranger cautiously stepped out of hiding. She thought all the rumors about him were lies. The girl lowered her hood. The young woman said she didn't know anyone other than her had survived. The young man saw her face. The young man was surprised at who he saw in front of him. He had certainly not counted on such an encounter. The boy thought it was Luna, the heiress of the Morse family. But she had never told him about it then in the future. The girl repeated, she believed there was no one else left. She was told that if she worked for the royal family, she could return to her homeland. Luna stated she was doing all this for her home, but she wouldn't kill a relative. The girl asked, how did the Shining Knight know she was working for them? Tiny noticed that the girl had failed the task. She wasn't a master at talking, but she was smart enough. The young man said that only the king's family and Valentia knew he was going to Sarin. If someone would try to kill him, there was a good chance that the royal family was behind it. The young lady said she now understood the young man's train of thought. Tiny asked, why did the girl have such a reaction to him? Why did she attack him? Luna replied that she was merely following the king's orders. Her orders were to dispose of him before arriving in Tazarin, if she could. Otherwise, to destroy him on the way back. The reason for all this she does not know. The Shining Knight was frankly surprised by his companion's confession. Did the king have something to do with it? The young man thought the reason was obvious to him. King Valentius's real target, not him. The demon's followers are everywhere, and they almost destroyed Karun, and now they're going to fight each other for power. The young man remembered the words of the Duke who said that they would have to defend the king. The guy said he had to get back as soon as possible, and asked what the big sister would do. The girl's eyes rounded. The young man called her his older sister. Tiny explained. He was 14 years old and the girl was probably older. Luna hugged the boy and held him to her chest. She said that it turned out he was her brother. The girl was touched. The young man did not expect such a reaction. Luna said she has a family now, and she was no longer alone. The girl continued to hold the young man's head in her hands. The boy thought he was starting to feel guilty. Someday he should apologize to her for this lie. The young man took the girl's hands, repeated his question. What would she do with her assignment? Luna said she would handle it herself. Tiny looked into the girl's eyes. He liked her. He thought he had a bad feeling about his aspects. He's not sure he wants to be her brother. The demon followers at the regular meeting were surprised with the information that Morse had been blown up but had survived. One of the men said that the young man has 3 days' journey to the city, and he is following the established route. Some of the followers said it could affect him, and there's no need to rush into it yet. After all, one of the men asked, what about the king in such a case? The sect leader said to tell the blue fox to take care of the king. The second queen noticed that the plan had changed again. The woman was directly involved. The queen asked, why so suddenly? She was now unsure if they could be trusted at all. The interlocutor told her not to worry about anything. They are fully prepared. It will go well despite the earlier rescheduled date. They'll take care of the king's obstruction. It's to their advantage. The woman looked at the portrait of the king and thought he was a nuisance. The queen decided that the old man took his position simply because he was the eldest, even though he didn't have much power. The lady added that the king is not someone a commander of knights should fear. The knight commander said that, of course, the king himself is not a problem. But that's not the case with the mages loyal to him and the blue blood mage. The woman said that in this case the killers should not be forgotten. The interlocutor wondered, wasn't that just a rumor? The woman jumped up from her chair in anger and shouted that it wasn't just a rumor. These scoundrels had destroyed her family. She saw them with her own eyes. She saw her parents, her brothers and sisters killed by a shadow. The woman said her interlocutor should understand this better than anyone, why she goes that far. The man knelt before the queen and said he understood her. The next few days would determine their fate. If everything worked out, their child would become king. The woman remarked that otherwise they would be finished. The interlocutor replied that he was aware of that. The king asked if they had changed the plan. The mysterious interlocutor said that the Lord was right. The second queen changed the date of removing the barrier stone of the inner palace. They planned to get down to business the day before the wedding. The king wondered, would this happen during the rehearsal when all the family members were gathered together? But he wouldn't be there. The interlocutor said they suspect that the conspirators may try to attack the king here, but it is not known how and how many there will be. The old man stated that it didn't matter. Beggars tempted by a demon would not be able to do anything. The king stated that the problem is in Asgard. Those inferior creatures would not be able to defeat him. The interlocutor agreed. The king said his interlocutor would have to deal with the duke himself. The king added that his safety is not to be worried about. He has a definite plan. The secret interlocutor said, if that's what it takes for the sake of the king's power, they don't have to eliminate Duke Valentino immediately. The king told him to monitor the situation and report back regularly. If he felt the king's safety was not threatened, he could deal with Duke Valentino. The king added that if necessary, he could take Ludwig with him to make sure everything worked out for sure. The old man stated that if his interlocutor had nothing more to add, he was free to go. The stranger said he received a report that the rebellion in Zarin had been crushed. The king jumped up and shouted indignantly, it turns out that the Valentino boy who had borrowed the sacred object had survived and dealt with Zarin. The old man threw the decanter of wine with fury and broke it. The interlocutor remarked that they had a plan to make sure the young man did not return. The king should not worry. His Majesty shouted that he wasn't reacting like that because of the baby. It simply meant that Valentino's men had earned the achievement without losing a single person. The old man turned around and grudgingly walked away. He said that his interlocutor was completely useless. As he left, the king said he was putting him in charge of dealing with the Valentino men. The crown prince wondered, had she really started to act? The knight confirmed and said that he had heard that Gruel had gathered the knights and changed the plan. and they're probably going to start the day before the wedding. The crown prince thought, "It turns out it will be during the rehearsal." The young man asked, "What about his father?" The king would not be there. The interlocutor said that their helpers would take care of him. The man Ixalan said that as long as the blue blood mage, Ludwig, was around, it wouldn't be easy to do. The king had learned of their plan and was preparing to ruin it. The young man decided that in such a situation, cutting off the corrupt parts of the royal family was not a bad idea. Ixalan said he didn't know what the young man was talking about. The prince added, especially if he didn't have to get his hands dirty himself. The young man, leaving the room, said they would proceed according to plan. The crown prince said for Ixalan to ask Valentia's family to come to Cram Palace, where the ceremony will be held. The young man stated that he would personally tell his father-in-law about their plan. Chloe, lying on her bed, said she felt better when she had to attend bridal classes without interruption. Vivian noticed that her landlady was always complaining about how busy she was. She asked Luna to come back to her. That was before, but now Luna wasn't with her and Tiny had disappeared. Vivian said it was weird for her to realize that Chloe looked like a child getting married. Chloe said, "Why shouldn't Vivian confess her feelings to Zenas?" Vivian wondered what her mistress was talking about. The girl, blushing, replied that she respected Zenas as her commander. Chloe winked playfully at her companion. Vivian blushed even more. Vivian agreed that Zenas is of course a genius, having reached the level of a challenger at only 30 years old. And he looked pretty good. Chloe suggested that she could talk to him herself. Vivian shouted that Chloe had gotten it all wrong. Chloe said she was jealous of Vivian. She can date whoever she wants. Vivian asked if Chloe didn't want to marry the crown prince. The girl replied that wasn't the point. The Valentio family has given her many privileges, so she must repay her. Vivian was surprised at this revelation. She had thought that this was not the case. Chloe said, since she needed to get married anyway, this would be the best option. After all, her fiancé is royalty. Chloe has been added, so Vivian can resemble a date for her too. She'll be sure to talk to Zenas. The crown prince knocked on the room and said he had something he wanted to tell his princess. Chloe realized that she needed to fix her hair right away. The young man said hello. He saw that Vivian was also here. Chloe asked what had brought the young man here. The young man said seriously that he had something important to talk to the young princess about. Something he needed to talk to the young princess about. The girl was very surprised and tensed up. She had never seen the prince so serious before.